You don't love that? Okay. Okay. It's been the only thing people have been talking about down here today. But I'll
historic moment in pro surfing history. Edgard Grandjean preparing for the first heat ever here in the Middle East at the Surf Abu Dhabi Pro. Connor O'Leary getting nice and stretched out on this amazing facility. California's Jake Marshall listening to his tunes, keeping his focus and his headspace solid. World's best trying to get acclimated from their jet lag from traveling from pipeline across the planet. Over 40 hours of travel time to get here in a different time zone and to create surfing history at a world-class wave here in the Middle East. I mean, if you told Bruce Brown that we'd find a perfect wave out here back in the 60s, he'd be scratching his head, but it was all inspired by his dream to travel and go see the world. And now we're sitting here looking at perfect waves with the Kelly Slater Wave Company technology. It's going to be a fun day for pro surfing. Joe Turpel with Jesse Mendez, a CT standout of the past. Jesse, this is going to be another pressure cooker type situation, you know, in this wave pool type of format where you surf one at a time, and we'll see who ends up on top in a few days.
I mean, and that's what I'm most excited about this event. Obviously, it's a very predictable event because the facility is on our hands, but what we cannot predict is how everyone's feeling, how their hearts are beating, and this is going to make it exciting for us and see who's going to perform the best.
Let's go through the format. Today is all about the men taking on the basin. It'll start with a qualifying round. Standard seating, just like the ocean events. 3 surfers in the lineup. They get 2 lefts and 2 rights. They count their best left and best right, and they're hoping to get first place to skip to the round of 16. If you end up in second and third, you're competing tonight under the lights. And it's a leaderboard format, 24 surfers sent to that, and only 4 will get back into the round of 16. They only get 1 left and 1 right under the lights. They keep their best score. It could come on a right, it could come on a left, it doesn't matter. Just 1 wave, and you get back into the round of 16. It'll be one-on-one heats all the way through to the final, and we'll see it reseeded into the round of 16. And then the bracket advancement as it continues. Quick note for fantasy surfers, you can change your team through that leaderboard format and make sure your round of 16 has a complete team as we check out this basin. It's about as big as 10.5 football fields. It's enormous, and the timing of the wave has been fun to watch during the practice sessions. Really allows for some hi-fi surfing, Jesse.
No doubt. I think we slow down a little bit how the foil goes through the wave, and it pushes a little bit slower, so that's going to give the surfers a little bit more opportunity to bring that board all the way back around and push harder. It's going to be exciting.
A very significant moment in surfing history, and it's sometimes the surfers that are jumping out of their skin, AJ, but in this case, I think the coaches might be more excited.
I think the coaches are pretty excited. Joey, how are you feeling, Jake?
I'm super excited. I mean, have a look. We got a 3 to 4 foot perfect waves for everyone, but a little bit of wind today, so it's going to be interesting.
You've been here a few days with the surfers, coaching in an event like this. What is the biggest thing you're emphasizing?
Well, it's all went out the window today because we've been here 3 or 4 days and it's been nowhere near this windy. So the right's going to be really crumbly now. I think we're going to see a lot more airs from the guys, and then the lefts, they're going to see pig out in the barrels.
All right, looking forward to it, Joey. We'll send it back to you.
Thanks so much, AJ. Jake Patterson, longtime competitor on tour, winning events like Pipe, Sunset, Dangerous at Jeffreys Bay. I don't think he would ever imagine that he'd see something as perfect as this. Now bringing this really cool rush of surfing to this amazing part of the world. And one of the big differences that you're seeing from other basins is we have actually salt water in this basin, and creates more of a natural buoyancy that surfers feel when they surf every day in Mother Nature. As we check out that schedule once again, all about the men today, so women will have the day off. They can start watching what's going to be working, work out the judges' scale. So 7:07, kicking things off with Heat 1. That's Jake Marshall, Connor O'Leary, and Edgard Grandjean. We'll get to Heats 5, 6, 7, and 8. That'll kick off at 10:45. Wrapping up the men's qualifying round this afternoon. That last 4 pack will be out there starting at 2:25, and then the night session at 6:35 under the lights. A lot of these surfers have had practice sessions basically at all hours of the day, from first thing in the morning and also getting some waves at 10 p.m. You know, it's always perfect, it's always pumping, and I think it was actually really smart to get those night sessions. If you are in that leaderboard kind of sudden death round, you definitely want to feel it before you're sent out there, Jesse.
No doubt, and I actually spoke with a few of the athletes, and they were not complaining, but they were seeing how challenging it is to actually surf with the light on your face. It makes it a little bit trickier for you to actually identify the lip. So for them to get the practice early the last few days and to get going, if they go to the elimination round, which is a lot of them, 24 of them will do it today. So it's a little bit of an advantage.
Caroline Marks, 2023 world champion, last year's runner-up in the world, was saying at the press conference how unique it is for our sport of surfing to actually know the exact time that you will be competing. As we know, we always have guesses with forecasts and also planning to run at certain times, but now she can tell her friends, her fans, exactly the time she'll be paddling out for her matchup. It's a very unique thing in our world.
Yeah, we got to be always ready for any time, right? Mostly if we go to places like Portugal and stuff, you have the tides that change and we have to stop the event. But here, no. Everything's predictable and we have it on our hands.
Got the Red Bull ski, giving a lift to Edgard Grangia, the rookie on tour from Brazil, who had a nice start of his rookie season at Pipeline. And it's interesting in this basin, you've got the main wave, the right and the left, but it creates this little side wave wedge. And there's really no water underneath it with the cement. And Ed did one of the biggest full rotations landing right above the cement, just waiting for his turn to paddle out. This guy is absolutely frothing and he's ready for anything that's gonna come his way.
Yes, I'm excited to watch him grow up surfing, and he's amazing above the lip and just a solid surfer overall. Great tube rider as well, charges as we saw at Pipeline, getting some big waves. But just let's talk about the pressure that could build up. You know, like you're in your rookie year, first event ever on the wave pool, and you're the very first surf. All eyes on you. Like, let's see how he's gonna deal with it. And it's gonna be, I can't wait to watch.
Some surfers talk about the pressure being too much, and then others like a Joanne DeFay. She was also on the panel at the press conference, and she said she enjoys it. She actually feels really comfortable. It's kind of taken away all the elements of not getting a wave. She knows it's there, and it actually calms her down. As you see the hydrofoil in motion, Edgard creating history and getting the first wave at the CT level here in the UAE. Foam climb to come around the corner. A lot of surfers in the practice were getting maybe 3 turns before the barrel. Edgard coming off the roof again. You see the crumble changing the dynamic of this hollow part of the wave. Now pulling in and disappearing completely. Edgard gets stuck on his opening ride. And remember, with this format, you get 2 rights and 2 lefts. You have to keep one of both direction. So right there, Ed would be thinking that'll be his throwaway, his next right. He can't afford to fall.
Yeah, unfortunately for him, he was the guinea pig, you know, like everyone knew that there's a lot of wind, but I love how he started. You can see he's like coming back from behind the foam and hitting the most critical part of the section. Nice floater there where the wave usually bottoms out and you usually are right in the barrel. And then all of a sudden it seems like he was gonna go around it, and he saw the wave kind of getting a little holler, and he's tried to stall, does a great job, but because of that onshore wind that we have stronger than usual this morning, you're gonna see all that chandelier going through, and it just doesn't give you a chance to go around the section. Like you can maybe try and doggy door, but the wave's just gonna keep running at the same pace as we expect, and he's gonna be a little bit behind, unfortunately for him.
So Edgard going down and getting a lift on the Red Bull ski. Tough start there, but he got his feet wet, a 193, looking that will be a throwaway score. Ed's kicking off at Pipe with a 17th result. And now I'll take a break and reset. Connor O'Leary, also in this matchup, the big goofy foot, growing up in Cronulla, representing Japan on tour, has had some really solid warm-ups the last couple of days. Working with Richard Dog Marsh. He's got a solid squad to hang out with, like Leo Fioravanti, Ryan Callanan, Gabrielle O'Brien. They joke around so much together, and Dog is always keeping them in order. He actually gave Connor a warning yesterday in the Red Bull Athlete Zone.
Hey, you're cruising too much.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, Connor took that warning, got into a good headspace that Dog was happy with. But yeah, they have a lot of fun. They know each other so well. Always looking forward to how Connor's going to approach every venue on tour, but he's definitely got the most power to display on a wave like this. And then the precision of Jake Marshall, who's a solid seed, you know, coming off a couple of crucial heat wins. He's got an equal 9th to his name, coming off stop number 1 at Pipeline.
I'm actually excited to see this left now from Connor, because it's going to be the first one we're seeing, and we're going to have the opposite winds that we had it on the right, obviously, because the foil is going the other way around. So it's going to be a very strong offshore. I wonder how it's going to deal with the wave and how tricky it's going to make it for the surfers to actually put their rail on the water, because it gets a bit chattery sometimes.
There's a big clock that Connor can look at if he wants to know how much time he has before the hydrofoil gets in motion. You can see it there on the left part of your screen. Those red numbers tick down, and then the hydrofoil will head his way. Stay really close to the netting there. And it will only take Connor a couple of paddles, and he'll be up and riding on his opening ride of the Surf Abu Dhabi Pro, stop 2 of the World Surf League Championship Tour. Creating history here in the Middle East as we have Connor getting started. Nice snap to start. Now seeing the conditions on the left compared to the right. Big whip there. Solid turn before entering the barrel. Trying to burn off some speed. Didn't quite disappear. Now back out to business off the lip line. Punching that one out quickly, laying back. A solid decision just to change gears with some variety on the open face. Now disappearing for a moment. More travel time on the second barrel section, and puts a lot into the finish, but lets go of it. And will be incomplete on the final turn.
That's better, definitely, from Connor, and just, I think, smart of him, you know, like he probably is just a mature guy, has been on tour for so many years, and just smart to get that score on the board, because there's a lot of wind. It changed a bit from what those guys have been surfing the last few days, so it probably going to feels good for him to finish a wave off. Obviously, had a little bit more on the bone because he fell on the last turn, but still, solid surfing from him. As you're going to see here, with this offshore winds, kind of like devil winds, kind of cross offshore, it opens up the barrel and it gives him the opportunity to actually get in the barrel with a clean face. He exited a little bit earlier probably than he hoped it for. As you can see right there, he did that first turn after the barrel, and he had to kind of airdrop. The wave was a little bit hollower. And then this is the second barrel. Just sneaking through that. He's a big guy. He did a good job to get under the hood right there. And this was the best turn of the wave so far. He's going to push that back foot. Beautiful style from him. Get that release from the tail, but that inside nose and the rail just kind of gets caught, and he goes over the handlebars.
So nice start there for Connor O'Leary. Last year kicked off the season at Pipe with a 3rd. This year a 17th, but he had a nice post on social media, said how much fun he had and great conditions at Pipeline, even though it wasn't the result he was hoping for. So these guys in the qualifying round here aren't going to be going back to back with their rides. They get a chance to reset. It's so unique. You actually spend time with your coach, talk things over on the deck of this incredible state-of-the-art facility at the Surf Abu Dhabi Pro. And with now Jake Marshall standing by. Got his equal 9th to kick off the season. Last year, now a 5th place finish this year. So seeing the improvement there from a 9th at Pipe, now a quarterfinal at Pipe. 4.83 start for Connor O'Leary, a 1.93 for Edgard. Remember, you get 2 rights, 2 lefts. You count your best right and best left. Your hope is to win these qualifying round heats and go straight to the round of 16. There's the countdown timer for Jake. He knows the hydrofoil is going to be on the way. They've got a lot of different settings for waves on demand. You could have a wave that can have beginners get their first wave of their life on, and you can speed up the setting and get the longest barrel of your life. here in the same basin. This one's got a nice pace to it, so really let these guys open up. Jake setting up his first climb. Marshall, such clean lines to start. 3 different types of turns, and now bangs it right in the pocket, punches it out beautifully. There's a red flag out there a lot of people line up with, but you can go deeper if you'd like. Sticking to big turns with these wind conditions and a tail throw. As you see, he's got enough time to come around the corner and just really utilize that crumbly section as a coping. Now in the inside corner, out in front of it, throw tail, ends up losing the reverse. But a lot of big targets he nailed, especially out the back. Different types of turns as well. Well done for Jake's opening ride of the qualifying round.
I mean, that's the first point of difference we've seen it so far in this heat, right? Like, we've seen a lot of lateral turns, vertical, but lateral. And then this is a point of difference that Jake Marshall is actually able to bring it to this wave. You're gonna see him starting just solid surfing overall, keeping the speed smooth, going through the critical part of the section, which is right here, right before the barrel, accelerating that turn once again. And then right here, he's gonna come around and he's gonna blow the tail right there. You see his foot's gonna shift forward. It's gonna give him a stability to actually like keep that board with speed and come back around. And that was just beautiful surfing for him. Check this out. Like, that tail is gonna swing all the way around. His back foot's gonna come forward. That's gonna give him stability, and then he's gonna engage the fins back again. He's gonna spin back around and comes out with speed, which is very impressive from such a hard wave, such a fast-paced wave. And then he gets that little barrel and finish it off with a nice blow tail reverse, but unfortunately getting stuck. That would have been a great score for him to start the day.
All the questions for the best surfers in the world were about how does this wave feel? How does it compare to other wave pool technologies? And a lot of words you're hearing a bit more forgiving. You have a lot more time. You won't get caught behind as easily. You actually have a chance to make it out in front, and you really got to see Jake take advantage of that, going for that big tail blow. I think in the events in the past, you'd often see people lose the wave with a maneuver like that. Now Jake had all the time to almost treat it like a lowers type of coping, blowing the tail free. Felt good, looked good, and he'll be in a great place with that first ride.
And what I liked about it, because we have such a strong winds, he's actually identified that and he's taken advantage, adapting to the situation. That coping is getting a little bit more friendly with that wind, and he's making the most use of it. That was very impressive for him to read that on the very first wave, and he's getting the best score so far of the heat.
Scores in now for Jake Marshall, comes in at a 5.0, so the best number we've had so far in this first heat in the qualifying round. You keep your best right and best left to try to move to the round of 16. I think it's the most important win you can have in an opening round all season. To try to get yourself out of that leaderboard sudden death round under the lights tonight. 24 surfers will be there tonight, and only 4 will get back into the round of 16. And the rookie from Santos in Brazil, the 28-year-old, got a 193 on the first wave. Now we get to see his first left. Getting the flow going down the line, riding the silver surfboards. Tico and Teco, the 2 brothers that are from the same town in Santos. Trying to slow down for this pit. He's just a little bit out in front. Great technique, and just got a bit more of it on the tail end. Frames it under the lip again, and now Ed chasing. A little bit late to read that inside barrel, and he's gonna go down. So the wind providing a challenge this morning. And Edgar's felt the right and felt the left, and he's probably already thinking improvements on both of those. He'll have one more chance on each direction to try to skip the night session this evening. So far, it's California's Jake Marshall, equal 5th on the rankings, blowing the tail and holding down the lead. We'll be right back. look at this incredible facility here in the Middle East. Look how far we've come in professional surfing. The Surf Abu Dhabi Pro, for the first time ever, hosting the championship tour here in Abu Dhabi and bringing a world-class wave with this luxury type of lifestyle. It's a high-end facility, gourmet dining, 5-star hospitality, really the ultimate surf getaway. Joining us now back into the qualifying round, we've got the second efforts for all of our surfers here. The backhand from Connor O'Leary. Remember, had the 4.83 on his opener. Heading left. Look how quick he is in transition. O'Leary off to a good start. Really taking advantage of that crumble type coping off the lip line to project against. This guy can go vertical on demand, and he is so quick with that timing and power. Throwing some serious hammers down the stretch. Now looking to get really small and tiny for that 6'1" frame. He'll still have time to get back up and shut it down. Richard Dog Marsh not giving us too much with that expression yet this morning, but he has had a cup of coffee and he's been fired up. Connor has had a right and a left. We'll see if that one ends up being a keeper, Jesse.
Yeah, that was just solid surfing from Connor once again. Like, he barely commits mistake, mostly on his backhand, just lethal surfing. And look how he accelerates throughout the turns every time. You're gonna see even his head spin a little bit earlier to keep that energy and generate speed throughout, and he's gonna finish with that small barrel, which on the right now, it's very tricky to manage that and finish it off strong. So just great surfing overall from Connor. Like this section here, that the wave usually bottoms out and runs fast, is so tricky now with the wind. And they're having to adapt. Look how beautiful that turn is. See his nose of the board coming all the way back around. That just show how much commitment he actually had to push on that back foot in order to make that happen and to generate the speed on the transition afterwards. Just beautiful surfing overall there from Connor O'Leary, and just solid, like smart to start the day off.
Interesting seeing us transition and really talk about conditions. Jesse, as we know, we make a lot of wave pool jokes. So talking about the forecast and how's it going to be, you know, that's our life, you know, our world. And we know we're going to get waves on demand. We know what time we're starting. But there is that element of wind conditions that have severely changed from what they did practice in. As a competitor, how do you try to simplify the formula so you don't feel even more pressure knowing that the canvas has changed?
I guess first of all, you just try to avoid your thoughts saying that things are going against you. Like, you could wake up and I was like, oh my gosh, the wind's obviously on my heat and it's probably going to get better throughout the day because we're in the middle of the desert. It tends to be a little bit calmer as the day comes in. So just try and avoid that first of all, keep a positive mind and adapt to the situation. I think so far, Jake Marsh has been done that the best. Like that coping that he identified and he was able to do that blowtail. I didn't see that much throughout the whole entire practicing of the surfers in the last few days. So let's see if he can do that on the left as well. Obviously the left is going to be a little bit more simple because it's going to be offshore. So more the usual of they're expecting, but the right's definitely the challenge this morning.
So now Connor O'Leary's had a right and a left. So far his best score is on the backhand attack of 5.5. Will now put him out in front. And Jesse, let's break down the wind direction that we have this morning.
Yeah, we do have a wind direction coming from the northwest, which is not so unusual here, but just how strong it's been this morning. Like every day we've been waking up and it's been a little bit weaker. So as we see it, it's going to be kind of from the bottom of your screen to the right, from the right to the left, and that's just going to help the left in order to keep steep and nice and open barrels, but the right's going to be just kind of chandelier and just very hard to ride and just even faster because of that wind.
Jake Marshall adapting to the morning conditions. Starts off with a couple of cool backside turns. Talking to Jake this morning, he said, hey, it's interesting how you kind of have to come from behind it with this tempo. It's easy to get way out in front. And as we know, you always want to be in the most critical part of the wave. So he's adapted and comes from behind to hit the lip, especially on his backhand. Traveling through this tunnel on the inside corner, he'll look for one more blow. It ends up being the backhand reverse. Class act of a competitor. Enjoyed some moments inside the WSL Final Five picture through certain parts of the year last year. Jake had the 5.0 start on the forehand. Now his left chasing a 5.34 to take the lead off Connor.
What I love about this wave from Jake is just the variety. It's so easy for you to keep the repetition on your backhand, mostly in a wave that has the same pace throughout the whole entire period of the wave, because the foil runs the same speed throughout. So he was able to actually bring him around. Beautiful barrel. Just right now you're going to see him takes his moment, high lines it, and then he starts once again. But he's mixing it up, carves with tail blows and just the normal snap. So you're going to see him finish it off with a beautiful reverse right there, coming out very clean. Just good variety overall, and it's not easy to do that here. It's very easy for you to just keep the repetition throughout the whole wave.
Love a little backside reverse like that. That maneuver's evolved over the years. Remember watching Kelly Slater Black and White a long time ago? They really broke down the front side and backhand reverse on the face of the wave, and Jake likes the modern day update of that turn. Blowing the board off the lip, then rotating it around. So 5.34 or better will put him out front. Opening ride came in at a 5.0. So these qualifying rounds, if you want to score at home, you had 2 rights, 2 lefts. You can kind of make your judges sheet pretty easily for this event. And you can decide, did he make some improvements there? Compare the rides that you've seen in the matchup. It's all about placeholders with your comparisons, and the events in the wave pools have evolved. Instead of comparing the entire tour over a gigantic scale, now we just get to compare them in this first heat. You know, O'Leary, Marshall, and Grandgia. Connor getting the 4.83 and a 5.5. Surfers now have felt the right and the left. Now it's going to come to their second chance to make improvements.
Yeah, I actually didn't expect that wave to come at a 3.83. There's a lot of variety, but I guess what from the judges note that I've actually seen it on the WhatsApp message that they send out to the surfers, they want to see that commitment and variety and the risk on the beginning of the wave, because you have so much to lose. And right there, identifying that Jake Marshall had that probably his best turn of that blow tail, more progressive and more aggressive on the very last turn of the wave. So just keeping that score on the low side.
Yeah, this is an opportunity for everyone surfing today to take notes on how the judges are setting their scale.
They're the guinea pigs. Like, everyone's taking a look and identifying all those little things that they're going to apply into their heats, hopefully.
Edgar Grandgia was part of the Oakley team with Miguel Pupo, Italo Ferreira, Jadson Andre, then disappeared from the global spotlight and came back, and look at him. Always kept up to the pace with high performance, and right there on a stumble from the roof is really going to cost Ed. His right before was just a 1.93, so he's going to be keeping a low score. He'll have one more chance on the left to go all out to try to avoid the sudden death surf off in the leaderboard format tonight.
Yeah, and he just knows how much that costs for him. Like, unfortunately, I thought he felt a little bit timid. Like this most part of the wave that is more critical, it's this section here. And this wave and the previous wave that he had on the right, he was trying to do floaters down the line, and I almost was hoping for him to let that section go and maybe go for one big substantial maneuver like Jake did, like Connor did. So a missed error right there, unreading the wave, not as proper as he would. And I understand, it's easy to say it sitting here. It's much harder to apply on a wave when you have all the pressure and you have the jersey on you.
So now Edgard will be chasing an 8.4 as his rights are not helping him out too much. We're going to take a quick break. The opening qualifying round continues right after this. First thing in the morning here on opening day of competition for the Surf Abu Dhabi Pro. We have Connor O'Leary, Jake Marshall, and Edgard Grosjean in the lineup, testing our conditions with the wind, providing a challenge on certain sections, but it is O'Leary still on top, looking to skip right into the round of 16. The most pressure cooker situation in an opening round, I think, all season. World title points on the line, crucial points to make the mid-season cut, which has been pushed to stop 7 of the year. And the big man growing up in Cronulla. Think of goofy foots like the great Mark Occhilupo. Richard Dog Marsh, his coach from that part of Australia. Watching Connor now. His first left was a 4.83. That's where he's wanting to make some improvements. And looking to pull up and under, slowing things down. Nice little ride in the pocket. Now looking to unload. Jams it quickly. Throwing some water, complete redirect right into a climb. Punches the lip line and now into that inside end section barrel. Finishing move. Tail blow incomplete again on the inside left for O'Leary.
I like what I see though. You could tell that he was actually pushing harder, redirecting the board much more. That carve after that first barrel, I think it was the second turn after that first barrel. It's just a beautiful carve, bringing it all the way back around. And that's what's so tricky about this wave. This wave has a quick pace, and it's hard to redirect and bring the board all the way around. And he did that on that wave, mostly with the wind today. As soon as you try to do that, it's going to be hard for you to gain that speed. And he did that once before the barrel. Right here, sets it up. Nice tube riding. It was a little bit in front. Probably he would like to be a little bit deeper, but still, it's early in the morning. The winds are strong. You just want to make sure you look solid on top of the board. And right here, look how much he's going to redirect that board and come out with speed. But just one, unfortunately for him, he was looking to a very healthy score if he would have finished that wave with that blowtail. Critical part of the section right there as well. You're going to see that wave is bottoming out and under him. Nose picks. As the fins engage, he starts to bring the board back around and just get stuck. You can see the frustration right there from him. He knew how important that finishing turn was. I still think he's gonna better his score. I like that wave better than the previous one.
Man, that offshore is hard. Yeah. Makes it so much harder. It's a completely different wave over here.
I reckon if you can punch a 5 out of that. I felt them like
the carve felt alright.
Yeah.
Connor O'Leary breaking down the wind conditions that came as a surprise this morning of what they've been warming up on the last few days.
And I've noticed, like, you see that he mentioned to Dog, the cart felt all right. The cart felt all right. So, like, that means they know exactly what they did right and wrong usually. So when they come in, they already know their mistakes and their, like, the point of difference that they had.
So the second lap for Connor O'Leary, he will feel a bit of improvement, just a touch, 4.87, as he gets rid of his 4.83 previous, so just barely improving. But every little point counts. He still has one more right to serve, just in case he needs something big to get into the round of 16. It'll be Jake Marshall's third wave of the morning. He's had one right, one left. Best score, the 5.0. Just went left, so now he gets to check out a right on his front side attack. He's the oldest brother in his family. Nick and Connor probably watching on from home across the planet in Southern California. There's a climb to start for Jake. Coming from Seaside Reef, throws down a nice clean cutback. And now kind of resetting here, so a little bit of a regroup. Frames up the carve, climbs again, so kind of forced to climb as he's really trying to come from behind it. Hangs on that rail a bit longer on the Shark Eye surfboard and whips it quickly off the coping. So it's a clear Moment for him to go for something big on the roof. An alley-oop. Ends up getting stuck on the top and incomplete on his last right of the qualifying round.
And man, that's just show how sticky that lip is. Like we're going to be mentioning a lot about that today. It's so easy for you to get caught and stuck on the lip on this wave. The machine keeps moving forward, and if you don't keep that momentum throughout the maneuver, you're going to get stuck. And that's what happened right there, unfortunately for Jake, because that was a massive turn to finish it off with a beautiful alley-oop. A lot of damage done, like bringing that board back around. I just love the bottom turns on this wave. He's coming from very deep, and that's the technique that he has, Jake. Very solid and polished surfer. This one, nice, beautiful, big carve. Lost it a little bit on the end right there, but still able to manage with come out with speed. And here's where all the money's coming from. Critical part of the wave, massive alley-oop. Just gets stuck a little bit. Lands a little bit on top of the wave. You're gonna see him right here, eyeing it down. Section's very critical. Identifying where he's gonna land, but probably not in transition as much as he would have liked for. Like you see his body's kind of going still with the board, and then he gets stuck on a floater, and as he was landing that, it's just too sticky. He doesn't have that much energy to push you outside in front of the wave, and probably gonna be on the lower side of the score for what already he has on.
So judges thinking about last of Jake Marshall, comparing it to his opener. It'll be under, so he'll still keep his first wave of the morning, the 5.0, as he stays in second. Jake will have an opportunity on his back end to try to win this heat. At the moment, needing a 5.38. So some time to catch his breath. So unique for pro surfers to ride a wave, come onto the deck. You can ride the exercise bike.
On the right, you got to go out like in front of it more.
As he chats with Connor.
There's no like lip. You got to like foam bounce it. So trippy.
This is interesting, right? Like that's such an unusual part of our sport for them to be outside of the water talking about their own heat.
Oh yeah. Just knowing what time you're surfing is a big deal. Knowing how many waves you have left. You're not hassling an opponent. So, you know, some surfers are so good at mastering a lineup in the ocean and being in position and working that system. That's what they were born to do. So for a guy like Edgard, he's going, wow, making the dream tour, flying to the Middle East, competing in a perfect wave here in Abu Dhabi. He is so excited for this opportunity, and I'm really curious to see how he's going to approach this. He needs an 8.44. He's got to go all out if he wants to skip the night session tonight.
Yeah, I agree with you. And also, you got to go all out and still expect your opponents not to better their scores on the last two waves that they have to ride. So for him, I think it's just a fact of getting a little bit looser, like not being so shy and not being so like stiff, you know, just let it go and go big. That's what he needs to do in this wave.
Edgard, part of the rookie class, sets up his last chance. Straight to the round of 16. Needs an 8.44. Connects well on the steepest part of the wave. Now looking to slow down in the pit. Gets a little deeper than he did previously. Hanging onto that rail. Back out in front of the open face. Has to carve down to the bottom. Tries to set up that lip a bit more. Now stretching this out. It's going to get really hollow. Looking to ramp up. Edgard misses the grab, knowing he needed something enormous. Went for it, and we'll be seeing him in the leaderboard format under the lights tonight.
Yeah, that was great surfing for him, but I mean, in the situation that he was in, and he had to go for that rodeo in the end. The problem is we have the wind blowing into the face of the wave, and that rotation goes unclockwise. So what that does just puts the board away from you, and it's going to fly out. Exactly what happened right there. So ideally, you want to try and rotate to the other side on a day like today with the winds being that strong. Or just if you're rotating unclockwise, you want to keep your board very flat under your foot, which that's not the typical situation of that specific maneuver. And you don't see that maneuver so many times in the heat. And this, I mean, obviously Pat Gudauskas has to hold it down. One of the guys that mostly has done that turn in heats. You're going to see him eyeing it down right there. You see the wind blowing into the face of the wave, and it's just going to push his board away from him. And he's doing the whole rotation almost perfectly. He's going to land perfectly, but just without the board.
Just imagine if he got the grab on that one. Yeah, the rodeo flip, it just hasn't happened too much in competition. Like you mentioned, Pat has done it in the basin at the Surf Ranch in the past. He did it in the Maldives on the QS level. He did more of a Gorkin flip rotation in Tahiti. We had a different mid-season cut.
And we're going to see probably airs being done with that rotation, but we're going to see the surfers keeping the board much flatter. Like, so that what that does is just the air gets under, the wind gets under your board and sticks to your foot. And we're probably going to see a few of those alley-oops being done by some goofy footers that have those tricks on their feet.
So that last score for Ed is best of the morning, 3:03. He'll be surfing later on today, this evening. So he would have time to leave the site if he wants to regroup, but he's really got everything he needs in this state-of-the-art facility. A lot of rooms. He could just get some quiet space in if he needs it, or if he wants to study the wave and the conditions, he could have a front row seat. So situation for Connor, he's got one wave left in the qualifying round. He is leading this at the moment, and he's hoping that he can be wrapping up his day today if he hangs on to this lead. Jake will have one more shot. Connor's already had both of his lefts, so this will be on his backhand attack, which is currently his highest score. So he has to better a 5-5 here to make a difference. Guy that's put himself back on tour with some huge wins, one in the southwest of France and a final with Michel Perez, which was monumental to his comeback. Hydrofoil moving down the track in this basin, which is 690 meters long, 150 meters wide. Connor attacking the whitewater, punches it again, drills it. What a big start for O'Leary. Now patient, slowing things down, wants to see with his cupped out section we'll look at. Bets it again.
Let's see if this one barrels. Again, no barrel on this.
Dog Marsh identifying that the barrel's changed.
Oh, this is going pretty well. Out, out, out.
Blowtail reverse, quick power spin.
Wow.
Dog likes it.
That's really nerve-wracking, isn't it? It's like waves really hard right now with this one. It's like I feel like all the work we've done the last few days.
Richard Dog Marsh just breaking it all down, noticing the difficulty of the morning conditions, but I think he's pretty happy with how Connor handled it. I think Connor's got a great chance to get rid of that 5.5.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think what was impressive about that turn, and that's one of the turns that Dog mentioned that he said, nice, that was very nice. Like, you're gonna see him here in the beginning of the wave just applying critical vertical turns, but as he goes down the line, this wave gets very vertical. Oh, we're going straight into the barrel in the end, and then he finished it off with a nice tail blow. Beautiful surfing there from him. And finished it off very strong, very technical, very tight transition right there. For a guy his size, it's not easy to get compact and being able to put that tail high and bringing it all the way back around.
Things were getting fairly automatic with their reads yesterday. It seemed like 3 big turns. They're working on their entry into the barrel, but then now the barrel's disappearing. The last thing they want to do is have too much downtime, looking like they're fishing for a maneuver. Any type of look like they're not doing a turn where they should be, that's really going to stand out on the wave this long.
Yes, and that's what the judges are trying to identify. There's a few sections on the wave that are more critical than others, like, and they're usually right before or right after the barrel. That's when it bottoms out a little bit harder and it gets a little bit steeper. So if the surfers are able to make the most of that section and go critical right there, they're going to get rewarded better, as obviously was mentioned to them on WhatsApp with the message from the head judge saying that you got to identify those critical part of the waves. And those are two of them. That finish and right before, right after the first barrel.
Scores locking in for Connor O'Leary, and it is the best score of the first heat of the qualifying round, outdoing his 5.5 and turning in a 6.0.
The last click before the steep part felt pretty good too.
Yeah, and you turned it.
Job well done for Connor. He's wrapped for the qualifying round, heat number 1, and we have 1 wave left to see who will take the win to move to the round of 16. Jake Marshall needs a 5.88. His best score was on the right at a 5. This will be a left. His first left was a 3.83.
And just to mention, he only needs a 5.88 because Connor bettered his 5.5 on the right. So he's going to kick that one away, and right, he's going to keep this last wave of 6-point right. So for Jake's sake, his lowest score is on the left, and that's where he's standing up right now.
Jake Marshall on his last wave of the qualifying round. Nice style on the bottom turn, second maneuver, nice slap in the pocket, pushing hard on the third backhand snap. He's looking to try to get low for this hollow pit. Doing really well through the turbulence to keep his line. Back to the lip again, real critical section there. Nice and vertical. Tidy backhand surfing for the Californian. Grabs the rail, puts the head down, and is searching for the exit. Marshall makes it. One last turn. There's the fin blow reverse, incomplete this time. But a big difference from his left before. Some big improvements, especially being very critical when it was real hollow, kind of after that first barrel section. He didn't want to get too out far in front.
And the judges are going to take notice of that because we just mentioned how important it is for you to identify those critical sections. Obviously, the beginning of the wave, it's a little bit slower, a little bit fatter, so it's easier for you to do turns, but that was committed combination of maneuvers for him in the beginning, better than his previous wave, and then a deeper barrel as well. Might have been the deepest barrel we've seen it so far in this event. And then right that section right there, very critical, bottoms out in front of him. And man, he was looking good to get that score because this second barrel was also very deep for the situation with the wind that we have right now, making it tricky for the surfers. But as he was finishing it off with an even better nose pick blowtail, he's gonna that's gonna bottom out under him, and he's gonna see his tail just getting a little bit stuck, and his momentum keeps moving forward, but because the tail got stuck, it's gonna stop the board, and then he's gonna get disengaged with the board. Let's see what the judges think. There's a lot of damage done on that wave. 5.88.
And Jake Marshall heading to the Red Bull Athlete Zone as he'll wait for the judge's decision. It'll either create a very long day, opening day, if he's got to be here back this evening past 6 p.m. for the leaderboard format. And if you take a win, your day is done. Last score coming in for Jake Marshall, and it comes in at a 4.83. Not enough. We will be seeing Connor O'Leary straight into the round of 16. And even though Dog gave him a warning yesterday, I think he's going to take that warning away, and he's back where he needs to be.
He's going to give a warning back to Dog.
That's one of the coach's favorites. Here we go. Look at the result. First ever heat here at the CT level here in the UAE in the Middle East. The Surf Abu Dhabi Pro continues as world number 1, Baron Mamiya, is preparing for Miguel Pupo and Jackson Bunch. Check out this list. Baron, one pipe back-to-back, joining a very big list, or short list of big names, I should say, who have gone back-to-back at that event, the Holy Grail of the tour, and got on a quick flight to California, but then it was a gigantic jump, about 16 hours to Dubai, 2-hour drive to Abu Dhabi. A couple of different routes in there you could take, shaking off the jet lag, but he said it was just hard to shake off the adrenaline that kept him up after that big final with Leo Fioravanti. It will be the rookie getting started. Jackson Bunch the 4th from Ho'okipa on Maui. Right in the Glen Minami. And a lot of surfers from Hawaii get the airbrushes from Jeannie Chesser over the years. Now that she's retired, Jackson did this airbrush himself. Love the pace of his rhythm. I see Sparks, Kalani Rob, Sparks, Rob Machado in the mix. That real cool, smooth attacking style. Very explosive when he needs to be, and coils up for the reverse. He's able to hang on to a tough little step he had to get through for the finish.
I already see improvement on the wind so far. Like, as you see it on that wave, like the previous waves were on the right mostly. They're getting very fast down the line. There's a lot of chandelier breaking. This one's still, they're still on shore. The barrel's not happening, but a little bit slower pace, which is going to give the boys a little bit more, an opportunity for them to open up and get a little bit more critical on the right.
The big change for Baron Mamiya this year, working with one of the legends of the sport, Coach Luke Egan, will be in for the remainder of the season. Action continues, bringing Paul Evans and Felicity Palmatier for the call.
Having a look from above on the Surf Abu Dhabi flight cam. Perfection from every angle. But as we've already seen this morning, well, perfection comes on the spectrum. A bit of wind, the Shamal wind, as it's known locally. The northwesterly putting a little bit of crumble to some of the waves here, Flick, and asking a few questions of our competitors. They're not having it all their own way.
Yeah, obviously, you know, this is an amazing facility. It is the best wave I've ever seen in the basin, but there is a little bit of intricacies there. There is a little bit of fluff on the face, especially on those rights this morning. And yeah, a bit of difference in the way that the competitors are taking it on, but it's just an ability to adapt. That's what we're looking for today.
Here we go, let's get into it here. The left-hander coming through for Miguel Pupo, the goofy footer with a ton of laps, 13th season on the CT. Decent start of pipe and a decent start on this wave. He'll crack it a few times with some range-finder maneuvers and try and park it here in the pit. Gets pretty deep, and he'll just grab the wall here, try to control and manage that speed. Sticks around, didn't completely disappear. Up into the lip line with the float. And some nice authority to these turns, bit of release from him there. And now really looking to make the most of this hollow section. Again, finding cover, and he'll look for a finishing turn. He'll get a release from the tail. It will be incomplete. First wave done for Miguel Pupo.
I really liked it. I think already, just to sort of piggyback off the what Jesse was saying, I think that wind is sort of backing off a little bit. That was really good signs for that first wave from Miggy, and I just liked how critical and confident he looked, and he was able to stay in the pocket. And for the first opening wave, he's looking confident. So let's have a look here. And beautiful carving maneuver. He brings it all the way back around, which is really tricky to do. This wave just keeps pushing down the line without you. Can easily run off in front of you. Parks it in the tube here and gets incredibly deep. I really liked how he's really stomping on the brakes here, really trying to maximize that tube time. Comes out here and straight up into the lip to a floater, and then releases the fins on this next maneuver, really staying critical. And right here at the end, he goes to the air, gets a bit of a grab to really make sure he holds onto that board, but that just landing on top of the lip of the wave, and the wave just pushing off without him. And we already have seen a little bit of that this morning.
First wave ridden there for Miguel Pupo. Let's go down here from the winner of our first heat, Connor O'Leary. He's with AJ.
Thanks so much, Paul. Connor, we were just talking about the pressure that you had to deal with this morning. First heat of the day. The wave looks different than you practiced on. How'd you manage it?
just had to. I had no choice. I think it was funny, like, you know, all those 4 days of practice waves just went out the window today. We rolled in and it was this howling wind that I've never seen before, and it was into the right, and Dog and I were kind of like, okay, well, just turn and give it a go. Just, you know, blank canvas and throw everything that you've been practicing out the window the last few days and just react to whatever's in front of you. So tried that, failed, made it, failed, made it, and yeah, here we are, stoked.
Eventually the reaction was on point. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Great stuff, thanks AJ. Connor O'Leary, perhaps more relief than elation there, and he's absolutely delighted not to come back tonight for the elimination round. A lot of surfers all over the world would love to get a chance to have a session here, but our CT surfers do not want to come back tonight. That is going to be very high pressure indeed. Checking out the yellow jersey right now, Baron Mamiya, and put himself in very rare company indeed. Back-to-back champion at Pipe. His third CT win coming at home on the North Shore. That's why he is currently wearing that yellow jersey and looking to get his campaign kicked off here. Not had a breakthrough result in terms of his 2 attempts in the surf ranch. Let's see how he goes here this morning. We've already been talking, Flick, about surfers really getting the warm-ups done here, but coming this morning and finding something of a different scenario. It is just surfing. Just go out and feel it and flow it. And let's see how Baron will go here as he composes himself. This train coming down the tracks and sending away for him a right-hander with a bit of crumble on it from that wind. First turn, it will just go over a crumbly section, almost a touch sticky on his second turn. He'll look to try and pick up the pace through here before he gets into the tube section. Nice release of the tail, just express himself a bit more. Very nice indeed with that last turn, getting that release and a lot more flow to these maneuvers now, really using that crumble there with a bit of creativity and some expression. And a similar sort of turn from him as he'll just cruise at this point, now with some speed, and he'll go into an alley-oop, just slightly over-rotated on the landing. Maybe he was hoping to land a little higher up on that wave, kind of landed mid-face and goes down, Flick.
What I really liked about that wave is his ability to adapt. I guess, like Connor spoke to it, you know, everything that we'd seen the last 4 days just kind of went out the window. This wind has sort of really kicked up, but Baron just obviously, you know, the barrel on the right, it's not really doing it right now, but the way that he was able to read those couple of sections and really maximize the turns and stay critical. Let's have a look here. So this is right on the inside here, goes to the air, and I mean, gets that rotation there, but it's just, oh, that board too, he sticks it, right? But as he comes down, that bottom section cups out so much more than I think what you expect, and yeah, just coming unstuck there.
So Mamiya pushing it and going down. Let's go down here from his corner. His coach, Luke Egan, is with Kaipo.
Yeah, thanks, Paul. With Coach Luke Egan, what was the game plan, Luke?
Game plan was to link the turns really well, and he did that really nicely, but unfortunately coming unstuck on the inside, decided to go for it, but plenty of ways to come.
Yeah, what did we learn during the practice sessions?
Yeah, we were lucky to get a variety of wins, and the wind's up this morning, so yeah, I think Baron feels pretty comfortable out there, and yeah, he's got a few more waves to rip in.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thanks, Kaipo. So numbers for Miguel and Jackson, pretty healthy actually, a 6 in for Pupo. Solid start for him. Jackson Bunch with a 5.77, so certainly advantage to those two at this stage. Just a reminder, of course, 4 waves in this heat, and they're basically just taking it in turns, so they'll have a little bit of space between their waves. And we saw particularly when you do a run back yourself a right then left, that fatigue is a major factor. But in this opening round, surfers just a little more distance between their waves to think about things, which of course can go either way.
Yeah, I think so. It depends, right? If you're a momentum surfer or not, you like to build on that. It's just so different, you know, being in the basin here and having that time to reflect on your waves, come in, debrief with your coach, figure out the game plan, and then decide what you're going to do when you go back out. It's just so unique. And I mean, when else do you get a break halfway through and be like, okay, let's reevaluate. Let's see what the score is and make a decision from there.
So there's the spread from the panel coming in, and it's a 5 for Barron. And already we've seen this morning different ways of getting a score done. But I think there will be a little bit of an element as well. Surfers will feel that maybe try and make amends towards the end of a wave and push real hard, which is exciting. But obviously, if you fall, well, that's going to cost you as well. Turning attentions back now to Jackson Bunch. Comes from a steamed line of Jackson Bunches. He's Jackson Bunch the 4th. And he's looked very good indeed in terms of the practice there. We kind of like sort of pick people out, don't we, and think they're a good match for the wave. His energy seems very well suited. Let's see how it will go here. This time on the left, so facing the wave for the rookie, Adamawi, and an absolutely electric surfer. Here he goes. First turn is very loose indeed. Just nice and sprightly and light on his feet. Good amplitude to his maneuvers. And then he'll try and park it here. Get himself in the tube, nicely poised. Just kind of pokes out and then goes back in again, gets a little deeper. And then now looking out to go on the attack into the lip, just airdrops back down. He'll tag it again. And then this section here is where most of the score will come. Generally, these maneuvers back into another tube. He gets in late and he gets one big pump. And that is how you get a big score, is getting super deep, disappearing in that tube. But of course, the other side of that, if you get too deep flick, you're going complete.
Yeah, everything up until that moment was going really well for Jackson. I love his approach. I mean, we got the ability the last couple of days, to see these guys warming up and the women as well. And I was, loving the way Jackson was surfing. Let's have a look here. So at the beginning of this wave, I was thinking, okay, he's really having the ability to, he's just staying super tight and critical in the pocket. The barrel right here, super deep. You can see how it just wants to push you out of the barrel, but he does a really good job at stomping on the brakes, maximizing that tube time. Comes out here and I think gets up in the lip, and I think it's this second turn here. Oh no, sorry, it's this next one, right? So he goes up into the lip and he actually ends up releasing the fins, if this is the turn I'm thinking about, and he goes super critical, right? Almost like a grind across the face of this wave, but this is actually the turn that sort of set him back because it was so critical. He got on the back foot, the wave keeps running, he's trying to catch up and get in the barrel here. So look at this, he's playing catch up and just the entry into the barrel a little bit late, and that thing is a freight train, literally. It runs off without you and just getting that little bit too deep.
Really nice, explosive, athletic surfing, super nimble, this Jackson Bunch. But to your point, absolutely, and with that tube, if you do get deep, really it's a little bit out of your hands in terms of exactly what the wave's going to do. On the maneuvers, obviously you got that control throughout, but once you get super deep in there, and if you get too deep, well, you pay the price. So a 4 in for him. And so far, he's shown us flashes, but unable really to put a wave together in the sort of the style that, well, like we've been saying in the warm-up here, he's been unbelievably good.
Yeah, everyone's been saying the warm-ups were really different, but also that, just to talk about that last barrel section, once you're in there, it's really tight and compact. It's really hard to pump in that section. I mean, you can get pumps on that outer barrel section and sort of weave your way through it and adjust your speed, but super hard to do on that last section. So if you don't set that up right, hard work.
Attention's turning back now to Miguel Pupo, his right-hander coming up. Did well on the left, got the 6 in, and certainly the best of the opening hostilities in this heat. Miguel Pupo coming off that quarterfinal at Pipe, which will stand him in good stead. He struggled the last couple of seasons with his starts on tour. Much better from him at Pipe, where we know in the past he's absolutely shown right now a very different skill set indeed here. And we've been talking about it, we'll continue to, but a lot going on between the ears in terms of that headspace. And you'd think from one point of view, the veterans with the experience, maybe they'll manage that a little better.
You've got to think so, right? I mean, the more reps on the board, the more times you can replicate this situation, the better. But for the, you got to think for your rookies and people who haven't had this experience, even at Surf Ranch before, this is going to be pretty daunting.
Let's see how Miguel Pupo can go here. He's got an amazing backhand attack. He'll need to use it right now to avoid elimination by finishing first in this heat. That's the job of work facing him as he'll open up. Just cleaning up those rails with some work done outside, little float section. And then traditionally that would be a tube right now, but just because of the crumble this morning, it's turned into a steeper turn section. And he'll just join up the dots here. A little bit of crumble allows him to push hard on that back foot. Really nice. He'll hammer that one. Big spray from him. And then just prodding it up for the float lip line maneuver. Now he'll go grab the rail and try and park it inside the tube. Doesn't get super deep. And perhaps feeling that he needed to do a little bit more push in. And incomplete on the end for Miguel.
Yeah, as we see Adriano on screen there, but coach just breaking that one down. But I think he knew it himself. You could kind of see that frustration a little bit towards the end, knowing, okay, I've really got to push it here on this last turn, this steeper section. I think he knew he was maybe a little bit out on the face of where he wanted to be. And you could see him sort of reading the wave and trying to adapt to, just the difference of not having the barrel section there on the right.
We're underway here at the Surf Abu Dhabi Pro. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, more live action. The yellow jersey in the water. Stay tuned.
The Surf Abu Dhabi Pro is brought to you by Modon, Connected Living, by Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients, and by Surf Abu Dhabi. Find your wave.
Welcome back to the Surf Abu Dhabi Pro. Second heat of the day for the opening rounds. And there is only one spot available from this trio in terms of advancing straight to the round of 16. The other two will come back tonight for elimination rounds under the lights in the dark. And that's going to be tough. So that's the carrot available. Just a chance to sit that round out. Right now we're having a look at the yellow jersey. It's Baron Mamiya waiting for his left to come to him. Got a 5-point ride for his opening wave. Let's see how he goes here on the backhand. 25-year-old, of course, with that statement performance, the big win over on the North Shore at home. And here he goes with his opening work, and he'll try and find some cover here, grabbing the rail and getting behind the curtain. Mamiya stalling, parking it, staying there, gets real deep. And again, so a couple of sections of dynamic tube for him. And now onto the turns, this steep section. And he'll look to try and get a couple done, and again, making himself real small, compact in the barrel, and finishing by blowing out the tail and reverting back. And a little golf clap from them.
I really love that wave. I think it just speaks to Baron's expertise, right? I mean, grabbing the rail in the backhand, we just saw it literally a week ago at Pipe. Obviously, very different conditions in the ocean, but he's like a cat in there. He can really maneuver. He's totally in control. In my opinion, I mean, let's have a look here. So, couple of turns here on the backhand, gets underway. You can really see him just setting up. This turn here really places him in the right spot that he wants to be in when he sets up this tube. But his control and ability and read right now is the best we've seen, in my opinion. I think just look at how much he's stalling and really using that whole side of his body to maximize that tube time. I mean, probably the longest tube we've seen this morning, and then backs it up with two nice cracks on the backhand. And then once again on the inside here, just super deep, getting nice and barreled. yeah, just really well done. Just that whip that he gets, the whip as he comes out of this last, little reverse here on this inside gives you a good indication of how much energy this wave is sort of giving back, because, I mean, his fins grip and he just gets spun straight back around, There's one thing that I noticed yesterday, that this pool has a lot of push.
A really dynamic finish there for Mamiya. And that slow-mo, you just see the ball control, the way he unweights, front foot back, liberating the fins. So a little debrief there from Luke, a bit of hydration as well, keeping the legs warm. Mamiya will have a couple more waves. That was his second wave on the left.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And of course, everyone getting 4 rides here this morning in our opening round. Just counting your best right and left to put your total together. We saw Conor O'Leary getting the win in that first heat. Number drops for Barron, 4.83. So similar kind of stuff to what he got done with a 5-point ride on his right-hander to kick things off. And it's just relentless. They come thick and fast, mainly fast, as we'll count down and prep to go again. Sun starting to poke through with a little bit more purpose now. Things are looking nice and blue. Maybe that wind backing off a touch as well, which I think will be welcomed by surfers, particularly on this ride, which has had a little bit of crumble so far this morning. Yeah, it's just after breakfast time, 8:15 local time here in Abu Dhabi. And it's time to get on the tools right now. And just clear that headspace and go to work. Here goes Jackson Bunch for his right-hander. Second backhand wave for him. First turn gives it plenty with the back foot, releasing that tail. Just see how electric and how much spark there is to these maneuvers. And then this time, we'll find a hollow section and he'll get in it. Crazy deep. A little bit of crumble here, so just pacing things a bit. And then gives that a good old crack. And then losing the back foot there and maybe just making a late decision, slightly snatching at that maneuver a touch flick.
Yeah, I agree. I think he pushed it pretty hard and you could see it too. I mean, he wanted to release the fins and maybe, I'm just guessing, he's sort of taking the fact, okay, how's the beginning of this ride going? Like, what do I actually need here? Let's push it a bit more. And obviously coming unstuck, it's really hard to read, obviously, this right. I mean, let's have a look. So gets up into the lip, gets that nice release there, carves it back around, and then he brings it through to the inside. You can see him just adjusting here, stomping on those brakes. But that turn there, he was like, okay, I'm going to give it some. Let's give it some. Let's put a little bit more mayo on it. But really, really coming unstuck. And I think it's just a hard thing to read right now and to adapt to this morning, because there's that main barrel section on the right, it's not doing it. So having to adjust your speed and figuring out, okay, where am I going to place these turns? How does this feel? I mean, it's a game of adaptation this morning.
Jackson Bunch's work in terms of the right-hander. Well, that's done. So 5.77 for his opener on that right. That'll be his better score on the backhand. He'll get another left. He'll have a little bit of time now just to process. Right, let's go hear from our Director of Surf Operations, Mitch Cruz, was chatting with Dave Prodan.
These guys are surfing on such a high level and they deal with pressure so well. But just from my own experience, you're dead right. Like, the wave is so long and it's so beautiful that you just don't want to push it hard and blow it. I guess it's like that moment where you feel everything aligns on a wave and you can settle in and you've got that confidence and nothing can kind of rattle you. I think some of the surfers kind of lock into gear, and I mean, once you get into rhythm on that first half of the wave, it's just turning the volume up. Once you see some surfers just feeling it and they're like, oh, here we go. And they really unleash in that back half of the wave. It's like I said, these guys deal with pressure differently. They're just built different. So for me, I think.
Welcome back to the Surf Abu Dhabi Pro. Great insights there from Mitch Cruz. Makes it sound easy, doesn't he? Get your picks in for Fantasy Surfer. And speaking of which, join the Mega League. The Lineup Podcast Mega League. Scan the QR code. Get involved. Teams in. You got until the elimination round wraps up to lock your teams in. Don't do what I did at Pipe and just sort of not do that and end up with some 0 pointers, which was real silly, Flip.
Oh, you absolutely blew it. Okay, you got redemption here. Round 2. Let's go. I'll keep you honest today.
All right, here goes Pupo. On a left and snapping off the top and making room for himself at the bottom of the wave to get some crisp, sharp, authoritative maneuvers done. Lip line and then down into this tube section. It will just cup out for him. He'll use that hand in the face as a gauge and try and slow himself down. Doesn't get that last section super deep, but a really nice opened up carve and then a vicious snap from Miguel. Again, going into that lip. And now look to try and get nice and deep, which he'll do here. Completely disappears. Pupo, deep cover and too deep. And he'll go down again.
Wow, the beginning of that wave, I mean, it just had a good feeling to it, right? For me, I was enjoying it. There was variety there. Just the way he was really able to whip it back on a couple of those carving maneuvers right to that critical section. I thought he was definitely coming out of that inside tube, just got that bit too deep, but just beautiful technique there. I love that release of the fins and just that redirect of the nose all the way back to the foam. Just shows how critical he is in that, you know, that really deep section of the wave. And this is the inside here, so you can see he's got his front arm on the front of his board, really trying to push that momentum forward. But this wave is just looking so fast. I mean, he's in there for quite a good time, but I think if he came out of that barrel on the inside, I mean, he knows it too. I think he would have been on his way to a pretty decent score and maybe even improving over that first left.
As you see the reaction from coach 2015 world champ Adriano de Souza. Miguel Pupo, we talked about his experience. He'll have to try and find something when he gets his 4th and final wave in this opening round. He'll have a little bit of time to process on that, the number in, so he won't get the improvement on his opening left, which came in as a 6 for him. That's what he was trying to better, so his attention basically turned to improving on what he got done on the right. What do you think Adriano's going to say to him?
Well, I mean, he's got one more wave, right? So I feel like you're going to go a bit harder, right? But it's also really difficult because you're coming up against that fluff, that wind, and I feel like surfers right now are having a bit of a hard time just trying to adapt to that because yesterday, I mean, it was a totally different story. It was quite glassy.
It's really interesting to see these ultra elite surfers just posed a different sort of set of questions really from what they're typically used to. Obviously dealing with the ocean, that rhythm is set for you here. Very, very different indeed. Focusing back now on the yellow jersey of Baron Mamiya. Let's see what he can do here. This will be his 3rd wave, so he got a 5 to open up for his right-hander. And that's the number he'll look to try and improve on here. So there's Mamiya's numbers from the Lexus Pipe Pro. 3 excellent heats. And I tell you what, you get equal points, right, for all CT wins. But that one is going to sit pretty big in the memory banks as well, getting away just from stats, but just thinking about status, how incredible that was, and what a final flick. You were over there.
Oh, to go back-to-back at any event is hard, but to go back-to-back at Pipe, even harder. And, I mean, probably his dream event to be able to do that at.
Well, we'll look to try and bring confidence from that over here to Surf Abu Dhabi. Here he goes, Baron Mamiya, number 1 in the world right now, looking great in yellow. And going all right in the opening section on his right. Really nice wraps done by him. And that trademark style, really cool. Gonna put it in the tube here. come out and get hold of it with a big old crack. It stays hit for a while, that section. So really nice work done through this middle part of the wave. There's the variety, the ball control is really on point. They're just trying to tidy things up here for a ramp, which he'll get. He'll go the alley-oop and he'll get it done. So big amplitude, put himself out on the face for the landing. He'll get a couple more turns done. He'll just try a finner to finish, but really good damage done there, and that looked like it'll be his best score.
Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting, right, as we break this one down, because you could really see that he's just sort of analysing as he's surfing that wave. All right, like, I'm going to really put it on. This is my last right. I'm going to put it on the line here. You could see him adjust halfway through, really, let's break this down from this barrel section. So comes out of that barrel, up into the lip, just negotiating this tricky little section, and you get that real big coping that we're getting from that wind. It's providing really easy to release the fins, actually. That's definitely a positive from that. You can see him stomp on the brakes here. He's eyeing up this last section. He's like, I'm going to the air. He sticks it, and let's have another look. Goes for that alley-oop there, and I mean, that board almost, you could just see the wind, how much it really is affecting the board, but good job to regain there, gets control. But I'm interested to see where this goes.
Major maneuvers will be key to unlocking significant scores here. Interesting to see him go the same rotation that was incomplete previously, and learning, well, his learning curve is extremely steep. And making that adjustment, getting that crucial completion as well. That'll feel a lot better. I think the rewards as well will be more significant for him. So he'll come in for a little debrief with Luke Egan.
You still got some flair. You need a little bit more green water, but you stomped it. So
You think about calming voices, Luke Egan, just offering him a couple of things, just a couple of little bits. Don't want to do the information overloads.
I feel like this is the one wave where you can definitely receive too much information, right? You can get so critical with it. It's literally a snowboard run or a skateboard run. You can seriously break down every single moment of this wave, every single second, and I think it's just depends on the kind of athlete you are, whether you want that information or you don't.
Let's get some insights from one of our rookies on tour, Jackson Bunch.
I mean, yeah, just a backflip, I guess, but the wind's into the lefts every day at home, and it's just try and do it as many times as I can to try and master it to hopefully land one in the contest, you know? So I've been just surfing Rockies a bunch and trying to dial in with not only my power surfing, but all my high performance surfing as well. And yeah, it's been really fun training and trying to get used to all these new tricks.
Jackson Bunch there, working on the backflip. Let's see if he, or indeed anyone else, would be able to get a maneuver like that done here at Surf Abu Dhabi. Here he goes on the lefts. Jackson Bunch. This will be his fourth wave in this opening round heat. Nice and crisp to kick off. Just really nice flow as he recovers from his turns and gathers momentum into the next. Now in the tube. That first section, you don't need to rush to get super deep, it feels like, from what we've seen already. Won't go crazy deep on that particular section. He'll come out and into the lip. Once again, just stinging that board into the lip. And now looking for a big ramp section. He'll find it. Massive alley-oop rotation from him. And then a nice power slash to slide as well. And again, and another pop down to finish as well. The finger flick, he's feeling it.
Oh, you would be after that. I feel like that was giant. That was really big. It was really well done. And I mean, he knew, he's like, okay, let's put it all on the line here. That was a giant air, critical section. You could see him lining it up, and he landed so smoothly. So interesting to see. I mean, you know, we saw Barron go to the air, and he got a 6.23 on his last wave. I mean, where's this one going to go? Let's have a look here. So beautiful critical surfing, really tight and really accelerates out of that pocket, out of the lip, and in the barrel. You can see it wants to push you out, but he does a really good job at slowing down, maximizing that time. This is that last air we're talking about. I mean, he got some height there. You could see the tail got pretty high. And then he also got a little bit of bonus work done here on the end as well. But let's have another look. Just beautiful rotation. You can see how high that tail got. And then just lands super smoothly. Silky smooth into that carving maneuver. Puts it on rail. Gets a bit of fin release there. And this little bonus section here at the end. Just having fun with it. So, yeah, I really liked that last wave.
Good chance going into the lead here when his score comes in. This one is pretty evenly poised right now.
Yeah, it wasn't a small.
Fascinating to hear these insights from surfers as they make it back onto the deck, the little debriefs and their takeaways.
The wind just was perfect. Yeah, the first turns felt good too. Everything was like cleaned up.
But in terms of the scoring here, I think we know you don't need to pack in dozens of maneuvers looking for the flair. That electrifying, exciting, progressive surfing. That's what Jackson Bunch is all about. It's how he's made his name, and he's getting a major reward here. Highest score of the day so far, 7.33. And very well done indeed, Flick.
It felt that way when we saw it. You know, the surfing was critical. It was super tight in the pocket. And that last air, I mean, I was kind of just going off Barron as well. Okay, well, they've thrown a 6.23 for Barron. It has to be higher than that. And, I mean, well done to Jackson. It feels like he was just getting into his groove there. Happy to see it, 7.33.
Yeah, we've been talking about, you know, how much would be kind of preordained in terms of whether they would have a run. It didn't get super deep, did he, on that first barrel? And you think maybe there's a temptation to get maybe more cover on the second tube. Didn't do it. Used it as the launch pad. Used it really well indeed. So he's in first place at the moment now. We'll get a second backhand wave for Miguel Pupo. His requirement now, the 7.11. He's going to need to find himself a bit of quality. Here he goes off the bottom, gets it. First stab, and again into that crumbly section, and just not quite getting his feet right there. And he'll go down right at the start of that wave.
That's upsetting, right? I mean, it's super upsetting. It's not. he had to put it on the line. I mean, it's his last wave, it's his last chance, and it's really going to sting. It's going to sting hard, and he's going to know it. I think he had to go for it, right? I mean, he had to go for it. Just looked like his nose just got a little bit picked there, and yeah, he just went down. That wave is not forgiving either. Just going to keep running off without you.
Miguel Pupo will be back for elimination round tonight. Still got another wave to go in this heat. It will be Barron Mamiya. More live action from Surf Abu Dhabi right after this. Eyes on the Atlantic. Looking at that window for the Tudor Nazareth Big Wave Challenge. And there are some rumbles in that part of the world's ocean at the moment, actually. Let's see what happens there. Right now, we are in machine-made perfection. In the Arabian Gulf, the United Arab Emirates, it's the Surf Abu Dhabi Pro. And right now, well, Jackson Bunch has lit this place up with some incredible surfing on his last left for a 7.33, which has put a requirement on the yellow jersey from Baron Mamiya. A 6.88 is what he's after here. He's a pretty cool, calm and collected character. Let's see how he'll go surfing towards that score on his backhand. First turn, gives it a hit. Just setting up, staying super close to the pocket with these opening maneuvers. And then it'll be time for a bit of cover. Baron grabbing that rail in that pig dog stance, just parking it. Not crazy deep, but a nice hollow cupped out section, and then a big hammer as soon as he came out, puts it up again, and then throwing out the tail, releasing it, just feeling he needed a push there, pushing it a little too hard. He'll go down, and it looks like he'll be heading to the elimination round tonight, Flick.
Yeah, I think obviously both Baron and both Miggy are knowing that they have to push it, and they were chasing kind of relatively higher scores for the conditions and what's on offer right now. And he still rode that wave beautifully up until that point. I mean, the control that he had in the barrel, it's second to none, right? I mean, his backhand tube riding's amazing, but once he'd come out of that barrel, he just knew, he's like, right, I have to put it on the line, and went for that tail release. Obviously just maybe quite not the right section to do it on. I mean, it was getting steep there. That barrel section was coming up. It was going to run off without him. So, I mean, he's going to know that. You can kind of see it in his body language a little bit.
We'll see that yellow jersey under the lights tonight in the elimination rounds. That will be an ultra high pressure environment, even more so really than this. It'll just be one run per surfer. Just 4 surfers will make it out of that round as well. So that really is the prize available right now in that first place position, is getting to avoid that kind of drama. And that's what Jackson Bunch has done here. We talked about coming into it, the rookie energy, and he's been able to use that and convert, and particularly with that last left, that big score coming in for Bunch, the 7.33, and really very well deserved to get the win.
Super well deserved, and it doesn't surprise me. What I saw yesterday from Jackson was incredible, and I was like, okay, today's a different story. We've got that win, but he adapted really well. And yesterday I saw him go to the air, and I was like, okay, is he going to push it and try that today? And of course, went to the air and got the highest score of the day so far. And as a rookie, amazing surfing and amazing composure.
Looking to our next heat, it'll feature a couple of Aussies, Jack Robinson and George Pittard. Also Ian Gentile hitting the water as well. So these 3 will open up their account here at Surf Abu Dhabi. First wave will come through in around about, well, under a minute's time. And just incredible really to see the turnaround in terms of what you're used to watching an event in the ocean, and that periodicity of swells right now, literally machine-made perfection. And surfers having to really fit what they can do in terms of creativity into that rhythm. Someone shown us really an amazing versatility in terms of all kind of conditions in the past. One of those surfers is quite hard to kind of pigeonhole or say exactly what kind of surfer he is, because he really is impressive in a variety of conditions. Ian Gentile here is generally a picture of calm as well. Doesn't seem to get overly rattled in terms of his prep for heats. Pretty cool customer, Flick.
Yeah, pretty cool, calm and collected. One thing I will say is he brings a sort of different style to the tour that, sometimes you see that manufactured style, and cool thing about the wave pool is maybe we're going to see a bit of versatility there, something that looks a little bit different.
First wave for Ian. Will be on his forehand, the right-hander. Here he goes. And he'll open up into that crumble, just kind of swat that first section. And then nice little patient, nothing rushed at all. That one with a bit more zing in it as he'll snap out the tail with plenty of spray again. Giving it a nice sting in the tail. And then things will get much hollower here, so just driving off the bottom into the lip, and then using that high line float to make room and just get a little more creative again, giving that plenty. And another big hit, so displacing a lot of water opting not to go for the tube and just flaring it out. Really nicely done for about 3/4 of the way through that turn, but he won't, crucially, get that completion flick.
Yeah, he's not going to get the completion there, but I like the intent to go for it, right? It's your wave one. He's put together, you know, up until that point, a really well-surfed wave. Super critical, and already I can sort of see a little bit differences in his surfing overall compared to, you know, the other natural footers that we've seen going right today. I think, yeah, just great flair, great. He looked really put together, but obviously that last section is looking really tricky on those rights today. So let's have a look. He obviously goes for it, gets the grab, obviously trying to keep that board nice and close to him with that wind. Nose picks in, the fins engage, but he just gets stuck a little bit too far on top. And like we've all been saying, this wave just keeps running off without you. So if you're not getting that nice landing, it's all over.
So the flow, the style, that was all on point, but that ultra progressive flared out maneuver incomplete for Ian Gentile for his opening wave. Let's get down and hear from someone who's been electric, particularly on his forehand. It's Jackson Bunch. He's with AJ.
Jackson, what a way to start off your campaign here at Surf Abu Dhabi. Your first time surfing in a basin. How did you manage the stress and approach this?
I mean, just kind of breathe and calm the heart down, and knowing I needed a score. I mean, I've been going left this whole time and kind of doing somewhat of an exact run I just did. And I mean, I had just the confidence that I was putting in the work already. And yeah, I mean, obviously the wave came together, but yeah, it's just timing, getting that timing right and hitting the section at the right time.
And you did that. Congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah, stoked.
Thanks, AJ. The Stoker's reel for Jackson Bunch. He was literally flying. And look at the ground he covers as well. We talk about the height, don't we? On those big air rotations, but that drift he got down the line as well just made that look huge. And we think about surfing in terms of moments as well, and that wave really had it there. Great value for that 733.
Oh, so good. And as a rookie as well, it's going to feel so nice. He's, you know, got the afternoon off, doesn't have to worry about that nice surf. Beautifully done.
Having a look now at George Pitart. Quarter-final for him at Pipe, and another surfer who's shown us his versatility from already what we've seen of him. Still pretty early on in his career, and he'll be dialed in with his processes right now. A little grin as he just gets the breathing done and just tries to set the mind. You hear the noise, that train coming towards you, and it's time to perform. We'll have a look at him here. George Pitart will be on the backhand on the left. Here he goes. Pitart off the bottom. First turn, just clips one into the lip. Again, not pushing too hard with these opening maneuvers. Not loads of points, really, I don't feel, in this opening section in terms of the turns, but he'll get some cover inside the tube. And a little bit butts there in terms of his line. He did pretty well to hold on. He'll just kind of stick with that and hope to get deep on the end, which he doesn't quite do. Gives it a good crack there. And another one. So some nice spicy stuff through the mid part of the wave, but just pushing it a little harder on that third maneuver. And we've seen that a couple of times, Flick. When you do that, you can put yourself behind.
For sure. I think from that initial barrel, I think he probably would have loved to have been deeper. And it seems to me, if you don't get the rhythm right at the beginning of this wave, the rest of the rhythm and everything else just seems a little bit off. Let's have a look here. So nice out of the lip. He just tries to get around and underneath. But this last barrel just runs off so fast. So, oh, this is the first one, sorry. So let's get back to that. He comes out, and then just here, it looks like to me the timing is just a little bit off. And comes around this section and just gets a little bit caught in that last barrel just so fast. It really is a freight train. And yeah, just it's all about timing, right? And I feel like it really comes down to even your takeoff and your initial, you know, how you set that first rail and your first turn, and then that dictates how the rest of the wave really is going to play out.
Pitart unable to connect with that particular tube section. I'll have a moment to think about that and just reflect and make those crucial adjustments. a small number come in for him, the 307. He'll be looking for a lot more than that. Thinking about numbers, just what we've seen in the first couple of heats to make it through. So what scores you're going to need? Something around the 12s or better, you would think, at least. Particularly in a heat featuring a lot of quality. As we'll have a look at this guy, Robbo. 7 CT wins. And not necessarily at the sort of venues that you'd always expect from him. We know he's the tube shaman. We know he can do in heavy water. But I tell you what, he's pretty versatile himself, Flick.
Yeah, Jack's really versatile. And one thing I will say is he spent a lot of time here at Surf Abu Dhabi. He's put in the time. He's looking great. I mean, I've seen a couple of the warm-up sessions. And I'm interested to see how he adapts today with this bit of fluff on the face, this little bit of wind to contend with for his opening wave.
Let's get some insights from Jack.
Yeah, feeling like as good as we could ever feel, I reckon. I feel better than last year for sure, because last year was my first year with the whole family on tour, and it feels good bringing them. It's not easy. It's not, you know, it's not for everyone, but I feel like we're fortunate enough to be able to do this. So blessed to be able to have them come with me everywhere. It's really, really cool.
The Robinson family enjoying their time traveling around the world this year, right now over here in the Middle East and in the Basin, where Robinson has been unable to really unlock massive results thus far in his career. He's had a couple of starts in the surf ranch. Let's see how he goes with his first wave here. He has been one of those surfers that's been very much dialing in the process with that headspace, that preparation. Been at the kind of vanguard of that, something we've seen the last couple of years. It's served him really well. He'll need to keep that cool head here, and then he'll need to get to his feet and perform. Here he goes. His first wave will be facing the wall on the forehand. Robinson is up and swinging here. A little drift from his first turn, and then a nice wrap. Just patient stuff. So already variety locked in from his 3 first turns, and a ton of flow and speed as well. He's got a pretty unique approach, really, in terms of the way he likes to ride waves. And it's looking pretty good right now from this angle. A little more release there on that tail. So just being creative, not being formulaic. Now he's looking for a ramp. He'll just be patient on the tail, and he'll get a big alley-oop rotation of his own, covering a lot of ground, and then he'll just release those fins and skid it out. Very nicely put together, creative surfing from Jack.
Wow, that was incredible. That was such a well-ridden wave. His adjustments and transitions between turns was what sold it for me. I mean, the turns were amazing. The air at the end was incredible, but his ability to sort of read the speed of the wave and direct, you know, himself into that critical part every single time. Let's have a look. So carves there, up into the lip, drifts the fins, gets another release here. You can just see how that little redirect there, where he just positioned himself to be that bit deeper, so important. And then that last maneuver, he's looking really at ease. He's looking in control. Let's have a look here. Super slow-mo, gets that whip. And it's so cool with this wave because you are traveling a distance while doing that air. It just looks different to the ocean, you know. That landing was really clean. You can see him just like going over it again in his brain.
I think he enjoyed that, Flick.
Bit of wizardry. That's what that was.
It's just incredible to see, particularly how much time he appeared to have with his maneuvers there. We've seen the pace been dictated a little bit for some of the surfers. They're really trying to match the wave. It looked like he was kind of just painting his own brush strokes, and it looked great.
Yeah, I think he nailed that. I think he looks in control, whereas other surfers have maybe looked a little bit like they're trying to catch up, whereas it's sort of like he has got all the speed he wants. He's got it on tap.
You don't keep more watch or would? I think it's okay, huh? Yeah. Yeah, it was nice.
So Jack back on the deck here. He'll reflect on that, wait for that score to come through. We've got a feeling it's going to be a pretty healthy one for him. Really creative, artistic surfing. And the score drops in, it's decent, 6.93, so it's the best of the opening wave.
Yeah.
6.93 for Jack Robinson. Gives him a bit of an advantage, crucially, in this opening round, staying in that first place position and avoiding elimination. That's the order of business right now. So far so good for Jack. Now we're over to our injury replacement surfer, Ian Gentile. And he'll look to try and improve on what he did, just in terms of the score overall, although this will be his first wave going left. So backhand for the surfer out of Maui. 517 he got for his right. He's got plenty more in the tank though. And I just wonder the response in terms of what he did on his last maneuver on the last wave, not getting a completion there. How much does that play in your minds? How much do you try and carry on, change things? Let's see how he goes. Here he is. Gentile up and swinging. And not trying to do too much on the opening part of the wave thus far. It's a nice little release of the tail and then looking to get some cover here. Sun out in Abu Dhabi. It doesn't go super throaty in terms of the tube work. That turn was pretty critical. And another one go nice and vert backhand. And again, the spray and the style is very much on point. Now let's see what he's got here. This is crucial in terms of his score. And he'll go a big backhand rotation. And that was technically a really hard one to get done. And he got most of it done, but puts it down at the end flick.
Yeah, far out. I mean, he really went for it on that last turn and really technically hard. I think it looked like to me, he took off on that wave and he surfed his way into rhythm. He got stronger towards the end. I mean, this is a really hard maneuver to go for right here. Almost gets the completion and, I mean, just doesn't make that. He was so close, almost on his way to a great score there. But for me, it looked like as that he surfed this wave, he just got more and more confident. I mean, yeah.
Time to go for a quick commercial break here. When we come back, we'll bring in the big dogs, Joe and Jesse. More live action from Surf Abu Dhabi right after this.
Let's check out this amazing facility from the Surf Abu Dhabi flight cam. You can see how gigantic this basin is, about 10.5 football fields. You're riding a wave for about a minute. There's so many different settings, the types of waves you can ride here. And the chief scientist, Adam Finchman from Kelly Slater Wave Co., even updated the wave a few weeks out to really keep its quality even in stronger wind conditions. Happy with the update right before the CT came to town for the first time ever. As we are still in qualifying heat number 3, Joe Turpel, Jesse Mendez running down the line with George Pitar, part of the rookie class on tour, punching out the lip again, winding up, hammering it in the pocket. Big blast there again for George, whipping it quickly off the lip line. As he climbs, he's coming around the corner. I love the speed. quality of turns as he's hitting his targets really well. And now George sitting nice and low. Quick look at the barrel. And section finish, slides out. We've seen that happen throughout the day. J. Bottle Thompson, the coach. Great beard. Fired up this morning. Spent some time on the championship tour. Now he's been working with some great athletes like Morgan Siblick, Liam O'Brien. George Pitar also jumping in the corner of Joel Vaughn this year as we look at the replay from the Surf Abu Dhabi flight camp.
Yeah, he started off pretty nice. I think the only problem, he got a little bit stuck, but just being a little bit behind the section, and he was always kind of repeating the turns. You see the combination of maneuvers he had. You can see right there he's having to double pump down the line, and he kept just getting a little bit late for the section, so he got a little bit repetitive. But as he was going to mix it up with something different, he ended up getting caught. This last turn right there, just the transition gets very tight and it's hard for you to put on rail. But overall, it was great surfing. It just lacked a little bit of variety. And you can see right there, the wave's going to bottom out on that last turn in front of him and just disengage that rail, and then he catch the rail once again outside and goes over the handlebars.
George growing up on an island called Vanuatu, and then moving to Manly Beach. We've heard about Manly since day one of professional surfing. You think of world champs like Lane Beachley, Barton Lynch, big standouts like Richie Lovett, who we work with all the time on tour. Thanks for being with us on a historical day for pro surfing. Joe Trappell with a Triple Crown champion, Jesse Mendez. Everyone adapting really well, you know, with the wind conditions this morning, Jesse, and even seeing Jackson Bunch and also Jack Robinson really push the ability to go really big above the lip with that alley-oop rotation.
Yeah, and that was the point of difference. I felt like both of them carried a better flow throughout the wave, so they probably had a little bit more energy to put down the line on the end bit. And in this heat specifically now, like with the first wave of Jack, that right being a 6.93, it's a big task for the boys because that was a very well-surfed wave all together. Put it a very well-surfed wave.
That's the best right of the day so far, just in the third qualifying heat. Best left Jackson Bunch from the previous heat as he got the victory to go into the round of 16. George Pitar, 6.0 on his last, 3.07 on his start on the left. And now Jack back in the water working with Leandro Dora.
I was actually a bit surprised with that score compared to the 6.93 from Jack. You know, like the judges were talking about creativity and differentiating the maneuvers, and I thought Jack had more of a gap on that right he surfed on the first wave. So surprised that came in a 6-point ride and Jack's a 6.93.
So all about separations on the scale. You kind of have a solid familiarity with the scale for the day, but remember, you want to compare your scores just to the three surfers in the water at the moment: Jack, Ian, George. Looking for the spot straight into the round of 16. Here comes Jack Robinson from Western Australia. Throwing down some quick backhand turns as one on his backhand. It waves like G-Land in Indonesia. Has always had that perfect technique in the barrel since he was about 10. Whips it again, now looking for another section to pull in on. This is the final tube section on the left. Now the finish. Blowtail reverse. A nice option for the natural footers on the left here at Surf Abu Dhabi. And Leandro likes it. Wife Julia looking happy with that performance this morning.
Yeah, just Jack looks calm and collected. I love that first turn he had right after the barrel, how he was able to redirect the board and bring that nose all the way back in. And that's not the biggest problem because it's easy to push. The problem is to regroup and actually keep the speed and the flow throughout the wave. There's a few turns that he got a bit sticky on the beginning, and we're gonna see it right here, first setup. And then this third turn right here, he got a little bit too tight, like brought a little bit under his fit a little too much. I would have liked to see him open up a little bit more. This is beautiful tube riding, which obviously is expected. And then this is the turn that I'm mentioning. Look how much he redirected that board, but came out with speed. That was very good surfing from Jack. And right there, just being smart, keep himself calm, going through that second barrel that it's hard to deal. It's very small, and finish it off strong. Nice blow tail. a little bit on the flatter part of the section. You're gonna see the wave doesn't bottom out so much in front under him as we've seen it on the previous blow tails on the end of the wave, but still very well put wave together, and yeah, good surfing for him. Great way to start. Solid on both lefts and rights, and we haven't seen that on the first wave so far.
Jack Robinson in fine form. Now let's get some insight and say a big good morning to Kaipo Guerrero.
Hey, good morning, Joe. I'm here at the Red Bull Athlete Zone, and the hot rods have taken over here. We got the high performance boards, a well-worn driver 3.0 round pin for Griffin Colapinto right here. And check out this contrast. This is Rio Waida's 5.9. It's 18 1/4, probably some of the smallest boards on tour, versus a 6.0 1/2 right here, 19 1/4. Smith shapes for the biggest guy on tour, Jordy Smith. So, what we're seeing right here are primarily polyurethane boards as well. A couple of carbon fibers, but for the most part, because of the salinity here at Surf Abu Dhabi, most of the surfers going with a standard polyurethane construction.
Yeah, it's interesting, Kaipo, because as we've seen in the wave system, some people think, okay, epoxy, everything, get something really lively and responsive. But a lot of surfers are going, oh, I'd ride this in the ocean, and they might have a keeper for the rest of the season that they're getting familiar with here in the pool.
There's something about the dampening, right, of a PU board, the dampening, a familiar flex. And so a lot of surfers still going for their old faithful from the ocean, translates straight back here to the basin.
Good man, Kaipo. Yeah, that familiar flex pattern. And they've got some cool technology, like with George and this qualifying heat, the Eco Carbon Tech with that carbon resin. You'll get that real familiar type of flex pattern that you're used to in a lot of traditional boards. Bit stronger, still a bit livelier in that construction from Channel Islands. Ian Gentile rolling in, WSL replacement surfer. Starting to flow down the line. Wrapping back into the pocket, throwing down a nice turn right off the lip. Nice water flying to the sky for Gentile. Flows over the coping again. Back to a big hammer again for Gentile. Really letting go of that section. Love how he uses that lanky frame to provide a lot of range for his turns. Forces the kind of chop hop more than an alley-oop in transition, and ends up going for the forehand reverse, so fitting in a lot in a short space.
That's probably some of the best finishing you're gonna see it on that very last little section. I'm not talking about that alley-oop part, but after that, it's like there's barely any wave, and he was able to actually maximize the potential. But that's already way far in the wave, and that's where the judges least want to see you go big, because there's less for you to lose. You're already in the end of the wave. There's more commitment on the beginning of it. We're gonna see him right here on that alley-oop. Just the timing was off, so he had to kind of chop hop like you mentioned. He didn't hit the lip in transition, didn't have the momentum through, but then to finish it off with a nice tail blow, just the wave just being very small. You're gonna see him identifying the lip, but he goes a little bit over, so that means he has to just pop it a little bit before the lip, otherwise he was going to get stuck behind. So he's almost like pulling his momentum up to the lip instead of like hitting the lip and keeping the momentum down towards the wave. So hard to want to explain and break it down right there, but that's what kind of happened on that wave.
I think you did well, Jesse. That was cool just to see him go for one rotation in that alley-oop spin, kind of a chop hop type rotation, and then go the other way to finish. That's how technical Gentile can be in transition in a really tight space. So Gentile 5.17 on his opening right. That's what he's trying to improve on. Only 2 rights, 2 lefts in this qualifying round. You keep your best right, best left to hopefully go to the round of 16. This qualifying round, the most intense for opening rounds this season. Biggest reward, you don't have to worry about a round of 32 like ocean events. You already get points for at least the round of 16 if you're getting the win this morning. If you get second and third, you're surfing tonight around 6:40 p.m. local time.
And that's a big skip, you know, like for you to go to that second round, only 4 people make out of the 24, and it's only 1 wave rhythm, like, sorry, 2 waves rhythm of 1 wave counting, like you expect some massive number. So for Jackson Bunch to actually skip that on his rookie year, it's massive. And not to mention for the fantasy surfers players, like I've seen him training the last few days and he has much more in the bags on that left. So you can expect a lot from him on the next round.
George getting some reps as a wild card on the championship tour already. So got to see what it was like to compete with the world's best. Got to hang out in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. There's been huge events at Manly Beach over the years at championship tour level surfing. As we see this one setting up, let's just hear from the coach himself, J. Bottle Thompson, to walk us through.
We got the big giraffe first up. Nice easy angle, biding his time. Just to click this one nicely, solid. Into some tube time now. Let's get a bit deeper and hoping, yep, box tick. Now we need this middle bit to be nice. Beautiful angle, that was a beautiful turn. Okay, one more, mate, in the pit. Well surf wave thus far. Let's get in this little pit at the end there. There you go. Come, mate, good boy. And little clean up row. Okay, wave was, yeah, maybe 5s, I'd say, but that's how we go. Put him in contention for the right.
Thanks so much, AJ, who's just right next to J. Bottle Thompson. So a nice perspective of just kind of hearing a coach think his way through turns. You know, they've had a formula. He's seen George in the practices, and you can see how serious it gets when everything's on the line, Jesse.
Yeah, and he was mentioning a lot about the angles, like, oh, I like this angle of this turn, because he's like, you have to put yourself in the critical part of the wave, and also make sure you're maximizing the most leverage you have on every turn you push. And right here, he says he liked that angle right coming out of that barrel, because the wave is critical. There's hollower, there's like the wave bottoms out, and he was actually able to redirect and put that nose, bring it all the way back in and come out with speed. So great solid surfing from him. Finish it off a little bit on the safer side, but probably gassed out on those legs as well, you know, because it's a long wave and he has caught 2 waves already before this, so he weighs it down.
So George, well-read wave, putting together a lot of big turns. We're going to take a quick break. The qualifying round continues at the Surf Abu Dhabi Pro right after this. Mateus. You're watching the Surf Abu Dhabi Pro, stop 2 of the World Surf League Championship Tour. For the first time ever, a championship tour event in this amazing technology in the Middle East. Watching this roll in now, Jack Robinson had a 10-point ride to kick off the season at Pipeline, but was upset by Al Cleland Jr. So looking to pick himself back up and get into the final 5 scenario, moving through some nice points on his forehand. Robbo looking to better a 6.93, where he did feature the big alley-oop. Tail throw there. Love his rail work between turns. Now he's identifying the ramp. A little sloppier on that release. You could see he was off balance. So he might be keeping his first right of the qualifying round.
Yeah, it looks like it. He was actually gone into his wave. He would have done something similar to finish it off from the first wave, because there's a little bit more intensity on that wave. You could see he was pushing a little bit harder. The body language was a little bit stronger on that wave, and he had that big one open carve, bringing it all the way back around. That was beautiful to see, and the judges are going to take notice of that, but unfortunately didn't finish it off. You're going to see him eyeing it down that section, but just overrunning it. Didn't keep the pace and the calm that the wave was asking him for, and he was just a little bit out in front. And then he has to force it a little bit, and you're going to see where he's landing right there. It's just not bottomed out enough, and he just doesn't have the transition in order to fit his board and glide through and keep the momentum throughout the maneuver. Unfortunately for him, because that was the beginning of the wave was very well served once again for Jack.
Such a great team at this facility. They're so kind when they greet you here at Surf Abu Dhabi. They got the Red Bull skis fired up to give you a lift back to the deck here. And Jack can hydrate, collect himself, stand by for that last score. He already has that solid 6.93, still the highest number on the right that we've seen today. And numbers in quickly now, 5.2. Confirming he will count his first right. He'll have one more left to try to improve on his lead.
It's easy to improve the left.
There's Mateos.
And that's someone that's going to be paying a very close attention to that onshore wind on the right. It's like he could take a lot of advantage of that. Mostly if he can keep his weight off the shoulder, you know, knowing that he's a wild card, there's nothing to lose. He could be very dangerous in an event like this.
Love hanging out with Matt. He's got great energy. Mateos Herdy. We see him at the CT level as a wild card. Remember that event where he exploded in Mexico? He has been so ready for a CT career for several years, and we're lucky to have him as a wild card in qualifying round heat number 4. He'll be compared to Matthew McGillivray and Ethan Ewing coming up next.
That's going to be an exciting heat. All of them regular footers, obviously, so not really much advantage for anyone that is surfing on the offshore with the right foot forward, all the goofies. So it's going to be an interesting heat to watch, and you got to pay a close attention to Mateos on that heat.
You can see these little weights in between waves. Even though we're rotating surfers, we have this really cool technology here with this dampening effect where the water spills over into what kind of seems like maybe a lazy river at an amusement park, where it all spills over and kind of can flatten the surface quicker with that dampening effect. The basin walls are all made out of waterproof concrete, about 225 millimeters in thickness as we watch Gentile. First turn on the left, little sticky off the bottom, but maintains control. Little knife there in the pocket for Gentile. Left before is a 3.0, so his score will improve if he can do better than a 3 on this wave. But it's his last wave of the qualifying round. Off the lip again is the Maui boy, a little bit behind, trying to get a little speed up, and he gets lipped in the back. So Gentile was ultimately searching for a 7.79 to avoid the night session tonight. Replacement surfer for Gabriel Medina. Medina still out with a pectoral injury. And a tough one to finish up on. That'll be a throwaway, so we will see Gentile this evening in the night session.
Yeah, we're gonna see him there, and unfortunately for him, because he's such a lively, fast surfer, but it just felt a little timid right there on that left. Like, as you mentioned, right as he took off, did that first turn, got a bit sticky. Seemed like he wasn't sure-footed on what he was doing. So felt like there's more to see it from Ian, and hopefully he can regroup and really show us on the night session tonight, because I don't see that coming into the score he's needing right now.
So it's coming down to one more wave for Jack Robinson, one more wave for George Pitar. One thing you get to do when you're a rookie on tour is you get to pick your jersey number. This is what George had to say.
It's 2095 is the postcode of Manly, and I don't know, I feel like the community of Manly has just supported me so much in these last few years, and every time I go down there, it's just like, it feels like a family, those people down there, and I don't know, to have that, me sort of representing them as the number, it just feels right, I guess. And yeah, I don't know, I was actually sitting at a cafe like a few months ago after I got back from the US, and I hadn't really even thought about a number, and I was sitting there with my best mate, and he was just like, oh, have you thought about a number? And I was like, oh, no, not really. And he's just like, oh, 95, dude. 2095, Manly. And I was like, yeah, that's perfect. That's perfect. So yeah, it was pretty cool to be able to get that number and, I don't know, represent the community here.
George Pitar really thoughtful with his friends, representing his community. Kind of cool. Your friends give you some advice on how you can rep Manly Beach around the world. 2095 is the postal code there for Manly Beach, known as the gateway to the northern beaches. Never forget a final there. Jesse Mendez, Julian Wilson, in some of the best conditions for that series. Jesse knew better than anybody else what he was waiting for. Let a wave go with priority, and the second wave was better.
Happens once in the blue moon.
You got the title. Still blown away by that. I can see it clearly in my mind. Yeah, so George, you know, he's had a lot of competition right in his backyard. The Australian Open series, you know, not too far away from North Narrabeen. Always a lot of legends and great board riders clubs to hang out with, especially on that beach with Queenscliff and North Stain, with the incredible rivalry for decades. Watching George with his last chance to skip the night session. Needs an 8.23 here. Hammering that section, nice clean rail work, punches it out. Sets it up off the bottom, nice draw. On the open face, attacking that crumble section, coming down, loading up with an aggressive tail drift, and he'll get stuck. Knowing that he needed an excellent score and the biggest number of the day so far, he really needed that maneuver, unfortunately getting caught behind.
I really like what I saw from him though, like, you know, a little bit more energy to the wave, variety. Was bringing that board back around, setting on rail. That was beautiful surfing, and unfortunately for him, just getting stuck on that blowtail. See, that's what I'm mentioning. He was like going vertical on the other turns, but not putting that rail, the inside rail, into work. And right here, the wave gets very tricky to ride. And then he finished it off with kind of a blowtail maneuver, but kind of gets stuck on it. Like, can't ride out, can't get clean on it.
So George going for it, needing an 8.23. And with that coming in at a 3.5, not enough. That really gives Jack Robinson a free left to check out. Already in the lead, already guaranteed a spot in the round of 16. But it'll be interesting how he approaches this last wave, you know, with not too much time to practice from here on out. He might need to take this left seriously. Even though he doesn't need a score, you just kind of want to keep in your habits of attacking certain sections. Also the thought, Jesse, maybe he can try a different type of maneuver that he might want to use later on in the event. Really looking forward to see what Jack does here.
I think that's a big advantage for Jack, to have that freedom to surf another wave without the pressure, mostly because that's a left that he's going to surf in my opinion, obviously, he's an all-around surfer, but his right is going to be his strength. His backhand, it's probably going to be something that he could improve more on. It has more gap to improvement, so this is a good opportunity. But knowing Jack, he might be one of those guys that want to hide the game, you know, like he's that competitive, he might not want to show. And let's see what's going to happen here on his next wave. I hope he puts in the the fireworks for us, because I want to watch him go big instead of saving it.
Definitely. I hope he does something massive for us. And it's so interesting if you're at your typical ocean events, which is what everybody's used to. If you want to surf down the beach, even if you don't want to surf the venue, you can kind of get in the water, get your feet wet. Here, it's like you have a certain amount of waves. You know, you have your practice sessions. You can be the poacher in those practice sessions, but these are the world's best, so the falls aren't that happening too often.
And Eliza, you said there's a number of waves that they're going to ride before the event, right? Let's mention that before an event, they probably surf about 100 waves, maybe 200 sometimes. And here, they're going to surf about 20 waves before the event starts, if they surf 20 waves in the last 3 days. So that's a completely different environment for the surfers and a lot more added pressure in order to find your equipment and putting your feet on the wax, which we usually call to being a warm-up session for you to kind of find your groove and find your rhythm. And this is what happens here on the pool. You just got to deal with that.
We've got salt water in this basin coming from the Arabian Gulf as we look at the style backhand for Jack. We'll get a good idea if he's surfing in a lower gear. And yeah, looks like he's just kind of putting it through the paces, feeling out his board. Nice jam there. Gets out in front to pull in again. And really extending his time in the pocket. Rabo throwing down the fins, extending that slide. And enjoying a nice left that'll take him into the round of 16, not needing a score on that one, but his last wave in the qualifying round. And Leandro's liking a nice clean performance from the Australian, who's picked up the game so quickly. Remember, his win in Mexico in his rookie season was to stay on tour. Since then, 7 career CT wins. Now looking for an 8th. And there's something about being the first person to win a new event in surfing history. It's forever attached to your career as the first one to figure out the system. So Jack going all in to try to become the champion of the Surf Abu Dhabi Pro.
Yeah, that'll be exciting for him and such a big challenge in front of him. We've known him for dealing with heavy waters very well, and this is a whole different scenario. Obviously, just the most playful wave we have on tour and most perfect, but that was a glimpse of like excellent surfing right there from him. He had 2 tail blows throughout the section, throughout the pace of the wave, and not on the finish. We've been seeing that a lot on the backhand, but not throughout the middle of the sections because the wave runs very fast. So that was just a lot of board control. The board looks great and lively and a lot of speed under his foot. So looking good so far, Jack Robinson.
Yeah, Jack now with a new high score on the right for the day, the 6.93. Gives Jack Robinson a nice victory and a jump into the round of 16. We'll see George and Ian Gentile this evening, starting around 6:40 p.m. local time, where only 4 surfers will get back into the round of 16. We've got 24 surfers that'll be fighting for it in the leaderboard format. We'll explain that more as we get closer, but it's time for heat number 4. Ethan Ewing taking on Matthew McGillivray and Mateus Hurdy. Mateus, the exciting wild card from Florianopolis in Brazil. Matty McGillivray from Jeffreys Bay, South Africa. Ethan Ewing from North Stradbroke Island and former runner-up in the world just 2 seasons ago, is looking to put that beautiful rail work to the test. There for the first time on opening day, the Surf Abu Dhabi Pro. And as we were talking about, the salt water, you know, comes from the ocean. You know, with this depth of a 3-meter basin, it takes around 65 million liters of water. And the facility is working closely with the Environment Agency in Abu Dhabi, making sure everything's done sustainably using the water in the surrounding area. And there's this pipe that leads out 650 meters into the ocean and brings in the salt water. And after the treatment, it's got the similar salinity to the Atlantic Ocean. So you get that nice familiar feel. You can just take a board from your normal sessions, put it right into this pool and feel like you're right at home. hydrofoil setting things up for heat number 4. And now getting to start, Mateus Herdy throwing down a little blowtail to start. Now an arc in the pocket, deeper off the bottom, using a lot of the wave already. Just a little punch in the pocket for Mateus. Nice read there with an air drop and a nice stylish climb. Climbs it again aggressively. Springing off the bottom again, like the pace. Slamming on the brakes, stalling because he wants to ramp up. He throws the alley-oop rotation. Puts him way out in front for a full roundhouse cutback, losing it on the rebound.
You know, that's the type of surfing he's going to be doing, and that's 60% of him. I could see it right there throughout the transition after where we supposedly see the barrel on the right when it's offshore. He's trying to catch up the wave and trying to go for a massive blowtail nose pick, but he's just getting a little bit behind, so there's a little bit more left on the bone for him right there. You could see the urgency for him. Starting off with the blowtail already, so that's a point of difference that we haven't seen it so far. Nice, beautiful carve, keeping the pace. Beautiful projection right there, and as we see it, the wave bottoms out, and then here's when he starts to try to catch up to the wave, and he's looking for that coping to give that big bottom turn and kind of blast off the fins right there. He tries to do that again, but he's just a little bit behind, so he mistimed a little bit, but still, that's how much level he has and how much potential he has on this wave itself. And he finished it off with a beautiful alley-oop that he can do in his sleep. Look how beautiful placed it is, the board, how flat he keeps the board to give him that stability in order to keep that momentum once he's landing it. So yeah, just beautiful surfing for him, and we probably have more to see it. Like, he's gonna go even bigger on the second right he's gonna catch.
Nice start for the wild card. Let's now hear from Jack Robinson with AJ McCord.
Thanks so much, Joey. Jack, we were just talking about it's not your first time competing in a basin, but first time you get a heat win, and you do it in the first 2 waves of this heat. Talk me through your strategy.
Yeah, just building, and I've had a fair bit of practice, I feel like, in the pool. I've come over a couple of times, so it's good, yeah, just getting the confidence and feel good here. Yeah.
How much pressure does it take off to not have to surf in that night session and move straight onto the round of 16?
Yeah, it's good. I mean, either way, like, yeah, I wasn't thinking about it, but just good to get it done, you know, like get a couple keepers and then and move through, because you don't know, like the conditions can change here, like with the wind. Like they say it's a wave pool and it's the same, but it's not always the same. It's like, it's a bit windy sometimes, so yeah, just go home, cruise, eat some good food. Been eating up so much over here. So good, the food in Arabia, so yeah, UAE, it's amazing.
Congratulations, see you in the next one.
Thank you.
Jack always loving his time with his family in the practice sessions and also the fine dining that's available here at the Surf Abu Dhabi facility. It's a real luxurious feel. You've got a world-class wave. For surfers that want to try it out, you can have coaching. Doesn't matter what your level is. You can get your first wave of your life on a setting that would feel like you're surfing Waikiki. Kelly involved with his favorite wave on this setting, calling it the Kelly wave. Real fast, getting a lot of barrels, high performance. There's also a Cocoa Beach setting. That's where Kelly grew up in Florida. As we look at an opportunity here to really shine, I mean, we already have a 6.5 on the board. First wave, the backhand of South Africa's Matthew McGillivray. Slowing down to pull in now. Keeping that low, tight technique. Not really seeing people get ultra deep on this barrel today. But as this section hollows out, you really need to just stay in the pocket. Here's the end section already. McGillivray will come out. You want enough room to throw down a final move. Goes for a nice, clean, standard backhand snap for the finishing move.
Well surfed, well put wave together for Matt. I think he was a little bit on the timid side of things. Like, I think he just probably wanted to put that left a solid score on the board and not fall and gain confidence, mostly because I expect even more from him on the right. So yeah, good wave surf so far, but nothing really special.
So Mateos with the 6.5. We'll see what Matthew has this qualifying round. Heat number 4 is really just getting started. We'll be right back.
इधर से दे दो, इधर से नीचे से दे दो ना, नीचे से दे दो। अभी मान लो बात क्या बोल रहा है बंदा तो मान लो, उसका टैप लगा किधर फंस गया फिर। Slowly.
Time to lock in your fantasy lineup. Well, you've got a little bit more time. You can change your team all the way through the night session to make sure your entire squad is into the round of 16. So if I were you, look at what we've seen so far. Jack Robinson, Jackson Bunch, Connor O'Leary are really good picks for your fantasy lineup because they will be in the round of 16. So if you don't have those three, maybe consider them. See what you like so far in the morning to make sure you're winning in your clubhouse and taking the top prizes. Mateus Hurdy, 6'5". Matthew McGillivray rode a left, 4.77. And now it's time for Ethan Ewing to enjoy the basin. Nice whip quickly for the man from Stradbrook. I love that pep in his step. Real good connectivity with that Darren Hanley surfboard. Nice chip off the lip. One of the best styles in the game. Rips it off that big whitewater section. Big climb now for Ewing. The Trilogy Star blows the tail out. Nice clean snap and transition off those climbs. And great positioning on the end section pit. It's got room for an aggressive finishing move. And his coach, Jake the Snake Patterson, enjoyed it. They got a good thing going with Jake just being so in love with pro surfing. Such a successful career from WA. Ethan already coming very close to the world title 2 years ago. And let's watch his form.
Yeah, just as we expected from him on a right-hand point, like this is how he's gonna look. Like just beautiful surfing. There's 2 points in this wave that he comes to, that right there, like that, how he pushed that back foot, how tight he was in that transition, and just how much power he had. And that's the point of difference he's gonna have on top of a guy like Mateus, you know? Mateus is gonna be more progressive, it's gonna have more variety, but he's gonna look more on rail and just more power and sure-footed. Look at how beautiful this bottom turn is. He gets up and vertical, and he's gonna push that back foot, getting that tail release, almost get a nose pick to it, but he comes out very clean, just a lot of control, and that's what makes Ethan so special in his surfing the way it is.
Let's see what his coach thinks about that performance. Snake is with Kaipo.
Yeah, that's right. Joe, Snake, what do you think about that last wave for Ethan?
Pretty solid. That's a good release start for him. Yeah, first barrel we've really seen on the inside there, so it'll be interesting to see where the score comes in.
As we're waiting for that score, I also want to plug Snake Tails Surf Fantasy. You want to join it, you can win a custom shaped board from this man right here, Jake the Snake Patterson. Join.
Good plug, mate. Thanks.
Yeah, it's for real. Ethan's on my team. Back to you, Joe.
Thank you very much, Kaipo. I hope it's a channel bottom for the prize. Yeah, Snake loves it. He's been playing Fantasy Surfer, I think, since day one. And he offers his insights. He'll give you a couple of tips if you join his clubhouse, but it's very competitive. You can find Snake Tails. You can search it on worldsurfleague.com and see if your team can beat the Snake.
And he's going to have some great insights on this because he actually saw it everyone's line, so he knows how people are looking. And some of people that never surfed this wave, you have no idea how they're going to approach, but some of us already watched them. And Snake obviously paying a close attention, being a coach and knowing what to pick.
We've got a new high score on the right today, and that was just released by Ethan Ewing, 7.5. And it really creates a great opportunity to balance out the judging criteria. When you get to waves like this, you could put lowers in this conversation where you're going, oh, big combos above the lip. And then a guy like Ethan Ewing reminds you that progression can also be done on the open face, especially with that precision.
No doubt. And if you put in comparison to both waves, like obviously Mateus had the progression, but he lacked that middle part of the wave. He was always trying to catch up and hitting a little bit later. And he had the intensity to actually try and do something bigger, but he just couldn't find the rhythm.
Watching this now on the backhand, a couple of big blows for Mateus, moving quickly off the lip. He can get so much done in a short space. Doesn't ever seem like he has to recover out of turns. Keeping his composure well as this thing's keeping him in a low, tight stance in the pocket. Now releases Mateus. His uncle on tour in the past, as he ends up finding himself at the end section of the left, and a backhand reverse put him into a layback, controls it, sneaks in another drifting turn, and he will right away.
Yeah, that's some great effort for him right there. I don't know how much the judges are gonna reward that very last little section, because obviously the wave's much smaller, lacks a lot of power, but I mean, A for effort right there for him. It's very hard to do, but obviously way less commitment than doing something that's exact the same on the beginning of the wave, which the wave is much taller in size and has way more energy and speed. But beautiful start from him right there. Nice float and then beautiful technique. I think that was one of the longest barrels we've seen so far this morning. Right there, he get lipped a bit, and that puts him a little bit out of pace on that wave. See, he's trying to catch up, gets a little late on that section before the last barrel, and then nice barrel here, and then finish it off with a beautiful blowtail reverse. Kind of lays back into it. You're gonna see his foot moving forward right there. Both of his foot moving forward, giving that the stability, whipping it back around, kind of almost loses and regroups it, uses those backhands to kind of give him support with the energy of the wave and put himself back up. Then obviously he has that little last blowtail on the end, but damage was done before that. That was not even going to affect the score, just by a little touch.
Mateus Herdeith, 6.5 on his first right. That was his first left. He'll get to do it again. See if he can make improvements on his top two.
Leandro saying that he really likes the first three waves. The first three turns that he did, very critical. And then on the end, he said that he kind of got caught. He did the first turn, and then the second one before that second barrel didn't give him time. That's all because of that barrel ride. He stayed a little bit longer than usual. And then as he was coming out, he got a little bit lipped and got sticky a little bit. But great surfing for him.
Mateus Herdeith has been the talk of the Challenger Series just for the last couple of years, coming so close. He's been in that scenario where he's been one heat away, 2 heats away from qualifying, and he's had the year just slip through his fingers, and he's had to regroup in the off season. Very confident, he has been for a very long time. He knows his surfing is suited for the championship tour. One of the most dangerous wild cards. Whenever we have had the lucky opportunity to see him receive it in Brazil and Mexico, now here at the Surf Abu Dhabi Pro. wild card list as well. Bronson, fresh off the World Junior title. Cowley Voss, gold medalist from last year. Here's Maddie McGillivray. Quick whip into the pocket. The 27-year-old from J-Bay loves a nice long right-hander. Belts it off the lip again. Nice hack there for McGillivray. A 7.4 on this wave would put him into the lead. Floats it, driving hard, belts it again. You want to make the entire wave, but you don't want to make it look easy. McGillivray now deep, comes out. Here comes the windup. Oh, and he gets stuck on the last section.
And that's all because of that last transition. It gets so tight and the angles kind of bends towards you. So it's so hard for you to fit the board in, mostly for a guy like Matt McGillivray. He's not small, so he must be riding a 5'11" or something similar. And it's very hard for you to fit that board in that last transition. But damage was done in the beginning. That was looking like some of the best waves we've seen so far in this heat. And you can see the difference of intensity on the surfing he had on this right compared to the left he had previously. So maybe just warming up and now really unleashing.
Great read there. He is on a 5'11", an inch shorter from what he normally rides in the ocean, but he said he loves it. He might actually bring it on tour for the rest of the year. We're going to take a quick break. We'll bring in Paul Evans and Felicity Palmatier for the call.
Dropping in now. Having it for your last run of 5.5. So last four runners are at 5.5. Ethan Newey, your last run was a 7.5. It's currently the highest wave of the heat so far. 30 seconds to start.
Welcome back to Surf Abu Dhabi, stop 2 on the Championship Tour in 2025. And after an exhilarating time over on the North Shore at Pipeline here in the Arabian Gulf, Kelly Slater, Wave Co technology, machine-like perfection, and an enjoyable show already. We've seen some big performances go down, but it's really about staying alive and trying to avoid that elimination round.
Yeah, it is. And I think this morning we woke up, we woke up and we're like, wow, it's a bit windy, right? But that wind's sort of been dropping, and with that, we've seen the scores kind of, going up with that as well, with Ethan dropping the highest wave of the day so far in this heat.
Couple of different ways of doing it as well. Speaking of that man, here he is on the backhand, gives it plenty for a first turn. Really using that leg strength as well to just open up and compress that body. Will look to do that here as well because it is quite a tight tube. And he'll look to try and get involved in the innards of this first section here. Completely disappears for a while. Good cover for Ewing, and he'll come out. And as you'd expect, it's laser-like precision. It's really clean and tidy. Gets a little bit more exuberance with a little release from the tail end. Again in the tube, makes himself small and streamlines. And out he comes, shot out of the tube with a ton of speed, which allows him to attack. And again, the finish is pretty cool. So he looks like he's really enjoying himself with it.
I think once you drop a 7.5 on that opening wave, you're feeling comfortable, right? And for me, the first couple of words that come to mind is it's meat and potato surfing. He's just getting it done, really measured, and really calculated approach.
It's quite a choice cut of meat, though.
Yeah, but meat and potatoes in the best. You know, it's just like your traditional surfing. And I'd say what's going to happen now that he's nailed this wave together, just really beautiful surfing. I mean, this technique here in the barrel, he really does such a good job at really maximising that tube time. You can really see he disappears completely. But what I'm trying to say is just illustrating how to put together a great heat, right? It's textbook. And then from now on, he's going to feel really comfortable with these first two waves. He can, if he needs to push it on the next two, he can. You know, he's already locked in what I'd say is probably a pretty good score for his opening left. But this here, I mean, even the last barrel section here, he gets incredibly deep. I actually thought, I was like, wow, okay, it looks like this thing's going to run off without him. But let's watch the setup here. So shifts that weight really far forward on the board, and he's completely covered here. And just so deep in this barrel. I actually thought he was gone, and just come flying out of this. It's sort of like a slabby section, this last tube. But he did really well there, and yeah, I'd say he's going to probably lock in a pretty nice score.
It's steamed new potatoes from the island of Jersey with a little knob of butter, maybe sprinkling a parsley, because
definitely some butter on there.
This was very, very well done. I mean, think about economy of effort as well, and just the ease that you can link together sections here already with a big score on the right, the 7.5, and a healthy number as well to come his way. And we talk about confidence being key really at any venue, but particularly this one. You think Ethan, when this number drops in, he'll be in a pretty commanding position in the heat. Relatively terse interaction between those two. I don't think Snake needs to really say too much. I think a lot of their preparatory work has been done in advance of things here. Scores in. It's a 6-2-3 for Eve. Pretty decent stuff from him. So doing well for his opening couple of waves. And our attentions will now flip over. Talk about wildcards are able to do in terms of that disruptor energy. This does feel like a venue where they really can do damage. There's the spread for Ethan. And that deep tube for the second section. Didn't need to go crazy in terms of assaults above the lip. He's got plenty more where that came from, though.
Yeah, I definitely think you could see he's ready to, he has got a few more gears that he can click up into, so I'm excited to see the next couple of waves.
Here we go with Hurdy on the forehand for him. And he'll just square off, get a nice gouging carve, and then pushing too hard and going down. And a big mistake for him. And he knows it. He'll be a bit disappointed with himself. The good news is he's already got a reasonable score. He's got that 6.5. It's actually pretty decent, really, for the right, but he would have liked a lot more.
Well, I think, you know, he's obviously trying to play catch up to Ethan. And when you look at Ethan, you know, he's got that 7.5. That's a point higher than his. Let's have a look what went wrong here. So obviously up into the lip, gets that fin release, but see that nose just getting completely engulfed, and he just goes over the handlebars there. And yeah, I mean, a bit of frustration clearly for Mateus. I mean, we saw him warming up yesterday, and there's this kind of little reform on the inside of the right that kind of gets created, and he was just doing pretty crazy things just on that reform alone, some crazy aerial maneuvers. And I was thinking, wow, okay, he's really looking primed, and he would be feeling that himself, you know, probably not performing exactly how he wanted to perform in that last one.
Yeah, I mean, his warm-ups were great as well. Got the big Staley in as well, didn't he, on a clip in one of his warm-up waves, and the confidence from him generally is absolutely sky high. There's a good reason for that. That's basically based on his performances and what he's able to do. Big belief in his own ability. But right now, we'll just have to find a little bit of resilience and resolve. See where this will put him for his last wave. Let's get some insights from Kaipo, who's with Mitch Cruz.
That's right, Paul. We're actually experiencing some of the great experience here with the Surf Experience Director, former C-tier, Mitch Cruz. Mitch, we had a little wind this morning. What do we expect as the day starts presenting itself here?
Yeah, the wind was a bit random this morning. Probably could have count on one hand the amount of times we've suffered this wind this morning, but it's clocking around more to the north, which I guess we call it a devil wind. So I think the quality of the wave will slowly improve as we approach midday. So, I mean, the guys are using it to their advantage, you know, popping fins and doing all sorts of stuff. So, yeah, not a big loss.
Not a big loss at all. We're enjoying the show here at the top floor of the Red Bull Athlete Zone. Talk about experience. Surf Abu Dhabi is first class. We're enjoying it here, Paul.
Thank you, Kaipo. Those two look, they're having fun, don't they? They look comfy.
Yeah, those leg chairs look great fun.
I think Cruzy actually pretty much does most of his working days from there. So he just posts up, busts the laptop out, pretends to do a couple of emails, then just goes surfing.
Not a bad spot to do work.
I really enjoyed getting his insights as well. I don't know if anyone's even approached his wave count at this wave. He's been sharing his thoughts and his insights, exactly how he sees this event going down. We're enjoying really seeing the very best in the world go at it as well, try and match what they can do. Looking to do that here. Surfer out of South Africa, Matt McGillivray. With a little bit of work to do in terms of the requirement. Looking for a fairly hefty number at the moment. Matt, of course, we've seen him go as good as you can get on the scale. Can't help but get past that huge 10 that he got over in Tahiti. Just unbelievable, kind of life-changing stuff, that sort of wave. A very different proposition here. But he is a cool customer. I think his preparation for his heat and just how he gets ready seems to be a pretty good match for the sort of wave where there will be some questions asked of yourself, but ultimately it's all about what you do when you get to your feet. Here he goes on the backhand. McGillivray off the top. Gives it a little extra squirt off the bottom just to open things up and make the angle for himself. Up in the corner, look to park it here and get some cover behind the curtain. First section surrounds him and he'll get deeper again. And as he comes out the tube, a little wiggle off the bottom, then a nice full-blooded hit into the lip again. And a little bit more sting out of the tail, so good rhythm and flow through here. Now some more tube time. It will get real compressed and small. The back knee is down on the deck of the board and coming out for a nice finish as well. So a really well put together wave with a ton of flow, some great vision from inside the tube as well, but his requirement of that 823, that's pretty solid.
Yeah, it's a big requirement for Matt, but I liked what he put together. I really liked how he sort of was able to sort of manipulate the pace of that wave. I saw him do a couple of little adjustments in the beginning period just to make sure he could maximize this critical section. So it was super important, and just tucks into this barrel here, so tight and compact, and really beautiful fin release there for the finish. You can just see, I mean, he's fully covered there on that last section, really leaning in with his whole side of his body, comes straight out of that, I mean, and hits this last section. Big fin release there, comes down, and then straight back up into this section. So really nice precision surfing, getting a bit of a fin drift across the lip there.
He's got a lovely head of hair on him as well, doesn't he? I'm just going to come out and say it.
Yeah, beautiful muff.
I mean, him and his mate Liam O'Brien, between the two of them, they're just showing off, aren't they?
They
They're
really
having a great
are.
time.
They really are. I know, 10 out of 10 for the hairdo.
So Matty will make his way in here. As a bit of sunshine pokes through, and he will get another crack with his fourth wave when it comes through, but at the moment it is Ethan Ewing. A bit of a commanding position here. And Matt will just have to reflect really in terms of, did I push hard enough? Should I take more risk? And those will be the questions really. It's ultimately on that knife edge in terms of, do you go crazy, push really hard and risk falling? Ethan Ewing's been a fixture inside that final five. Runner-up a couple of years ago. Let's remind ourselves of some of his absolutely sterling work at lowers.
Yeah, I feel like you can draw similarities, right, between this wave and lowers. Lowers is a high-performance wave, and I mean, what we saw from Ethan in those 2024 Lexus WSL's finals, I mean, it was incredible, right? I mean, the comeback after the injury, suffered at Chopes, and then everyone was questioning how's he going to perform, but to go all the way, you know, to runner-up in the world, and it was incredible to witness. And just for me, it was the transition between the turns. Obviously, the turns themselves were incredible to watch, but that's where the progression was coming. It was just so beautiful to watch.
Really interested, excited to see his approach here. in the basin to see what he can do already. Good numbers locked in for him. 7.5 already for his right. So obviously an improvement on that. It's going to be something pretty special. And that's what we expect of him. That's why we talk about him as really now a perennial world title contender. Here he goes. He'll just open up a couple of those rangefinder turns really, and then mixing it by getting that tail. And then the timing's so good to get plenty of spray. Just puts it up, back down into the pocket of the wave. Bottom turn, just the coiled spring, which gives him so much time and space to get creative. And just toying with these sections here. Now put it inside the tube, just slips in real smooth, as you'd expect, and then gives it a good gouge to finish as well. Taking it all in his stride, full flow, Ethan Ewing.
That was pretty incredible. I think so many, you know, you can often look at this wave and it looks like surfers are trying to catch up. He looked like he was trying to wash off speed, and this thing moves at an incredible pace. I mean, that was just beautiful to watch. It just, the variety that he gave us to between those different carving maneuvers, the way he was sort of playing with it, toying with it. I can't wait to break this one down because, I mean, this is just absolute surfing at its finest at the wave. That section there, I mean, just straight up into the lip, tail slide into the lip again. And then, I mean, it kind of looks like to me, I mean, to sort of bring that nose all the way back around and then come out of that turn and look like you're playing with it. You're basically like, okay, is that all you got? Do you want to go a bit faster? That's what it looks like to me. It's kind of like, hey, hang on a second. He looks super in control, super smooth. I mean, most people when you're watching this wave look like they're almost trying to play catch up with this thing. It breaks so fast, but that's my number one takeaway is that, I mean, he's got all the speed in the world, and the transitions between the turns and the turns he's choosing on this wave, yeah, they're second to none.
Ethan Ewing, his second forehand wave, his second right. The first one was the 7.5. Judges will work out how that compares, making those comparisons really within heats right now.
Like that one phone climb, but use more speed for the next bit. I swear the other wave was different.
That one was just going the whole way, whereas that one, maybe it was just where I was on the wave.
I think it might have been because you read the middle barrel section better. You get a speed turn and got out front, like in your head, jump back on the bike.
Yeah.
So interesting, just picking up the difference in the wave, and that's something that, speaking of Mitch Cruz that we heard from just a short while ago, he has been pointing out that particularly just the proximity to the ocean, a bit more wind that comes through, particularly compared to the surf front, where the right in particular over there is a bit more sort of not a drop of water out of place style perfection. Mitch was saying that basically that's just allowing for a bit more creativity as well. You get those lip line sections, offering a bit of variety, and offering surfers to kind of surf in a bit more of a natural way in terms of making their maneuver selection as they see the section present itself.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, great score again, once again for Ethan that's come through. He hasn't improved on that situation, 7.13, but just a beautiful score. But back to your point, Paul, 100%, it's providing a bit of a coping, which we're seeing, you know, the guys are making the most of it. They're flaring, they're, you know, releasing the tail, they're going to the air. I think it's providing more creativity.
I mean, Ethan Ewing, just ominous signs, a throwaway score, just dropping a 7 really, but sort of barely looking like he's trying. He's not hucking Hail Marys or none of that sort of stuff, just really cruising through the gears and looking all right so far in this. Can't wait to see this wave here from Mateus Hurdy. Let's see if he can make amends. He'll be annoyed with himself for his last wave on the right. Here he goes, backhand attack from Mateus, winds into it, gives it a couple of cracks, which will feel nice for him now, looking to get some cover. He'll grab the rail and the wall, try and slow himself down just the right amount, get cover. Now to go big on that score, you really do need to completely disappear or come out and just tag this, and then really thinking about going massive here. So he'll actually let the wave stand up and run in front. He'll get a big ramp section, a huge backhand air with loads of height, and he landed bum on the board. That could have been painful. I think he's okay, but a high risk maneuver in a section. He won't get rewarded for it that time, incomplete.
Yeah, he's not going to get rewarded, but he had to do it, right? I mean, he's chasing a 7.24, and, you know, his last wave, his last roll of the dice, essentially. I think, you know, you sort of mentioned it, Paul, he knew that he didn't get that full cover up on that first barrel section. He's like, okay, well, let's just go big here and put it all on the line. And, I mean, it was massive air on that last section, but just definitely not getting the landing that he wanted.
That's what he's here for. He's an entertainer. No safety surfing from Mateus. We go to a quick commercial break. When we come back, more live action from Surf Abu Dhabi.
Jogou o Sidney lá pra cima,
Discomfort as well, because that got awkward for him there. But he is such an entertainer and a performer, and that's exactly what we hope from our wildcard, is just to see them go and take big risks. And when it comes together, he will be rewarded on that occasion, just putting it down. But he seems physically fine anyway, because that could have got awkward real fast, Flick.
Oh, you definitely don't want that board flipping up the other way, let me tell you that much.
Back to the action here, having a look. Surfer out of South Africa, Matt McGillivray, on a running right-hander, knows a thing or two about those kind of waves. Living at J-Bay and living his best life and enjoying being on this elite tour with the best in the world, and showing why he's very much part of that conversation as well, just trying to stick with this one, but it doesn't want him. And that's awkward, gets a little caught behind it. Something we've seen less of here compared to at the Surf Lunch, with this a little bit more even pace, but Maddie unable to get back out on the face there.
Yeah, look, we've mentioned it, it's a little bit more forgiving, but the thing just keeps running. If you get caught behind, that freight train is running off behind you. And look, I get what he's trying to do. He's chasing a giant score. He needed to stay super critical in the pocket. And he was doing that, but yeah, just it got the best of him and absolutely ran off without him. And he's just going to have to dust that one off and be looking at coming back tomorrow.
Yeah, high pressure situation in that elimination round that will be running this evening under the lights here. Just one run per surfer. 4 men make it out of the 24 that put Rashi's on to dispute that round. Which isn't a great strike rate, 1 in 6 chance essentially. You've got to surf your way up that leaderboard to come back for the round of 16. That's why getting the win here in this opening round is so crucial, and that's why the scoreboard pressure really applied by surfers like Ethan Ewan at the moment. Well, those are really valuable points indeed. As we see Maddie just try and wash off that disappointment. A couple of 5s from him. Basically, being a scholar of the sport, just kind of look exactly what happened and use that intel, bit of feedback, of course, plenty of angles as well, just to kind of study his waves and think about what he can do when he comes back to those learnings. But Ethan Ewan, he's taken this one out already, even for his 4th wave.
Yeah, it's going to feel good for Ethan right now. I'm interested to see where he goes with this. It's kind of like, okay, can we toy with this? Can we give it a little bit more? But yeah, I mean, this heat, Ethan absolutely running away with it. I mean, he even dropped a second 7, but didn't even factor into the scoreline. I think he's also got another couple of gears to crank up into, so I think their best is yet to come.
Yeah, so one of the advantages of coming in as the high seed means you do get to go 3rd of this trio. So in terms of knowing your requirements, you do have that advantage of having that status. And his requirement really is just to have a bit of fun and enjoy himself because he's advancing from this heat. He's also got the advantage of being Ethan Ewing and being pretty good at surfing. Let's see what he does here. But it's interesting to see Jack in a similar position in the previous heat as well, and you think he's just going to cruise through this. Not a chance. Not a chance. I think he'll look to really express himself. Let's have a look at some top scores so far this morning. It is Ethan with that 7.5 that he got on the right early on. We're about to see him take a left. Jackson Bunch is left at 7.33. What do you think he goes for here, Flick? What's he going to do?
I think we're going to see some explosive surfing. I think he's going to absolutely go for it. I mean, that's what Jack did. I think we're going to see I think we're going to see him try and get even more critical, even more tighter in the pocket.
So a free hit here for Ethan Ewing. We'll just enjoy the surfing. Back to the wall for him as he'll go on this left-hander and open up. Nice and vert, just giving it a chop to displace a bit of water. Gets a 4th maneuver in before things will cup out and open up for the first tube section. Gets amongst it. Pretty tunneled right now, Ethan Ewing. Sustained tube time for him. Comes out and starts to open up. Everything absolutely dialed in and heading in the right direction. He has to give it a little bit of a shimmy to get inside this one. Now the entry into the tubes is something that will be rewarded if you can get in late rather than stalling for ages to try and get cover. He did that there.
Wow. He looked like he was having fun, but he was surfing so critical. I mean, he definitely was explosive. And the way that he tackled that first section and then how he positioned to get so deep in that first barrel part of the wave was pretty incredible to watch. I'm interested to see if this is going to better that 6.23 because that first, he got so deep, he got so much tube time, really maximized it, and looking forward to breaking this one down. So let's have a look here. I think the important thing to note was that, you know, in the practice sessions we were watching yesterday, most surfers are getting 3 turns done before that first barrel section. Ethan managed 4, and that positioned him to be so deep on that first barrel section, which we just saw then. So squeaking in that 4th turn, on that first set of turn sections, and then here down the line, once again, so deep into the barrel, completely shaded, and then he actually did a bit of work inside that tube. I think he did like a tiny little pump, which is not easy to do because it's so compact in there. And you know, Ethan's not a small guy. I mean, not much room in there to be doing that sort of maneuver.
Working the angles pretty well, squeezing that solid frame into a nice looking tube, and really it was inconsequential in terms of the score. He was already advancing out of that heat and putting it together the sort of performance we'd expect from him at a place like this, not showing the signs of feeling any pressure. He's enjoying himself.
No, not at all. He looks cool, calm and collected, and I already mentioned it before, but I think he has a couple more gears to click up into. He sort of looks like he's just a calculated approach at the moment, and so he looks like he's surfing sort of at a bit faster speed than what the wave really is.
We've been talking about some of the challenges of this wave. So far from what we've seen opening 4 heats, how do you feel our surfers have met those challenges?
Really well. I think, you know, obviously we got here this morning and like, whoa, okay, that wind is absolutely hooking, and how are the surfers going to adapt? And overall, I think it's been great to watch. And you know, as this morning's progressed, we've obviously seen the wind dropped a bit. But, yeah, Jack Robbo absolutely impressed me. Ethan as well. Obviously, Jackson Bunch as a rookie, dropping that 7.33. Really impressive stuff.
Yeah, and we talked about how important it is to try and get that top position in your opening heat and avoid the elimination round. That'll be coming up as well. And surfers, potentially it's a long day here, and could be an awkward few hours really thinking about that, with that playing on your minds.
Yeah, awkward few hours, but I guess you got time to digest, and you probably don't want to be stewing over it for too long. I mean, it's a really long day here today. I mean, we're going up until about 10 p.m, but I mean, this next qualifying round heat, I mean, how exciting is this?
Some amazing looking matchups to come in the qualifying rounds. Heat number 5 will feature Griff, Imai and Cowley. Griff and Colapinto has been unbelievable in the surf ranch in previous appearances in the championship tour. Let's see how he'll go against those two surfers. We talked about the wild card as well, the Olympic champ Cowley Vos. Imai, one of the most creative surfers on tour. That'll be coming up next in heat number 5. But we're going to have a little bit of a scheduled break before that happens. So we'll be coming back at 10:45 a.m. local time, around about half an hour's time. That's enough time to put the kettle on, make yourself a nice cup of tea, maybe get a little pot of hummus going with some carrot sticks, something like that.
Yeah, why not? Let's have a little break and resume and be fired up.
We're enjoying the action so far. Join us 10:45 local time for heat number 5 of the opening round for the men. We'll see you soon.
The Lexus Pipe Pro presented by Yeti is on like popcorn.
Oh my, talk about the score.
And now lining up a big hollow pig, Bella Nichols, how you feeling?
It was an incredible day. I think when we rocked up this morning, everyone was sort of surprised at how much swell there was. It overperformed and just kept getting more and more groomed throughout the day. The performances were next level. Some of the matchups were insane. 2 10s, I mean, what more could you ask for?
Felipe Toledo, backdoor drainer, down the line speed. He's deep, he's covered. Felipe is coming out. Only Toledo. Oh, red, white, Manley, Cleveland Jr., Ola Senor, and backdoor, still going, coming out again.
Alan Cleveland Jr.
Are you kidding me?
Firing back, Jack Robinson.
Oh my, drops in, Bravo, Auto Magic in the barrel, and Jack Robinson is coming out. Mr. Auto Magic, take that.
Check out this number, our first perfect 10 of the season.
What about this heat right now? John, and Baron.
Wow, oh, look at this wave right here. Erin Mamiya.
Dropping in, pulling up. The ultimate thing you want to do is get a perfect ride, and Baron Mamiya just did that. Check that out. 10s all the way across the board.
As we see John out the back.
Big backdoor barrel, John in a cave.
He's driving through. John Flores finds the exit. Wow!
What an incredible heat. Like, absolutely incredible.
What a day. What a day, what a day, what a day.
What a morning here on the North Shore of Oahu. What more could you be thankful for coming into a Saturday morning like this?
Stroking into this one, finds the bottom, comes off the bottom, and then stalls. Gets the hand drag, gets the barrel still in there. Nicely done. Tyler Wright at backdoor on a right.
Cruising, tucking in the barrel, looking so casual. Caity Simmers yanks on the rail of that horse design.
Here goes Italo. A lot of speed down the line. Boost! Oh, wow.
Wow, that was like a 720.
That was not a helicopter. That was Italo Ferreira.
Here we go, Ian Govea. He's going backdoor. He's grabbing rail. He's slotted. He's pitted. He's barreled, and he is coming out.
Wow. Ian Govea on a dream run here at the Lexus Pipe Pro.
Tyler Wright locking in. Nice clean rail work on the takeoff. So much speed, really deep on this racetrack, and look at that.
I mean, what a battle between these two rivals.
Oh, in the barrel, that is Caity Simmers, and she's coming out. Barron going left, grabbing a rail, Barron in the barrel. Barrel and Barron, my man Mamiya coming out.
Theo on the hunt for wave number 2, pulls straight in a back door. He's driving, still in there. And he comes flying out.
And we're closing out this final. It is the veteran, a two-time world champ, Tyler Wright, taking out the Lexus Pipe Pro presented by Yeti. Australians are screaming on the beach. Leo now taking this wave up and under. Still traveling, he's holding his line well. The Italian needs to make this thing, and he does it. Barron now rolling in, wave number 3, super hollow. He's got the pace, Mamiya makes it again. Officially getting it done for Hawaii. Lexus Pipe Pro champion presented by Yeti. Barron Mamiya, now your world number 1. This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.
And sometimes you gotta slow it down for 'em, you feel me? My gang, my clique, my talk to 'em. Gang, clique, squad, crew, came, big, mob, boo. Put us in the game and we low-key wildin'. Running up the skull, we climb. Gang, clique, squad, crew, came, big, mob, boo. They be hating from the nosebleeds wildin'. Running up the skull, we climb.
Hey, yeah, what it do? It ain't nothing to a boss coming through. It ain't nothing to a boss coming through. Mess around and get tossed with your crew, and we really on 10. On 1. Whole gang in this thing going down. Say we really on 10. On 1. Hey, you already know where I'm from. Hey.
Gang, clique, squad, crew, came, big, mob, boo. Put us in the game and we low-key wildin'. Running up the skull, we climb. Gang, clique, squad, crew, came, big, mob, boo. They be hating from the nosebleeds wildin'. Running up the skull, we climb. Now we up and we outie. Whole gang in this thing get it rowdy. For the music in my body. We done woke up the hood, but I'm sorry. Ain't nothing that you thought that it was. All in your hood and this thing going up. Sliding up porch out the sunroof for subs. End of that day, they gon' know where we from. Clique, squad, crew, came, big, mob, boo. Put us in the game and we low-key wildin'. Running up the skull, we climb. Gang, clique, squad, crew, came, big, mob, boo. They be hating from the nosebleeds wildin'. Running up the skull, we climb. We wildin', OT wildin', say we wildin', we wildin', we wildin', OT wildin', we wildin'.
chance to shine on the highway. Hey, just give me one more chance to shine. Chance to shine. Yeah. Let's take it home. All right. Yeah. Hey, just give me one more chance to shine. Give me one more chance to shine on the highway. Now what I'm saying, just give me one more chance to shine on the highway. Now what I'm saying, just give me one more chance to shine on the highway. Take the risk, big time, big play, gotta hit the rewind. Who you got? Pick a side. Rock star lifestyle certified. Wins, 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 wins. All I know, we gon' head to head, go toe to toe. Let's see who wins. Wins. My heart
It's beating like a drum, burning like the sun. I've only just begun. My blood is running through my veins. It's hitting me like a train. Some things you can't explain. I need it like I've never needed anything before. I'm on the ceiling looking down on the floor. My heart is ready, ready for war. I know that I need this like I've never needed anything before. You knock me down, down on the floor. You're coming back, back for more. Time, won't you take me by the hand? Won't you help me understand to be a better man? Yeah, my heart is beating like a drum. When it's all been said and done, I'm not the only one. I need this like I've never needed anything before. I'm on the ceiling looking down on the floor. My heart is ready, ready for war. I know that I need this like I've never needed anything before. You knock me down, down on the floor. You're coming back, back for more. I need this like I've never needed anything before.
the bar. I go to work, I make it look easy. Play hard, work smart, like easy breezy. Sugar daddy, no, that's honey. Don't give him any sugar, he suckers me all his money. Wanna live lavish, you need a clue. Then look to me, I'll tell you what to do. Repeat after me. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any door, serving body, face, and more. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any safe, serving body, hair, and face. Now bring it out, it's your time to go. You all the baddest, put on a show. Don't be afraid, let everyone know. Don't be shy, just lose all control and work it. Go hit a full split, tear up the floor. Go ahead, snatch those whips. Repeat after me. I am the vixen, I am the stallion. I don't need fixin', but I do need all your attention. All these diamonds on me, they glisten. When I talk, yeah, everyone listens. Cause I'm somewhat of an addiction. Now work those hips and thighs. You're out here changing lives. It's time, so let's get wild, 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 wild. And put in work. Work, 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 work. Put in work. Work, okay. Work, work today. Work, work today. Work, work. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any door, serving body, face, and more. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open
Stop 2 of the Championship Tour. Welcome surf fans to the heart of the Middle East, United Arab Emirates, Surf Abu Dhabi Pro. And it really has to be seen to be believed. The man-made islands, incredible technology from the KS Wave Coast. Surf Abu Dhabi providing a venue and asking very different questions from competitors, and we've seen some pretty decent answers so far. Paul Evans joined by Flick Parmentier. It's been a fun morning from what we saw from the opening 4 heats.
Yeah, it's been really fun. And I think, you know, obviously that wind was a factor this morning. I think it's dropped off in that little break, that little coffee and tea break that we just had. Seems like things are mellowing out a bit, but surf is adapting really well to the conditions that we saw on offer, you know, really having to make the most of maybe not having that barrel section on the right.
Yeah, and that opening sort of 4 heats that we saw as well, just setting the tone a bit. It feels like it's not one way of getting scores. You know, we expect surfers to go to the air and do that flamboyant, cavalier kind of surfing, but also just beautiful rail work and deep tubes. They'll get paid as well.
Yeah, we've seen it all really this morning. You know what has been a bit of a trend? The alley-oop. We've seen a lot of those. Feels like maybe that's the more safer aerial maneuver to go to today, just with that wind direction. But yeah, a couple of big airs. And then, yeah, that traditionalist surfing that we saw from Ethan Ewing as well. Just beautiful rail work. And yeah, nice transition between turns.
Well, one of our outstanding performers from this morning was Ethan Ewing, and he had a catch up with AJ.
Ethan, what a way to start this second event of the season. You've had some success at Surf Basins before. What is it about this wave that you were able to just knock out 2 waves and keep them?
Yeah, it I guess it just takes the pressure off of, like, in the ocean you're like wondering about positioning and if you're gonna get a lot of opportunities. So it's a good thing about this event. You just know you're going to get the wave, but the pressure's definitely there to perform, and lucky just to get those 2 at the start.
Congratulations. See you in the next one.
Thank you.
Ethan Ewing, a commanding performance from him. We talk about scoreboard pressure, and the top seeds do have the chance to see exactly what they need by getting to see their adversaries surf first. So that's the way it goes down in terms of the rotation in these 3 surfer heats. A great looking one for heat 5 in the opening round. Griffin Colapinto, the linear champ really in terms of getting the win over 2023 at the Surf Ranch. And he'll be taking on Imai DeVault and Cowley Vast, the Olympic gold medalist here as a wild card. And our wild cards, particularly in this event, but as ever, a real big chance to disrupt and do a bit of damage. And essentially put the Frighteners up, the established order. Let's see how Cowley Vast goes about doing that. So coming in here as the wild card, we know about what he can do in the tube. Does have a pretty solid air game as well, Flick.
Yeah, Cowley, I mean, this is going to be interesting, right? Obviously, we know him for his performance in big, powerful surf. I mean, Olympic gold medalist, you know, at his home break, Chopes. It's where he performs the best. I know he's put in a bit of time here, and he's come here on a couple of free surf trips trying to get the practice in. But this is going to be a nice contrast, and I'm looking forward to seeing, you know, what he can sort of put up for us today.
Since getting that Olympic wins, definitely had some main character energy as well as he deals with various obligations and, you know, a bit of time on TV and just kind of being famous and being a gold medalist, which will help with the confidence. Hey, not short of that.
If you're a gold medalist, you're going to make the most of that. That stuff doesn't happen every day.
All right, here goes the Goofy Vast out of French Polynesia, surfing for France. First whack off the top for him. Just keeping it pretty dialed back, composed, but gets a nice chunk of that. Just as we say that, and we're expecting him to set up for that steeper section, he will go down. So in his crew there, Thomas Malem, who's over here coaching with Cowley, and well, his expression says it all really. Bit of sugar in as Cowley Vast goes down early.
Yeah, that's super unfortunate. Obviously, just that section there, as it starts to barrel, really cupped out. Let's have a look. So he's putting it up here on that, like lip lining that essentially, right, comes down, and that outside rail just catching as that like the wind's starting to drop, right? So this section on the right is going to become more and more hollow. It's going to become more cupped out. So Cowley just sort of coming victim to that, but he's going to have to come in, sort of debrief, reset. And that's the beauty right now of this, is that you do get that. You don't get this in the ocean.
Cowley Vast getting that incompletion on his opening ride. Meantime, we did run 4 heats this morning. Let's get caught up with the pulse on exactly how it went down, and the rookie Jackson Bunch broke him off a little something big. Alley-oop for him on the left, and really enjoyed this. And he was stoked to come through with a bit of a spring in his step as well and avoid elimination. Meanwhile, Jack's back. And the alley-oop rotation, well, that's been favored this morning. Bit of versatility on the right, going to the air. Deep cover on the left for Robbo. And someone else who really enjoyed himself out there this morning. A job well done from him. And then, of course, Ethan Ewing really commanding from him. Came out, set the pace, blistering pace it was on the right. Backed himself up on the left as well. And, I mean, I don't know what gear he was in, but he was pretty cruising. He's got plenty more as well. Ethan Ewing surfing like a cool drink of water on a hot day. So, just a reminder, in this heat 3 surfers, and they will be taking it in turn. So a run is a right and a left, but they don't do their 2 ways together, so they'll just flip between them. We just saw a right-hander from Cowley Vast. Now we'll see Imai DeVault as he just goes through his warm-up paces. It'll be interesting to see what he can do here. Thinking about what he can do. Surfs with that X factor's got unbelievable style. He does feel sometimes like he's either kind of on or maybe not. And when he's on, he is unbelievably good.
Yeah, I think a word that comes to mind when I think of Imai is just that creativity and sort of a different approach to even a carving maneuver, sort of that variation he can get out of his turns. So, I mean, I'm looking forward to seeing him in the pool here and sort of what he's got. But, I mean, I did see this clip. I mean, it dropped, I think it was about 2 weeks ago now, a week ago, of him just laying into this one section. And just this versatility that he had on this one maneuver was pretty incredible to watch. You know, it's sometimes hard to make that one carving maneuver interesting, but he manages to do it.
Think about surfers with that creative approach and kind of highlighting sections here that they'll try and attack, but he's got to get there to do it as well. So Cowley go down early on that last wave, and he might would have seen that as well and just realizing, all right, well, so far it's just me. It's just Kelly Slater Waveco technology, and it's just a chance to put a major score on the board. So a left will rumble through. And here goes surfer out of Maui. Imai on the backhand as he will get involved in the pocket, hitting that pretty hard for a second turn, and then going up really vert, having to do a bit of work just to join up the angles here. Does it real well, and he'll drift down in the tube, and he'll get a little low, and that seems to be the balance. If you go hard on that last turn into the pit, it can put you back flip. We've seen that happen a couple of times.
Yeah, well, we've seen it happen a couple of times just in this heat. It just becomes so steep, and if you mistime that, the whole rest of the rhythm of the wave is sort of out, right? And if you miss the entry into that barrel, I think the first barrel is actually a little bit more forgiving. I feel like it wants to tend to push you out, but yeah, if you miss that rhythm, it's all over. I think, let's have a look here. So slashing into the pocket here, but there, I mean, that was it. He just went up that little bit too late, gets caught behind, and then he was on the back foot here. It almost looked like, okay, he's really in this thing really deep, but I mean, he just got gobbled up. It's kind of a difficult thing, you know, because you're given basically a 10-point wave, right? It's essentially almost as good as it gets, a perfect wave, and then you're like, right, like this is what I hope for in the ocean, when you sort of minimizes all those things when you're surfing in the ocean that you kind of hope for. You're like, if I only had that opportunity, if you didn't get through it, you're like, I just wish I had a better wave. But I guess pressure is the thing that comes with this that makes it different to the ocean. Like, knowing you do have the wave and you do have to perform when it comes.
Tons of learnings from that wave as well. Just that setup turns into that first tube section. I don't know how much of a score you really build up with those first 3 turns.
It seems like, well, that section of the wave isn't the steepest, right? The section that's the steepest for turns is after that first barrel. It really gets super steep. So I think that's where you're probably going to be doing your most critical turns. Like, that's my takeaways from this morning. And even yesterday, watching those sort of practice sessions, it looks like those first 2 to 3 maneuvers on the wave, after the takeoff. They're your slower manoeuvres, they're your setup manoeuvres. So, yeah, am I just sort of falling victim to going a bit too critical?
Last time we saw the Kelly Slater Wave Tech in CT competition back in 2023, and it was Griffin Colapinto went all the way for a win and looked really good indeed. Seemed to be enjoying himself and able to mix it up with great tube work, and then obviously the flair, which we know he's got bundles of.
Yeah, he was amazing. I mean, I remember watching this final and it was so close between the two, but for me, Griff sort of had both. He had that beautiful traditionalist surfing, just that beautiful rail game, but then also had the variety of these sort of air maneuvers as well. So just blending those two types of surfing really beautifully.
Got some really big numbers as well in that final. You can see CT by the numbers right there for the way. Paul Medina with the best of it. Unfortunately, he's not here. Toledo, 17.94. Toledo has been unbelievable as well. Cannot wait to see what he does in this opening round. That'll be coming up a little bit later, but right now, all attention on Griffin Colapinto. And he does have the match in terms of the number of heats surfed, 10 heats along with Felipe, those two at the Surf Ranch in the previous events that have gone down there. We also talk about getting that quiet mind and that headspace started, something that Griff's been real good at. Perhaps part of the reason for some of his success. Let's see how he goes right now. So a little bit of false starts really from his adversaries in this, with nothing of significance on the board so far. 4 waves each. The first of them for Colapinto will be a right. So on the forehands, dealing with the crumble with some setup work. Nice wrap back to make the space, and already really nice timing and flow to this kind of surfing. So distinctly different maneuvers with that variety, and then a nice attack onto the lip. So ultra precise, and then a section that crumbles and he just meets that again with really nice pace surfing, and then just shows a little difference by releasing that tail and just gliding into a tube and just feeling and breathing through this one. Very well done indeed. And again, very nice, liberates the fins. Won't get the finishing turn, but what a contrast. And Griffin Colapinto going through the gears there, looking great.
Yeah, for me, that was pretty incredibly surfed, because that wasn't a perfect wave. There were some sections there, because of this wind today, we're seeing these intricacies of the wave. We're seeing what Mitch Cruz was talking about. It's those little crumbly sections. I mean, let's break this down. He just has a great read on this. And sometimes, you know, surfing in the ocean, you can talk about instinct and just reacting. This wave, he had to do that here. You know, you're in a wave pool, but this wave had different intricacies. You can see that foam sort of crumbling down. His read, his ability to be like, I'm really going to push it here. I'm going to release the fins, and I'm going to bring that nose all the way around. Anytime a surfer's bringing that nose back around to the pocket, it's an extreme level of difficulty because this wave moves so fast. But for me, overall, his ability to read that, you know, this is essentially, you know, supposed to be a perfect wave, but with that little bit of crumble, that bit of lip coming down, he's had to act on instinct and sort of just feel. And I really liked what I saw there from Griff.
Yeah, it's a great point, isn't it? And obviously the wave is machine-made, but you don't want your surfing to look mechanical and almost with that kind of jazzy offbeat that just kind of surprises you a little bit and looks natural and looks great. Let's see where the panel go with that, but so far so good for Griff. He'll be pleased. A little word here. Tommy Witt's coming up, but I reckon pretty pleased with that opening participation for Griffin Colapinto.
Both out in the sand.
Maybe get a barrel. Oh no,
yeah. Too risky for the barrel, huh?
Oh yeah, no barrel. Maybe just stop.
Griff getting some feedback there. Just interesting to see, you know, we talk about the tube here, a couple of sections of it, and getting yourself deep in there to get the score, but you don't necessarily need to do that, and it will be risky as well, but just being creative on the face, variety, the watchword for that. And a good number, 7-4, solid for Griff.
Super solid, and just, I mean, it was incredible surfing, really, and a read on a wave that had these different parts to it. I mean, these crumbling foam sections, which he sort of had to act on instinct, and yeah, it was really impressive to watch. I think, you know, with just a couple of takeaways, he just said to Tommy Whitson, you know, the board feels amazing. It feels incredible. And, you know, the barrels are too risky right now. It's not even really an option. So it's quite interesting just watching how the surfers are reacting to a day like today, because it is definitely not like yesterday, that's for sure, when we were seeing those practice rounds.
If you kind of envision how you'd like your heat to go, get a solid score on your opening ride, which means you can surf with a bit of freedom when he gets his second right as well. Let's see how Cowley can go here as he'll get his left. Double pumps that first bottom turn, snaps in the pocket. Cowley giving it a bit more on the rail, and then a clip into the lip, and he'll put it inside the tube here. And he'll get some decent coverage, trying to grab that wall and break and stall, and then he'll come out and then go on the accelerator, gives it a massive carve. Carving really hard, but ultimately a little too hard.
He absolutely laid that thing on rail, but I mean, way too much mayo. I mean, it's just a fine line between how much he cut back there, and I mean, he knows it, but it looked like to me he came out of that barrel, had so much speed and got super excited and saw this face in front of him and was like, I need to lay that rail into that face of that wave. It's just too good to refuse. So let's have a look here. Really stomps on the brakes here, maximizing that tube time. I mean, Cowley's absolute wizard in the barrel. This is the moment, comes out, eyes that section and just wants to absolutely gouge it, but unfortunately carved back that little bit too much. You can see just beautiful technique and really see how much of that board is really sinking. I mean, half of that whole board was in the water. I mean, it was really beautiful to watch, but unfortunately sort of victim to just cutting back that little bit too much.
Let's get some equipment insights with Kaipo.
Yeah, let's get a board check, right? Thanks, Paul. Imai heading out right now on a Channel Islands swallowtail. He switched from a thruster to a quad set for the right. Griffin Colapinto, his board here, a driver 3.0, just a nice standard sturdy board. John Florence fins in this one. It's a great round tail, just over 28 liters, but this is your stock standard dependable board. Griff making it work, and then Cowley Voss. Cowley over here on a JS Industries build. It's a zero gravity, so it's a carbon fiber build. So you can see the difference in equipment between these surfers in this heat.
As ever, fascinating to see about getting these F1 cars of surfboards and everything dialed in. You think about a wave like this, in terms of being exactly on the board that you want to perform, something that you know what it's going to do. Getting everything dialed in terms of the preparation. Then you got to go out and perform. This is how we are with our Vista CT Shaper rankings thus far. CI going all right so far in first place. And of course, a lot of that down to the fine work that Barron was able to do over a pipe on his CIs.
Yeah, I mean, Channel Islands way out ahead right now. And what's interesting to me, I mean, Lost, you know, Mayhem, I mean, he's down the bottom. I mean, for the last couple of years, he's taken the big win. So, I mean, he has got almost about half the tour on riding his board. So I'm sure he's going to make a bit of a comeback. But, I mean, when you think about this event, right, and the boards that surfers are riding, I mean, you just mentioned it. They're riding the Ferraris, the Lamborghinis. This calls for high-performance surfing.
Still early days. CI left Hawaii last year in first place as well, thanks to Barron's back-to-back wins at the pipe.
It's super early
Let's
days.
See how that goes at the end of this. We might shake that up. We'll keep you updated with that equipment. Really cool to get those insights as well. So Imai now looking to really just try and make amends. And, you know, it's like that classic, you don't try not to think about your last golf shot, you know, try not to think about what went down. But obviously there's going to be a little bit of a, well, will it be a reaction or a response? I suppose that's going to be the key. We'll find out here as we see Imai in action. And it'll be forehand for him as he'll get a right-hander. Gives it a nice sting to open up. And again, so that board doing plenty. That was really nice. The flow and the style, as you might expect, is really good. Just trying to make room for himself, really, with these sections as it opens up, but it's not hollow in terms of a tube, so it's really maneuvers up into that lip line for him. There's a third kind of lip line float type maneuver. That's much more dynamic. He'll collect that. Maybe just snatching at it a touch. Really good recovery, though, into the tube and then push in hard again. So it's better for sure, it's an improvement, but just not quite connecting as he maybe would have liked to.
For sure, it seemed like to me he was a little bit out of rhythm. What I really did like was that one bit of creativity that we saw from him, that we saw on an earlier part of the wave, which was really cool to see.
We're going to go to quick commercial break at the moment. Griffin Colapinto going all right. Still early days in this Heat 5 of the opening rounds. We'll be right back. And a very warm welcome back to the Surf Abu Dhabi Pro. Out here in the Middle East making history. And already some incredible performances going down from surfers who've been able to shine in their heats, and other surfers starting to feel a little bit of pressure as well. That will be constant throughout. The pressure to perform. And ultimately what we're after here is just trying to avoid that elimination round. You do that by winning your heat. So far so good for Griff. 7-4 in his opening ride the right. Now we'll see him on his left. And he'll just set up, not trying to overcook things with his opening turns. Gives him a little more back foot pressure there, and then squeezing himself in. He'll put himself in the tube. Disappear momentarily. Getting crazy deep through the latter part of that section, and then going up, visits the lip, gives it really, really good crack, but you see he has to make amends, because when he hit it that hard, he will get a little behind. He does so well to come back and get on the speed and get back in the tube, makes himself really small and compressed. He'll come out clean, and he'll get a little finish as well with a combo of sharp turns with some fizz to finish. So a couple of different moments on that wave there, Flick.
Yeah, there were a couple of different moments. I mean, obviously the moment that stands out to me was where he gave it so much, right? He went pedal to the metal. It was that one turn, fins out the back, got caught behind, but did incredibly well to catch up with that wave, because we've been saying it all morning, but this thing just keeps running and it'll go on without you. It moves really fast, and yeah, okay, sure, it's a little bit more forgiving than what, you know, Surf Ranch maybe is, but it's not an easy thing to do, to get back out in front of that face, and especially towards the end of the wave, I feel like it runs quite fast. So nice series of turns here from Griff, gives that last one a little bit more, and then this is that section we're talking about, just really hard, really difficult, pretty much breaking on the back of his board there on the tail pad, and to regain and then position perfectly for this like inside little track here. I mean, so well done. And so you can see, I think, a bit just the experience of surfing wave pools and the time that he's put sort of into it. But I mean, the other thing is obviously, you know, judges are going to crucify him a little bit for this because obviously, even though it looked, you know, incredible and it actually is really hard to do, it's not exactly how you want him to put in the run together.
Yeah, but just the sort of testament to his skills here as well. We've seen a couple of people this morning, as well in the past, if you make something of a misstep on a wave, a chance to maybe try and overcompensate a bit and get that wrong, but cleans it up really nice for a finish. His score will come in quite a bit under in terms of what he got for his opening of 483, but nevertheless.
There's a ding here.
Yeah, it's gone on the weak point. Yeah, right.
Still doable though, I think.
Yeah.
So it looks like a little bit of a crease or something on the rail there for Griff to deal with. We've already checked out, scoped out the backup board as well. Let's see if he switches to that or sticks with it.
Yeah, and you lost the tail on that first time. Yeah. Instead of just doing the wind there.
So with a couple of waves ridden by everybody, Colapinto way out in front actually at the moment. And Imai and Cowley struggled a little bit. Imai, better from him with his last wave, but ultimately still stuck down in terms of those numbers as well. We talk about that scoreboard pressure. There's a bit of it on those two at the moment. They're going to avoid the elimination round. They'll get another chance. So let's see how they go about doing that. But right now, Colapinto, as we might expect, given his past form, this kind of a wave, looking real good.
Yeah, he's looking so good. I mean, that 7-4 is sitting so strong right now, and just obviously it speaks to the experience. I mean, basically, you know, your last sort of champion in a wave pool event over in Lemoore, and let's have a look what Cowley can get done on his third wave.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see his response here. So some mistakes really so far in his surfing, and I'll need to try and make this count. Cowley Vast backhand attack from him. Not rushing things to open things up. And then he'll set up here and look to get in the tube. So this one not really throwing over for him. So he'll just give it a crack. He'll use that steepness to go nice and vert on the backhand. And again, tagging it. And once more, just mixing things up. So the variety there from, you can see the drive he gets out the bottom turn, and then that puts him in a good position to lean forward, to lean on the wall and just control things. And a couple of cracks as well. He'll get the reverse to finish as well. So much better from him, and that's the improvement that he needed to show.
Yeah, he obviously, I think the word from that is control, right? It was a measured approach, and you could see him recalibrating on that wave, even from the moment, you know, that he knew he made that mistake on his previous right. He didn't go as hard. He just went a little bit of a more of essentially a safer sort of floater, just to make sure he made it through that section. He did try and stall for that barrel. Obviously, it didn't really give it to him, but let's have a look. So nice snap in the pocket here, followed by another carve. But just recalibrating here, that little maneuver there, he just brought it back a bit. I mean, that's where he came undone on the previous one. Sort of goes for this tube here, gets a little bit of a cover up and gets the finish. So, I mean, it's an improvement for sure. You know, he's still probably going to be chasing numbers here, but just a nice measured, controlled approach from Cowley.
So a chance to breathe and just reflects on the work that he got done. Coming in here as a wild card, so not the major pressure in terms of anything thinking about the cut or stuff like that, but really just wants to come perform. He is a performer, he's a showman. Let's get an update on that equipment from Griff with Kaipo.
Yeah, thank you, Paul. Right now you got Tommy Whitaker, the coach. He's got some ding repair tape on Griffin's go-to board, this 510 driver 3.0. And so we got a little bit of surgery going on over here on the deck. A little crack on the rail. It's not going to stop him from riding this board again. He does have another board that's pretty much a duplicate, but you know, that's why the boards are personalized. Some of these boards just kind of have their own energy to them. And so sticking with this one, the favorite board, Tommy Whit's on the repair, Griff's back out in the water.
Yeah, and is that like a crease from pushing hard? Is that an impact injury? Do you know what happened exactly there, Kaipo?
I think that was like a knee or a shin, or it's on the edge of an old ding. Yeah, it's on the edge of an old ding that you know, sometimes it doesn't take. So, but it's all repaired. This guy's a master, Tommy Whitaker. Give it up.
Making those repairs and getting that thing ready to go again.
Almost potentially, I mean, I did mention it before, but that wave, when he was trying to get around that section, basically breaking on that back half of his board, so maybe just the pressure from that, maybe just exposing that tiny little crack that maybe was already there.
Don't get a lot of live ding repair, do you?
live surgery.
Yeah.
A little bit of CPR, bringing it back to life.
Busting out the solar res, a bit of tape. Don't put wax in your dings, kids. You get told off for that.
Naughty, naughty.
So the third wave in for Cowley Vast. It is the improvement that he needed, 4.1 for him. But he'll need a bit more where that came from as well if he is to avoid surfing tonight. At the moment it is Griffin Colapinto, even with a little bit of damage to the equipment, very much in the driving seat in terms of the scores in this heat. Now having a look at Imai Divot. What's he got for us here on the backhands? Just the flow is so good from him. Really nice feel. Such a natural kind of surfer. Stomps on the tail. So getting nice and creative to go inside the tube. Get some decent cover. He'll adjust the feet here. Really nice turn as he absolutely hammers it, but keeps his flow going. So the vertical approach on the lip looking really good. More abbreviated turn, that one, and then back in the tube. We'll pack this one here. You can see it running. And just can't quite get it done as he tries to come out of that backhand barrel. But decent work done before that.
Yeah, that was feeling really nice up until that point. It's definitely going to sting that he didn't make that last section. It just felt really controlled. It felt really critical too. It felt like he was getting really nice and tight in the pocket. And it also looked like quite a calm approach, I'm going to say. Didn't look too rushed. The pace was really nice. So I think, yeah, super unfortunate that he couldn't just squeak out of that last little, like all the hard work was essentially done, you know, just that last little bit, kind of clipping him in the head. It almost looked like such a tight little compact barrel.
Imai Divot back on the ski. Still got another wave yet to come. It is Griffin Colapinto in the driving seat in this heat. More live action right after the break. Taking it all in from the Surf Abu Dhabi flight camp. An amazing infrastructure project here a couple of years ago. Had an idea like this, it would have been the stuff of a madman's cheese dream, but it's reality. And stop 2 on the Championship Tour shows a very different kind of wavescape for the very best in the world, straight from the North Shore up the pipeline and here to the Middle East at Surf Abu Dhabi, and having a look at Griffin Colapinto, who's looked real good so far. His opening right was solid, 7-4 for Griff, and he's back here on another right-hander. Some nice carving work to open up. And again, the variety is there from him now. Looking for some tube, finding some too. Gets some nice cover, actually, really well done. A great read on that section, which was a little cooperative, and that is a really cool late hit. Just lets that turn breathe a touch, which looks great. And there's the flare, reverses out, and then straight back on the gas. And getting inside again, some more deep cover for Colapinto, straight up with a punt as well. The last air will be an incomplete maneuver, but really well surf up to then.
That was great. I think big takeaway, I think it's getting cleaner. That wind looks like it's dropping off more. It's sort of one of the longer barrels that we've seen on the right so far this morning. Griff really negotiating that section really well. Sort of looking at the rail of that board a little bit. So, but yeah, honestly, biggest takeaway, good read on the barrel, because we haven't seen too much of that this morning. So beautiful rail work there, up into the lip, flares the fins, so much pop out of that lip. But this section here, really tricky to read this morning on the right. We haven't seen too much of it. Comes out of that section. Let's take a look from this angle. And he's getting relatively deep too, so really good job at stomping on the brakes. But I like this, straight up into the coping there, eyed off that section, really getting creative with it. And then here again, the ability to just do that, straight into the full 360. I mean, I've said it so much, but you know, as soon as that board's going all the way around, the degree of difficulty in my eyes is going so much higher. And it just puts you further back in the pocket. It's more critical. And then this tiny little compact tube here, really well threaded on this inside section. And he obviously goes for the air because he's like, I'm feeling good here. Let's try and improve on this 7.4. Straight air, but just body sort of keeps rotating. Board didn't. And fortunately, it's all she wrote for Griff. But it was a pretty good rope.
Yeah, the variety as well is so on point from him. Just looking really, really comfortable in terms of what he wants to do on the wave and just the execution, how he's going about it, the flow throughout the rides as well. So a little bit of rail damage. Doesn't seem to be holding him back too much in terms of performance. Another good score. 7-point ride for Colapinto. Won't count for him though, he's already got a 7.5.
Not going to count, but I reckon if he'd stuck that last air, it was probably going to, I reckon it would have potentially bettered that 7.4. So he had the right idea going for that turn, you can't blame him. But yeah, another really well surfed wave here.
Just interesting, we talk about particularly how this right is changing a little bit, mainly with the wind as well, which is a lot less strong than it was first thing this morning. It was pretty much howling, but the tubes on that are pretty deep, pretty round as well. And we talk about surfers being able to kind of keep their options open and what they're trying to do on the wave, making those late decisions and making two great decisions there, getting some really nice tube time.
Yeah, for me, it's a sign of good things to come. Even when I turn around behind my shoulder and I have a look at, you know, the basin, to me, it looks like it's just that wind is really backed off since this morning. We sort of saw those devil winds and probably a bit more opportunity to come. So that's exciting as we see Cowley.
Chance for Cowley now. Needs to go into the exit range. 813 he's looking for. He'll open up. Let's see if his approach is any different. Just slightly overdoing it with his previous left-hander. And here he goes into the tube now. And he'll need to get pretty deep to go up towards that excellent range where he wants to go. Now with a ton of speed, what's he going to do with it? He'll get a big stinging snap with full speed, exits with speed, allows him to get another vicious maneuver. That's really aggressive rail work. Just using those powerful legs to build up that speed and try and find this hollow section here, but he won't go for the tube. He'll go for the alley-oop on a bit of a slabby section towards the end of that bowl, but won't quite get there.
Yeah, I think he obviously recalibrated since that last left, right? You could see that he'd changed his approach immediately to me. It's like, okay, let's not crank it so far back. Let's, you know, he's chasing an excellent score. Is it going to be that? You compare it to Griff Sevens? Probably not. But I like the fact that he was able to adjust. He's able to adapt. He's obviously registered, hey, let's not bring those calves too far back around, especially on that second lotted section of turns. That's the steepest part of the wave. Can't be doing that there. So, I mean, it looked really good. But unfortunately, it just looked like to me, let's have a look here. So beautiful rail work from Cowley. This is that opening first few turns, so you can afford to sort of get a bit more, sort of come back on it a bit more. Pulls into this barrel section. I mean, Cowley's such a master at being in the barrel on his forehand. I mean, no one probably does it better. And then here it seems like he got a tiny bit out of rhythm and probably didn't get the pop where he wanted it to. So it gets lipped in the head a little bit there. and then comes around, and I mean, that just put him out of rhythm. Goes up into the lip here, but just sort of not getting that same pop that he probably hoped, and the height that he'd hoped for that air for sure. But his body was going the right way, his board wasn't.
Fourth wave for Caity Simmers. We expect to be seeing him tonight under the lights here. What a show that is setting up to be as well. Loads more to come through the opening round as well. Some great looking matchups as yet to come. The next heat as well, in particular, is just leaping out at me. Expect to see major fireworks as well, major performances here. We're already been treated to plenty of that so far in this one, as we'll just wait for that score to come in for Caity Simmers. We are seeing Griffin Colapinto really just kind of pick up on the sort of form that he's been able to show in the basin in events past, particularly in 2023, where he went all the way for the win. And just that difference in approach, unhurried, not rushing at things, not having to overcompensate either. Let's check scoreboard here. Number drops for Cowley, 493. It is his best, but he actually needed quite a bit more than that. So with all of his, or both of his 2 runs complete, he will be coming back in the elimination round, but we'll still get another wave for Imai. A bit of a chance for him, but the situation's setting up for him. He needs to go big, needs 7.63.
Yeah, all eyes on Imai right now. He's obviously got the chance, but he's chasing a pretty, right now, 7.63. That'd be the highest wave of this heat so far. So, you know, just take into account Griff's 7.4, and I mean, that's what we've got to go off right now. So let's see what we've got. Obviously, yeah, both being all right. So good thing to judge it off.
If he were to get that as well, we'll still have another wave for Griff to come as well, as the top seed, he'll surf last as well. Top seeds haven't had it all their own way this morning, but mostly just that first seat was Jackson Bunch who got the win. But other than that, it's pretty much been the surfer that's gone last, has made it through to the round of 16 direct. Here we go, Imai to vault. As you'd expect, super smooth and polished as he just opens up and just sets the pace for himself for this wave, finding a really nice hollow section. Not super prolonged in terms of the pit, but a good crack. And again, just belting that. And nothing forced at all, just glides across between and over sections. Bit of spark as he'll release out the tail, not quite getting the full crack there. And then looking for some tube time. Trying to reverse that last maneuver as well, which he won't do. Didn't see the near excellent score required from him. Good chance we'll be seeing him again later.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I think, and he knows it too. I think obviously he came out of that barrel knowing it was a really beautiful timed approach throughout that wave, nice pace to it. But I think coming out of that second barrel, I think he knew, okay, I've got to go to the air, I've got to do something a bit more progressive. But obviously with that fall, and you know, you're going off Griff's 7.4 here, I mean, he's probably going to come short.
Wait for this number to come in, but we're expecting for Griff something of a free hit. Good chance of improving actually though, in terms of what he can do on his left, because a 4.83. Well, he's got plenty more than that in the tank as well. But a couple of these heats where we've seen the surf, the top seed that goes last, but not needing a score. And you just think if you are going to put a run together and go all the way here, we talk about how much it takes out of you physically as well, but even just the mental strain of maybe needing scores. If you get to kind of cruise through your opening round, miss out the elimination round as well, found yourself in the round of 16 without having to do too much, that seems like a pretty good way to open up.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's definitely the mental strain. Obviously physically as well, it's a really long wave, you know, 45 to 50 seconds of surfing at, you know, the most elite level, the most high performance surfing you've got. But I think the mental strain of an event like this, it's so different, this format, to anything we've seen, you know, before. Just, you know, the practice, the timed practice free surf sessions, you know when you're performing, you know exactly what time you're at. It all amounts to this one moment. And I think mentally, you know, it comes down to this experience. And I just look at someone like Griff, obviously he's at a higher seed, but he's also had so much experience in this sort of format. It really shows, you know, even Jack as well earlier today. But yeah, it's the people that can really control their emotions and that are going to get through that mental strain.
Griff opting to paddle out on the backup board here. We've already checked that out with Kaipo and decided to deploy it here. So a little bit of damage in the rail of his preferred board, and he'll just look to try and make sure that thing stays intact. Obviously something of a favourite. We just earwigged in and he said how good it felt on his first wave. It looked great too. And we're trying to look after that thing. Doesn't want to do any more damage to it. Let's see how he goes on this backup equipment. We talked about how dialed in and how important that is. Don't expect too many surprises. And he's already through this one, so a chance really here just to try and go up through the scale, enjoy himself, express himself on this left. He'll get ready for his wave here without any kind of pressure in terms of that elimination round looming. The surfers finishing in 2nd and 3rd place. Pinto waiting by the fence. I know all about the process at this stage, which generally involves just kind of fading your paddle a little bit back towards the peaks. You just see him almost that 45-degree angle, just swooping in and then jamming off the bottom with his first maneuver, giving it another nice crack right up there in the corner. And again, really good hit from him, and then gets a pump and then trying to get everything in the face to stall and slow himself down and getting really deep tunnel here. Griff comes out, you see him adjust the feet, straight back on it, bang, gets cool drift as well. There's another really nice crack, and again just hammering it, so relentless, really just needling that thing in a really critical section. Not as much cover, that section isn't as hollow. That's a super dynamic finish, as he'll just chuck the fins and reverse it around. Another crack to finish as well. A great chance of an improvement on his 4.83.
Yeah, I think there's no doubt about it. It just seemed like, you know, obviously he knows where he's at in this heat. It's like, okay, let's go have some fun here. The sort of the pressure and, you know, the nerves are not so much, knowing that, okay, I just need to go out here, have fun, try and improve on this 4.83, which, you know, in my eyes, no doubt he did. Just really beautiful textbook surfing on how to surf this left. And I mean, just how whippy that last little reverse was after he came out of that barrel. I said it earlier, but it really gives you a good indication of just how much power this wave does have.
So those are the surfers that he'll be joining already in that round of 16. O'Leary, Bunch, Robinson and Ewing will be reseeding the rounds for those matchups. That'll be round of 16. Will be elimination tonight when we've concluded opening rounds. Surfers will be trying to join him in that round. They'll have to do it with just one run, 2 ways under the lights tonight. Another look at some great backhand work here from Griff.
Yeah, so well done. He gets really deep here in this barrel. I mean, the way he stomps on the brakes, you can just see it speaks to experience and just time spent in wave pools. I mean, just such beautiful technique here. Gets so much whip, like basically drifting across the lip there, almost like a grind as you would on a skate ramp, on the rail of a skate ramp, and just so much control. And again, for a 3rd time, gets into this little tube here, gets super compact. You can see him pressuring all that weight forward on his board. But this moment here where he gets this whip, and really, he uses his hand as basically like a hand plant to really spin that board around as fast as possible. But, yep, wave packs punch, and Griff reviewing his footage right there.
Why wouldn't you admire your own work? Because it was really nice work, almost sort of a virtuous cycle. If you get those turns nailed, it puts you in a really good position to really maximize and get into the tube. Super clean results in good number for him. 7.17. 14.57, healthy totals for Colapinto, and a commanding performance in Heat 5 of the qualifying round here. We'll see DeVault and Vast. They'll be coming up in elimination. That'll be happening tonight. The next heat is absolute fire. We'll be having a look at Italo Ferreira, Joel Vaughan, and Bronson Meddy. And that just screams performance and fireworks and progression and all of that good stuff. Looking forward to seeing that going down. And thinking about wildcard energy coming in here off the back of a win in the World Juniors in the Philippines. I was over there for that. That final was unbelievable against Swinter Vincent, who surfed amazing throughout that event. He actually had a really good final, but this guy just lit it up. And he's got so much X factor, so smooth as well. Here goes Bronson Meddy out of Indonesia. Something of a fan favorite as well. Just the surfing that he's able to do in clips and in a heat too is so impressive. Finding good time in the tube and then gathering himself. Look at that kind of stuff. So dynamic with the body position to recover. And again, really nice venom in the work from him, mixing things up, just changing his line, back foot pressure, now the speed, now the ramp, there's the alley-oop. He'll click that easy as you like, just makes it look super clean, a little wrap to finish, and he'll give it one more as well. Is he feeling any pressure? Doesn't look like it, Flick.
Well, you've come in as a wild card, right? And I mean, what I saw from World Juniors and the clips that I saw online, I haven't seen him surf live yet. This is the first time. I am super impressed. I mean, what I saw online translates really well to the live arena. I mean, just surfing with ease. He looks like he's calm. He looks like he's collected. That maneuver right there for me was the money shot. I feel like he put it all on the line. It was as critical as you could get. And there was the potential with that one maneuver to get really caught behind, but the flow continued throughout this wave and just pops it up into the air with ease, lands that. I mean, wow. Coming in as a wild card, World Junior Champ, representing Indonesia, doing them proud.
He's got so much more where that came from as well. Great looking heat on paper already. Start strong. We'll go to break. When we come back, Joe Turpel and Jesse Mendez in for the call. Stay tuned.
Comes in on a 7.17. First flight for Bronson, 717.
Welcome back as we see a man that's really defined Indonesian surfing, Rizal Tanjung, right there with Bronson Mehdi. He adopted Bronson when Bronson was about 10 years of age. Gave him this family support. First Indonesian world title that we got to see in the Philippines in a crazy battle with Winter Vincent, and just threw down a 7.17 on the CT level. Here comes rookie Joel Vaughn. Moving quickly, hitting a few good points before pulling in. The 7.17 for Bronson on the forehand. Joel's opening ride here at the Surf Abu Dhabi Pro, featuring a nice variety of backside snaps, moving quickly off the lip again, and now setting up for the final tube section. Super low, JV gets caught and ends up going down. There's his dad, Vonnie, right there, and his coach, J. Bottle Thompson. You can see the NSB on the hat of his father. North Shirley board riders, which are celebrating some contenders at this event with the addition of Macy Callahan. Joining Molly Picklum and also Joel Vaughn. What'd you see, Jesse?
I mean, what I love the most about this wave is just the barrel ride, and you're gonna see it right here. Not from this angle, you can't see him going through the fumble, but you could see from the previous angle. And look how deep he's in that wave. He disappears for quite a few seconds and come out pretty clean. Unfortunately for him, he just wasn't able to finish it off that wave. Got a little bit too greedy on that turn right there, and then he set up one more here. Yeah, that's the turn before the barrel, and then he get a little bit late, and the barrel starts very small in that last section. It's hard for the surfers to fit and drive through that front foot. So fortunately for him, he would have been looking to a very good score on his backhand to start.
Let's hear from Griffin Colapinto with AJ.
The defending CT wave pool champ is what we're going with for you, Griff, because the last time the CT was in a basin back at Surf Ranch, you won that event, and now here you're off to a great start at Surf Abu Dhabi. What is it about these waves, this kind of condition, that brings out the best in you?
I feel like it just gives us all equal opportunity, and you got to perform on the right and the left. So ever since I was little, I always put a lot of emphasis on being as well-rounded as possible. So being able to get scored on every aspect of your surfing that's why I love it so much. And yeah, I think it helps me.
What was it that strategically you really wanted to accomplish in this first heat?
Just getting those first round nerves out of the way and feeling how that feels, and then not trying to kind of do your best surfing, just go like 60-80% and then build throughout the event. So, and you don't really want to show like your very best stuff at the start, you know, hopefully save it for the final. And that was kind of my strategy.
More to come. Looking forward to it.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks a lot, AJ. Griffin Colapinto feeling really comfortable. AJ reminding him of that big result that he had in a very close decision with Italo Ferreira a couple of years back. Italo's in this qualifying heat that we're watching right now. So for Bronson, for Joel Vaughn, they've got to show everything they've got if they want to be in the round of 16.
And it's crazy to think, but this is my favorite heat on paper. We don't know how much they're going to perform, but we started off pretty well with Bronson with 717. But they're such a good surfers and so good in the air and have so much variety that's going to be exciting to watch in a wave like this. So I just can't wait. And Italo's with the pressure on right now because Bronson started very strong.
Italo, last year's runner-up in the world, rampaging through some big heats in the Lexus WSL finals. Talking to kind of a local at this event, a local boy that surfs here all the time, this guy Ali. He was like watching Italo's warm-up, saying he is built for this system in this basin. Italo throwing fireworks in his practice. Already going to work on the backhand, which brought him his first CT win at Bells Beach. Belting it hard. So many impactful turns before this pit. Splashed in the face, doesn't flinch, already attacking the lip again. Little rock and roll float, blasting the tail again with a controlled power drift. Fins out the back again. 3 in a row, in fact. And he'll get ultra deep on the end section, lose the ability to make it out. But I love that sequence of throw tails with variety and power. That's why people are calling him the guy to beat in this system.
I mean, specifically on that first one, the way he's able to push so much his back foot, get that tail release, get a good finner out the back, and still regroup and gain speed throughout the bottom turn is really second to none. You're going to see him starting right off, like that's first gear for him right there. And then you're going to see him like he's going to keep gaining the momentum and building it up. Beautiful stall right there. Amazing technique, and this is when damage starts to be done. Look how much water he's pushing and how much flow he's actually carrying, even though he's pushing that hard. Unfortunately for him right there, he gets stuck a little bit as he was entering that last barrel. And that last barrel starts off very small, so it's very tricky for you to generate speed. There's no room for you to pump down. You just kind of got to set your line and hope for the best and make sure you enter that barrel with momentum forward so you can generate that speed off the front of your board.
Italo Ferreira typically on EPS construction surfboards, that expanded polystyrene, Timmy Patterson equipment, all starting with Tico and Teco, who built the boards for Edgard Gragia as well on tour. But they learned everything from Timmy Patterson, so they have a really cool relationship. Italo has great resources at home in Brazil and also in San Clemente, California. One of his best friends and managers, Marcos, and then world famous coach, Reynos Hayes. Nice debrief. There's definitely a guy that you want to break down here. Can we slow him down, even with the slow-mo, Jesse?
I mean, you can stop right here. You're going to see all the fins coming out. 3 of the fins are coming out right there. That's just show how much commitment. And look at the nose of his board is actually pointing down and inwards, which it's very tricky for you to actually regain speed back again, and we can keep moving forward a little bit. But what that does, it's going to set him up a little bit late for that last section. And with the onshore, you can stop right here. You can see all this scramble coming down, and just the barrel itself is not as open in the beginning. We can keep moving forward, and you're going to see as he sets him up to get barreled, you can stop right here. He's going to he's trying to tuck himself in, but the barrel's very small, and you have all this chandelier coming down to his face. And he tries to tuck in his head just enough, but he can barely get in, and he gets stuck right there. Look at that moment, and that's just going to slow himself down in order to generate speed to the exit of the barrel. So there's no room for him to pump down the line inside the barrel, so he had to kind of keep a straight line. And because he got that little lip on the head, it just didn't give him momentum.
Jesse, say the winds were offshore. Is he making that barrel?
Most likely, I'll say so.
Watching this now, the World Junior Champ, Bronson from Lakey Peak in Sumbawa, Indonesia. Already throwing down a CT scale 7.17 on his forehand. Getting sucked up into the pit right there. Perfect technique. Still riding somehow what appeared to be an artificial foam ball. And ends up going down, but yeah, much deeper than I thought. Traveled for a long time. Unfortunately, incomplete.
Just a little too greedy. Like when you're mentioning that he was that deep, that's when he should have tried to put a little bit more weight forward and try to get out of that. But what that does as well, like I saw the surfers not complaining about it, but it's a difficulty of this barrel is you get to this little vortex zone that it doesn't really generate, doesn't give you enough room. You're gonna see him stalling right here. And as the foam ball hits the bottom of his board right there, it doesn't give you room to actually pump down the line, which you usually do it in the ocean. And here you kind of just gotta hope for the best and hold on, and hopefully it's gonna push you away. But at this time for Bronson, it didn't happen.
What an effort for Bronson. It'll be a throwaway score for his left. He has another chance to improve on it, 1.83, but still doing really well with his start on the right. The World Junior Champ getting that title in such a high performance final. I talked to him just yesterday about it. He said it was intense, but it brought out the best of him. Said a lot of great words about the surfing of Winter Vincent, who finished runner-up in the world. But it's such an amazing story, seeing him get the first world title for Indonesia, to really be adopted by the Tanjung family. For Rizal and Chandra, they brought him in. As we see Rizal there, famous for being in the Taylor Steele movies, you know, still catches up with everyone in the Momentum generation. He had a cover shot from Pipeline back in the mid-90s. Liam McNamara just gave him the nod, said, yep, take this wave, and it was a life-changing moment in his career, ending up on page 1. He was one of those Indonesian surfers that knew he needed to get comfortable being on the road, and he goes on to talk about the family support that is required for world champions, and being able to create that for Bronson is really cool, because Rizal's son, Varun, was really happy to have a new brother and someone to compete with and push each other in the water. He's catching up with Bob Hurley this morning, close with the family, and he just talked about all the challenges he had socially. You know, he often had a hard time looking people in the eye, and then he got more and more comfortable, and Rizal just helped him in every aspect of his career. To see him now go for a World Junior title, get it now into a CT event. His career is just starting, and it's one of the most incredible stories we have going at the moment.
And it's such a different culture, and also the waves are amazing. So like, it's very hard for you to leave home, you know? Like, you're leaving home and you're seeing your friends getting 20-second barrels every other day. So I understand why it's so tricky for Indonesians to get on the road. And I'm glad that actually Rizal is giving that support, because that's what you need.
Joel Vaughn's got a lot of supporters, guys like Jughead from North Shelley board riders, Benji, Benny, Ethan, the president, Camo, Hallie Hunt, getting all the photos for the crew. They're watching this, whipping through that nice whitewater coping and now packing it in this inside cone, traveling through that section. JV loading up. Quick little fin ditch. Covers some ground on that arc off the top. Little sticky on that transition, and now he's just loading up, counting on something big here. Gets to the alley-oop early. The move that made him world famous off the Challenger Series. And he will slam it shut. First right for Joel Vaughn in this qualifying round, heat number 6.
That's not a bad way to start, you know, with all that pressure that you have on that right there, and good for him. That was amazing surfing. Finish it off very strong. I even gotta say, like, it was a little bit of a higher air than Bronson air on the end right there, but maybe it's tricky to remember the whole wave just by mind, but good way to finish and very solid surfing for him.
JV on the Red Bull ski will now prepare for his second run here in qualifying round heat number 6. I think we're going to see a lot of these alley-oops from Joel Vaughn this season. We'll be right back.
Who was your biggest competition for a title this year?
Myself. I think myself. That's the only thing that I think it's like performance, you know. And then sometimes when you like try to think in the other side, you can lose. So if you think in yourself, you can do it. That is nothing that you can like change it. So you just do it.
Talking about the mental space that you have to become a world champion. Italo said he is his own biggest competitor as he's trying to go for a second world title this season. Setting up his first turn on his first left of the qualifying round. A couple of quick turns already, drifting the fins on a tough section. Now he will enter the tube, almost completely disappearing, which has been tough to do on that opening tube on the left, staying open for a bit there.
Starting to warm up.
Kind of a lean back little gouge that he's been going to since his rookie debut. And now anticipating a big punt. Looks like the alley-oop rotation, easily landing that one. As skateboarders would say, landing bolts. No, not even needing to adjust his feet, and throws down a 3. And Reynos and Marcos are happy with that one.
How's that amplitude on that air?
It's like a power alley-oop.
It is. Like, you felt like he was a little bit late on the lip, but he just projected down the line and gained so much ground, and that's very difficult to do. Kind of forced through the rotation halfway through. That was very impressive, and beautiful surfing overall. Just solid, you know. Like, no one still have a wave of consequence on the left, and this is a beautiful barrel. Stalls himself a little bit again. make sure he's not trying to rush anything, right? Like just keeping the calm. And then right here, it seems like he's going a little bit too lateral, but all of a sudden he just stomps on that back foot, pushes that back foot, gives the rotation an extra spice to it and amplitude. That was impressive from him. Beautiful surfing from Italo.
And also making sure that he spent enough time in the tube, but you're kind of also balancing and not losing out big maneuvers on the open face. I thought he did that well.
Yeah, like he just kept the calm, and that just showed that he's been on a contest on a wave pool for longer. You know, you can tell that he's not trying to rush through anything, keeping his position, keeping his body solid and square on top of the wave. And as you're gonna see it right here, he's eyeing it down. He's a little bit late, but he muscles through it. And then he's gonna push that back foot to bring that rotation all the way around. Notice how flat the bottom of the board, he keeps it so that wind sticks to his foot, sticks the board to his foot, and just finish it off with another beautiful hack right there. Thompson wipes it, all that energy into that power, and somehow regroups it and gets a little bonus barrel.
We had the rookie earlier, Jackson Bunch, throw down a 7.33 on the left in his qualifying run. They got him straight to the round of 16. We'll see what Italo ends up with. Monstrous alley-oop, and fun when you look at what will be, you know, one of the longest performance lefts we have on tour, Jesse, when you really think about it. Italo's got to earn that hug later, probably waiting for the score to come through before she commits to it.
I know, and it's a bit cold outside. Like, as much as we're in the desert, it's a bit cold, so I'm sure she's like not looking forward a cold hug from him right now.
And there's the number from Italo, a 7.4. We have the new high mark on the left today. Just getting past Jackson's 7.33.
Now he got approved.
Now it's approved. Well done. I was just thinking about Italo. We see that backside helicopter so many times at so many of the rights we have on tour. And we know that alley-oop, he can go for it on demand.
And also the importance of Bronson's first left for him to finish it off and had that backup score, you know, already. Now the pressure is on to him.
Ran into Jacob Zeke in Foodland on the North Shore, and he was like, one of the best aerial combinations he ever saw was from Bronson at Lakey Peak. Pulls in, still traveling, trying to burn off more speed. Great control of speed management, but gets a little sticky coming out. That whitewater is just holding him just behind, hanging in there, getting back out in front. Does he have time for the punt? Goes for the big corrupt and over rotates. Rizal almost falling down on that big attempt to finish strong. Remember, Bronson already has a 7.17. So even though he had a couple of moments there, a lot of downtime and then missing the punt, at least he already has a keeper from wave number one.
I mean, he started off very well, and then he got actually one of the longest barrels we've seen it, but that chandelier got him a little bit sticky on the end, and he lost a few very important sections of that wave, so he had to go massive, and so close from landing. I would have liked to see what the judges thought about that. By missing that whole section after the barrel, but still going that big, like probably the biggest we've seen it so far. The biggest we've seen it so far, no doubt about it. Look how much height he got with that corrupt flick grab, which is very unique. Your front foot's gonna go on your inside rail right there. Sorry, your front hand, and your backhand is gonna be like a stale fish type of grab. So it's very impressive and very technical. Just over rotating the body a little bit. The board landed perfectly. Just his arms were a little bit forward. The momentum kept moving and came up unbalanced, and that's how much it meant to his out as well.
There's pressure for everybody involved, especially people that love you and a part of your family. Rizal wanted that big corrupt to go down in Bronson's favor. A different angle on these alley-oops, you know, from where you're lifting off. You kind of that straight down the line approach. You see alley-oops in the ocean a lot where you can kind of bank out and project into the flats, but with that energy of the basin really pushing you forward. The good aerialists like Italo, like Bronson, you see them, it's almost like they're still going down the line, and you don't really see that obvious projection off the lip. They have so much speed, and they've kind of identified how to get that rotation done.
And the problem of that, Joe, why do they do that? It's because there's two parts of the wave here that the bottom just bottoms out. Like, it's very flat, so the transition, it's not really there. So they have to kind of keep that momentum forward in order to land. Otherwise, if you do like kind of how you do it on the ocean, project yourself downwards, it's just going to make you land way too much in the flats. And if someone lands that, that's going to be very technical and so much degree of difficulty. But hey, realistically speaking, most likely you're going to break your board. But we've seen it. I've seen Italo actually done that before. Like, it's almost was like into a mistake, but he muscled through it. And that's the transition that I'm speaking right there. Look, that's a smooth transition. If you would have projected a little bit downwards more, he would have landed in that kind of flat section that doesn't support your board properly to keep the momentum moving forward.
Is he gonna make it?
So Bronson will keep his opening right, 7.17. The World Junior Champ will have another chance to improve on his left and hopefully get into first. That's what they're all gunning for. Italo with the lead now. Joel Vaughn getting started. Joel Vaughn getting a few solid backhand turns to start. Now slamming on the brakes. Came off the best wave of his life at Pipeline with the jersey on at the season opener. Snap, hops out of the sky. That transition, he makes it look easy, and then that one, he'll get stuck. For Joel Vaughn, his first left was a 6.17. He's gonna have to keep that one here in this qualifying run.
And man, this is just show how unforgiving this wave can be compared to the ocean. You know, one little mistake that you commit and your timing is off, it makes you just kind of get in a bad rhythm with the wave, and nose picks comes in front and whatever, like going too far ahead, like getting too deep on the barrel. And this is what happens right there. See, like he kind of misses that section, and he feels the urgency that he needs to get back up there, and it's just too tight of a transition. Putting a lot of weight on the front foot to generate that speed, drive through that speed throughout the turn, and just get stuck, unfortunately for him, because he was on a good wave right there.
So Joe Vaughn will get the Red Bull ski back to the deck and start thinking about a game plan for his last final wave, which will be on his front side to try to catch up with the 2019 World Champ Italo Ferreira. Italo just with 2 waves, so he also has another right and another left here in the basin. As we check out the numbers, Italo now with the best left of opening day, 7.4.
Very good for Italo to start that way, and I personally think his strength is on his backhand on this wave. You know, growing up on a right-hand point break, we know how good he is. A lot of wins he had in waves that are very tricky to be on her backside, so he just feels comfortable. I'm excited to see this next wave of him. Clean up just a little touch, and he could get on a very big score.
Checking out the CT by the numbers. Focusing on the wave pool and excellent waves. Gabriel Medina, we miss you. Just chatted with him the other day. He's doing well, recovering well from that unfortunate injury he had before the start of the season, but he said he'd be watching this one closely. 21 scores above the 8-point range. Toledo right behind him. Felipe, always a favorite in any type of high performance conditions, and it's just so great to have him back on tour after taking the year off last year. And not quite a complete year off when you've really got to focus on the Olympic Games. A lot of heart.
Love.
Yeah, coming off Italo. Good to see. Bringing the joy this season. So Italo preparing for a right here. His opening right, a 5.5. Already going for a 10th CT victory. Picking up 2 wins last season.
That's crazy. That's a big statement for a surfer.
First win, an emotional one at Bells Beach. Heard just a ton of noise. Was wondering what was going on. It was Italo in one of the showers, and he was just playing the drums on all the doors. He couldn't believe that moment happened. Having the great Mick Fanning in that final back in 2018. Starting to move down the line, wrapping carve. Nice flow, good tempo, transitions, powerful. Belted again now, that cool, stylish stall for the pit. Punches free from that chandelier and back through that critical section of the pocket, pushing hard off the top. Doesn't hesitate in between turns. And now slowing things down with style. Italo lays low. This one stretching quickly on him, and it will leave him behind. But just really enjoying those lines and how in sync he is. And I think the big update for Timmy Patterson was just pulling in the nose, pulling in the tail. He's so good in the air, he doesn't need help equipment-wise there. And just rail to rail and just sticking in the pocket. It really looks great on his equipment today.
And you mentioned just the flow, like the pace that he's doing. And what I like to mention on this, how he's been surfing this so far. Look how calm he is off the bottom, how he accelerates throughout the maneuver. And that's what you need out here. You need to be calm. And as soon as you get to the leap, you get the amplitude and acceleration. So right there, even though he almost got caught stuck behind, he kept his space, kept his calmness through it. And then once he went around, he started to unleash it. But look, the acceleration throughout the turns is very important. Just got a little too relaxed right there. You see he stood tall a little bit too much and got greedy, stalled just a little too early, and that wave just runs out super quick, and it's unforgiving.
You see him just getting real low with those snaps where he's really drifting with that speed and energy.
You see that bottom turn? He stood a little bit tall and then got just a little too relaxed, and this wave gives you no mercy. Like, it's just gonna keep running. It's never gonna give you one time for you to breathe. So unfortunately for him right there, because he was looking good, to probably better to 5.5.
So Italo still out front, looking solid to go into the round of 16, as we'll send it down to the deck with Kaipo.
Yeah, you have a fourth turn in the middle.
Your words to Bronson before you paddled out.
Just having fun out there and show the world how good you are.
How satisfying is it for you with your legacy, seeing Bronson as a world junior champ, seeing Rio with his success, 2 Indonesians in a CT? That's the first time in history.
Yeah, man, like finally the Indonesian surfers like put in a map, you know, people see that we not only get good wave at home, but now all the talent is like coming up. Yeah.
Thank you for your time. Joe?
Thanks, Kaipo. Always great to see Rizal. He is awesome. Just such a great role model for the international global surf scene. One thing that he does so well is he's so welcoming to everybody that comes to Indonesia, not just Bali, but all over. Takes them surfing, shows them around, makes sure they're comfortable. You know, it's like you go to Tahiti, you call Raimana.
Yeah.
You know, you go to Indonesia, you call Bronson's family, you know, Rizal.
And the importance that he was for surfing as far as the momentum generation. Like, he was in a bunch of movies, like performing, second to none type of surfing he was doing was so impressive, and so many people looked up to him, not just in Indonesia, but around the world.
Yeah, we had a first round at a search event that Rip Curl had over at Padang Padang years back. Bruce Irons, Freddie Pitachi Jr. in the final. We had a couple of Indonesians in the opening round, so it's really cool to have a similar situation with Bronson giving Rio Waida some backup. Wrapping cut back to start. Looking loose and comfortable on these boards from JS Industries, slamming on the brakes. Remember, he just got caught before, really trying to extend this backhand tube ride. He's got it down. Wow, manages this one well. Great improvement to make it free. And now leaping, almost ollieing into the end section, a little bit deep, and his qualifying run will come to an end. Way to go for Bronson, and way to go for JS Industries, having 8 surfers in this CT event to help them in the Vissla CT shaping rankings. Bronson enjoying his equipment. We'll take a quick break, give you an update on the scores right after this.
We're gonna see Sammy's first wave.
Everyone take a look at this world-class facility from the Surf Abu Dhabi Pro. Checking out this Surf Abu Dhabi flight cam in this beautiful basin. It's gigantic, about 10.5 football fields in length. You get the ride of your life, spending a minute on this wave, and there's so many different wave profiles. If you come here, you can dial it up. If you want to get the longest barrel of your life, you can get it here. And just practice repeat turns. Wave pools are changing our world so quickly. The ability to get repetition, trying big airs, high performance maneuvers. There's so many cool stories of people that have a wave pool in their backyard. They've never surfed in the ocean before, and they get their first barrel. It obviously starts from just catching a wave, and then they start going on surf trips in the ocean. It's a really cool starting block if you have access to one. It's like that classic North Shore movie. Remember that one with Rick Kane? Who
The North Shore movie.
won
Yes.
a wave pool event in Arizona. Took his prize money, went to Pipeline and everywhere else. One of the best movies ever. It's now happening in real life. Joel Vaughn rifling off some turns. He's looking really comfortable. Needs an 8.57 to take the lead. Running in that fun tunnel out the back, and now he's got the white water to throw the tail out. Punches free, doesn't reverse, pulls it forward, but a little stumble there, riding out. And now he looks to recover from it, going for the big corrupt, lands on the roof, but incomplete. Pops holding his breath. J. Bottle Thompson resetting as they'll start figuring out a game plan for the session tonight. Joel Vaughn will be in that sudden death night session where you get one more right, one more left. You only keep one of them, just your best wave to get into the round of 16.
That was very noticeable on this wave, how tricky this wave is in order for you to push hard throughout the middle section. As you see right there, he pushes hard, but the wave is very unforgiving. Like, it just keeps running in front of you, and it's hard to regroup. So when you see those guys that are pushing on the critical sections of the wave in the beginning or towards the middle of it, you really know they're feeling comfortable, and they're just reacting to what's in front of them instead of trying to think about it. So impressive from him. He had to go big. Like, he needed an 8.57. Unfortunately, just not quite there yet. Needed to clean up a little bit more on those middle sections and then finish it off with that banger like he did.
So you're watching Italo now go to a different board. So maybe a couple ideas here. You've got a magic board. He doesn't need to do anything to go to the round of 16. He's already won this qualifying round, but he does have an opportunity to try something different. Let's see how this board reacts. And also keep the magic board on ice. Job well done for Italo. He'll be right into the round of 16, and just understanding the importance of getting one more wave out here. For pro surfers, they're pretty wave starved, you know, when they can't just surf down the beach. So he's got to really make this one count.
For sure, and like we mentioned before, like a surfer before an event probably rides in the 2-3 days before the heat, their heat, they probably ride about 200 waves. And here, they're riding around 220 waves, or if so. So that's an important advantage for him to just surf freely. Even though it's a backup board, he's going to have more time on top of the wave here and feel more familiar with, and start to just react to what's in ahead of him, and not just having that one specific line that everyone has it on a wave like this, you know? So it's definitely a point of advantage for Italo right now.
So our top performers heat by heat: Connor O'Leary, Jackson Bunch, Jack Robinson, Ethan Ewing, Griffin Colapinto, and now Italo Ferreira. Accomplishing victories to go straight to the round of 16. Jesse, out of that list, is there one that's standing out, or you kind of want to wait and see how the event folds?
I mean, man, it's hard to go past a guy like Griff, you know? Like, he's just such a weapon out here, and he has a lot of experience. He's surfed it. I mean, if I think back about it, like, he has to be surfing at least like 4 or 5 times an event on a wave pool. So he knows what it takes, and he feels more comfortable, and he's shown it before. like 14.57 for the first heat that he had out here ever. It's very impressive. And let's see what Italo is going to do on this lap right now.
You're right, Jesse. 4 events in the wave system for Griff. Same for Italo. Italo one final runner-up on a close decision to Griff. The last time we were surfing with the Kelly Slater Waveco technology, almost a little stumble there. Remember, Italo's just getting a free ride here. We'll see if he does something different. One thing's different, he's changed his board. And now running after an end section, so really just enjoying a punt, and looked like he was trying to go for a big Superman.
He just got caught in the barrel. From here, you could see the board was like nosedive.
Did you hear that? A little bit of nosediving, he said. You could see a little bit of difference on that board right there. Like I'm not even saying if it's a better board or a worse board, but you can definitely see he's more familiar with the previous one. Has his foot on the wax on the other one, probably trained much more, and it translates to the surfing. And this is what Marquinhos was mentioning, that he caught the nose a few times during this barrel. There's a lot of curve right there on that wave, and he's gonna put the weight on the front foot, goes through that little foam bowl, and all of a sudden, we're gonna see it in a little bit forward. Look, he catches that inside nose right there at once, but he kind of muscles through it, probably pushes on the back foot once again. This is a deeper one even, almost gets stuck. And right there, he's just trying to balance, find a good balance to like where he's gonna apply the pressure. Once again, as he put weight on the front foot, he catches that nose. Maybe a little longer board, I'm not sure. It's hard to know from here, obviously, you can't tell. But you can see the difference on this wave ride and compared to the other one.
Yeah, great pickup there, and then he just went for something different. Missed the grab on the potential Superman. The guy is so creative. His video clips are unbelievable. When everything kind of stopped in that 2020 year, he was just putting up highlight reel after highlight reel. Often bringing his best friends from his hometown on the road with him. It was fun to get to know Buchecha and all the characters that he grew up with, making movies for himself. He's got the Italo Ferreira Institute, where it doesn't just help you become a pro surfer, it just helps you get a great education, helps you just have the tools to succeed in life. Great human that's always giving back to his community. As you check out the official results, another great win for Italo into the round of 16. We'll see Bronson and Jovan later on this evening in the night surf to see if they can get back into the round of 16. How's this next heat? Iago Dora, who's dangerous in the basins around the world. He takes on Cole Hausman into his second year on tour from San Clemente, California, and also Samuka Samuel Pupo, the younger brother of Miguel, who's adding more potential for JS Industries, catching up with Sam Zubovic from JS Industries. He's so happy that it's not just Bronson, Kaoli, Mateos, but also Samuel doing well to get himself back on tour, getting really involved with their surfboards. And Sam went on to say it's really interesting, even in these wave pool settings, everyone's riding just something a little bit different. It's not always just the straight EPS really type of construction. Now with the salt water in play in this one in Abu Dhabi, they're all just kind of trying to see what works on the fly, and from your standard shortboards or from those hi-fi models as well. Challenger Series champ getting started, Samuel Pupo. Really creative to start, using a lot of the wave with a ton of variety. It's exactly how you want to be zipping down the line. Really looks comfortable in the barrel. Doesn't look like he's rushing or nervous about falling. Snapping over that whitewatery section, wrapping down carve back into a climb. If you blink, you're gonna miss a turn. Pushing himself onto the lip, but too deep for the last barrel of the wave. Will stop his opening ride a little bit earlier than he wanted to.
The problem of the overcommitting on the wave here, you know, like on the lip, like it gets sticky, it's hard for you to regroup, but glimpse of excellence there for him. Like the type of surfing, it's really second to none. The way he's able to engage the rail and how vertical he actually gets on those scarves, it's very impressive, and he brings it all the way back around.
Italo is now with AJ.
Italo, we were just watching that last wave, and we've seen so many cool clips from you in surf basins all around the world. How do you manage wanting to push it every single wave while locking it in for a competition where you know you have to move on to the next round?
Yeah, I have been enjoying a lot of wave pool around the world, and yeah, I was like too excited in my heat, you know. On the ride, I was just supposed to be like, stay a little bit on the barrel. I was like too excited, like holding on the barrel, and then I miss the ride scores. But yeah, I'm always like trying to push myself to like to the best like that I can to do it, and but it's okay. That was like cool heat, you know, against the other two guys, and yeah, I'm always like excited to surf, and especially here that you can mix barrel turns, heads, and everything. So I would love to have like a closeout on the end so we can go a little bit more higher.
Congratulations. We'll see you in the next one.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Thanks so much, AJ. Italo Ferreira just responding to the format so well. Got the opportunity to have a left under no pressure to make the round of 16. So he has got the rest of the day off, which could be a huge advantage. You know, I saw Matthew McGillivray after his qualifying run this morning. He was in a great headspace, by the way, when we were talking about that wind that came up. And he's like, hey, it's kind of fun that you got to adapt on the fly still. It keeps us on our toes. So he had the great positive reaction to that solid breeze we had this morning. But I was like, what are you going to do till about 6:40? He's like, well, I got to still figure that part out.
And probably first time he's ever going to compete at nighttime in his life. So
Cole Houshman just soaking himself in the water. It's pretty comfortable out there. There was a lot of people showing up with wetsuits, spring suits, short arm fulls this time of year. If you guys caught the longboard event last year, it was scorching hot, super warm. Didn't see a wetsuit anywhere. But yeah, people are just putting maybe a wetsuit top on. They're spending a little bit more time in the basin in their practice sessions. They like to put something on. If you're just getting one wave, you don't really need it. It's probably about 21 degrees Celsius. So pretty comfortable. But yeah, nice cool time of the year. Easy to be outside this time of year in Abu Dhabi. 4.67 start for Samuel Pupo. And now we're getting to see Cole Houshman. 6'3", 225 pounds, punch to slide on that last turn. Hanging with the fins out the back. And put himself in a position to pull right into the pit. Getting real low. The big guy's got to be real flexible in transition in the tube. We saw Connor O'Leary do that really well this morning. A lot of gigantic goofy footers on tour these days. A little bit out in front of the end section pit, and he'll just force the snap right there and come down with the lip over the roof. And you see these guys just trading places. The idea of the qualifying round is you're not going to have to go back to back with your waves. You can take a break, reset before you head the other direction.
Yeah, that was great surfing from Cole. Very sure-footed, know exactly what he needs to do. Unfortunately for him, that end bit just got a little bit in front of that barrel and then sticky on that last turn. But look at this. This is what I'm talking about. Like, just sure-footed, no wobbles, just know exactly what he needs to do. Nice tube right in there for him. Comes out and once again just starts throwing hammers. A lot of water moving. Getting the fins released right there. Once again, push it even harder. And this is where the trouble comes a little bit. Like, he overruns the wave a little bit, get in front of that barrel, and then once he comes out, that wave kind of bottoms out, doesn't give him the transition he was probably hoping for, and then gets a bit sticky. But finish it off pretty strong. Like, that was a solid wave for him. As you see it right there, he's also a massive guy. Like, he's what, 6'3", 6'4". So for him to fit in that little less barrel is very tricky. As he comes out, he's gonna kind of low line it to get that good bottom turn, but the wave is super hollow, so he catches a little bit of the inside rail and gets a little bit stuck on that last turn. But the damage was done before. If you would have cleaned that up on the end, he would have been getting a very good score to start it off.
That's all right. That's where they on the finish. I might just go for that on the competitive. Yeah. That was first bit, and then let's get what drifts. just got pulled out. Looked like you weren't sure. I could tell within your heel toe in the last piece. I could tell that you weren't.
What's so hollow?
That's what we're mentioning right there. Like, it's so hard for you to fit in that little pocket, and that's what they're saying. And Luke mentioned, hey, this is a 5.67 without a good finish. So if he can clean that up for the next run, he's going to be looking for a good score.
Luke Egan, recently inducted into the Australian Hall of Fame. So well deserved. What a great lifestyle that he's had, competing in the world title race. And now an incredible coach, coaching to a gold medal and a world title as well with Caroline Marks. Yago Dora, much anticipated favorite in this event. Just puts up so many entertaining clips. A lot of variety above the lip, giant airs, very consistent as well with his performances in Lemoore in the past. His favorite part about this is just everyone gets the same thing, same amount of waves, and it's up to you to put that pressure and turn it into a huge performance. 4.67, 5.67 on the board for Sammy, and then Cole leading the charge so far. Yago starts with his backhand. Moving down the line, part of the Matt Biola squad. Back-to-back champions in the Shaper rankings as taps it off the lip. Forward momentum down the line. Cool top to bottom surfing, pushing a bit harder on that point. Nice flow, always finesse with his style. And let's look what he's got for us. Throwing down the backhand rotator, but he ends up incomplete.
Unfortunate for him, like that's probably the second error. I think Ian Gentile also tried it, but he was just a little bit out of rhythm in that last bit of the section and ended up timing it a little bit late on that one and couldn't project downwards as much as he could. As you see it right here, had to go upwards and then landed on top of the wave and didn't ride out, unfortunately, because that was a decent start, middle, great middle, and then he would have finished very strong on that wave.
The expectations on Yago now above the lip are just massive, especially after watching what he did in El Salvador. So he'll find his flow. 3 more chances. 1 more right in this qualifying round for Yago Dora.
For how stacked this heat is, everyone started a little bit on the slower side of things. Obviously, there's no warm-ups into this, so it really makes a huge difference for surfers because they're so used to getting waves before their heat. And now you just got to go straight into it. Looks like Yago's complaining about something that was a bit shaky there. I don't know if it was the equipment or the wave or there's...
This year, Yago working with Leandro da Silva. Coming off a tough result at Pipe, so he's looking for a huge result here. Remember last year it got pretty intense heading into Margaret River, and then he turned his back half of the season around and almost got a spot in the Lexus WSL finals. So it'll be a 4.0 for Yago on his opening right.
Yeah, they're just talking. He's complaining. You see his hands kind of making like a wake type of simulations because he said that the ski kind of made some turbulence. Like maybe the ski was moving a little too close to him and made some wakes, and that could play a huge difference in your line and how you track and how you engage your rail. So he's complaining a little bit about that. Since as soon as he fell off, he was already doing that signal, and then now he could hear a little bit about it.
Now seeing that clock in the distance counting down, so the surfers have an idea of exactly when the hydrofoil will get going down the line. Every surfer in qualifying heat number 7 with 1 wave so far. Total of 4 waves. And if you're losing out tonight in the night session, you could catch 6 waves total in competition before packing your bags for Portugal, as we see this one. Samuel Pupo already has made a CT final, and that was in his home country of Brazil, moving quickly down the line. He's got a lot of boards, a bit shorter, 5'9" range, as he is really trying to slow down for the barrel here, keeping him a little bit out in front. Pushing that carve, another solid jam in the pocket for Samuel. Lighting up this section early, getting ultra low to go the distance, makes it out, and now winding up for a snap. Second bonus turn for Samuel to finish off his first left of the day.
This is Samuel just being smart, you know, like obviously started off with the 4.67 and the heat has been on the warm side, and that's his first left, and he just went to town, but just on the solid side of things. He didn't try to beat you flary or anything, just went solid surfing.
So the matchup with Cole, Samuel, and Iago continues. We'll take a break and bring in Paul Evans and Felicity Palmatier for the call.
All right, we are back. We have a very special guest with us today.
As the next generation, I want to push that bar even higher.
I think everybody's a threat.
You could get the wave of your life out there.
Welcome back to Surf Abu Dhabi, picking up our 7th heat in the qualifying round for the men opening deck competition here. And already performances, they've been great so far. A chance to avoid a potential banana skin in the elimination round. That'll be tonight. It'll be dark. It'll be scary if you're in it, because there's only 4 spots to advance. I'm Paul Evans, joined by Felicity Palmatier. We're loving the action so far.
Yeah, we're loving the action, but you've just nailed it. You want to skip that next round tonight. I mean, it's scary. It's your best wave that counts. Let's see what we've got here. Surfer about to make the most of it. Let's go, Cole.
Picking up the big guy, Hauschman. First turn from him. The backhand absolutely deadly. And he'll just build up momentum. The third one even more on it. Good rhythm to this. And he just leans in and winds in. Gives it full treatment. A little bit more airdrop as he just hangs that one up and then rakes that rail line down through. So full power approach so far. Giving it multiple rapid fire quick hits. Tries to get some viz with the pig dog. Doesn't get completely buried by that, but good enough to apply a little bit of back foot pressure, releasing that tail for the finish. So good rhythm to that surf in. Maybe not quite the variety perhaps from what we've seen from some other backhand approaches, but it was solid.
Yeah, it was definitely solid for sure. I think biggest takeaway is he's sort of gaining confidence throughout that ride. I think the middle section was really powerful and really strong. Definitely had the most flair through that section. He was sort of creating his own sort of bits of coping to come up and hit, if you will, which was really impressive to see. But that end of the wave, let's break it down here. So carves through the top. This start, these first few turns of this wave, this isn't as steep, but here he's setting up this little barrel section. And he's a big guy, so trying to fit into that section is really difficult. Tries to get a bit more pizzazz there at the end. Gets a bit of a drift. But you can see here just hitting that coping. And beautiful technique. You can see that front arm, that placement on the front of the board there, really helping to release the fins. And then, I mean, this is not an easy barrel to fit in for Kyle. I mean, he's 6'3", right? I mean, this barrel is tight, it's really slabby, and it's pretty difficult to try and slow down there. So you can also see here, he's like, okay, I need to try and maximize this. Maybe he thought he was going to get a little bit more pop, maybe a little bit more fin release.
What? Got to be tight. Yeah. It's better than barrel, right? It's not really barreling. It's so steep, but it's not barreling.
Check it out, CT by the numbers. Top scores on lefts at CT wave pools. Having a look at Dora featuring there 3 times out of the top 4 ever going down. Absolutely lethal facing the wall.
Doesn't surprise me whatsoever. I mean, I saw some of these clips emerging over the last couple of days just from those night sessions, and I mean, there was a couple of airs that Iago put together in these practice warm-up sessions that were insane. So, I mean, he's been a favourite of mine in these events and also going into this event. So let's see what he's got here.
Talking about career on an upward trajectory, his best ever result, 6th place last year. A lot of people mentioning his name a lot more, particularly looking forward as well to finals this year. We're a long way away from that, but over in Fiji as well. You think that's a wave that's going to really suit him right now. Looking to bounce back after getting dumped out. Elimination round at pipe. Let's see how he goes about making amends now. Looking forward to seeing this left-hander from Iago Dora. It's just such a well-rounded surfer. In terms of his skill set, what he's able to do, and just surprise you by being ultra polished but radical at the same time. Here's his lefts as he gets in motion and into the swing of things. Dora feeling things out in this opening section. The time on the rail, time into the lip as well, with really nice rhythm and flow into the tube section, and looks for cover, and he'll stay just poised and coiled. Also pretty tall human. He gets that big frame down, does it well, and then up for a roof ride, then really nice turn as he just releases on that rail from the snap. A little slide in the pocket. Now again he'll go. Blistering speed and a big section for a ramp, almost over-rotates. It did so well. And then he'll get a nice turn to finish as well. So we talked about top scores in the left. That's why Flick is pretty good.
He's really good, and it's super smart, right? You look at the scores that have been thrown down so far, just being able to have that confidence and back yourself on that last section, be like, I'm just going to avoid this barrel. I'm going to go put it all on the line. I'm going to the air. That takes a lot of guts, so let's have a look. This is the beginning of the wave. We've got this slopier section, and I mean, Iago just going to town. He sets up this barrel here, probably doesn't get as deep as what he would have liked to, but I mean, there was so much damage done in this steeper part of the wave. Really critical surfing this turn here, that nose going right back to that foam, just demonstrating how critical that is. Gets a bit of flare on the fins, but this is what impressed me, just avoiding this barrel section, going to the air and backing yourself to do that. Now he's put a point of difference on the board, and I'd say probably going to separate himself a little bit from these other 2 surfers. I mean, so impressive to be able to lay the board on rail and to also point the nose of the board right around back to that foam. This wave's such a fast-moving wave, so to be able to do that just, demonstrates great speed that Iago has, and just a great read for the wave as well.
Super dynamic. He's always had that really light touch. Got that languid style, looks super light on his feet, cat-like in his reflexes, his responses, and just creativity as well by mixing up the line, just sort of changing the amount of time that he spends on each rail just to make everything look different. And then it's those moments between the moments as well when they all come together seamlessly. Let's see where this one goes. But to your point, yeah, I think that just from what we saw from those opening rides that everyone got and the last couple as well, sort of been in a similar kind of order of magnitude, haven't they, scores? Let's see if we open up a little bit here for Iago. Numbers in for him, decent. And exactly as you thought, Flick, look at that 7-point ride. So really just applying a bit of pressure and showing his quality right now.
Yeah, and also just the ability to perform under pressure. Like, it's all very well to be like, yeah, I'm going to put it on the line because that's what's going to put me and set me apart from the other two surfers right now. But saying it is one thing and doing it is another. And under that pressure, it's really impressive. And yeah, just to back yourself to be like, no, I'm going to avoid this barrel section. I'm going to go to the air. I'm going to stick it.
Approach from Iago Dora on the forehand, paying dividends in terms of the number. He's able to get there and just put that little bit of separation. We talk about that on the scale and that scoreboard pressure. Just opening up with that 7-point ride. We heard earlier from Mitch Cruz. We had a little chat with Kuiper, but also just leading up this one, he's been talking about some of the differences they've made to the wave, and it's that second tube section that he said just a little bit more of a bowl. You can use that as a launch bowl, and if you do that, you can get great numbers. Just what we saw from Iago. Meanwhile, here we go. Pupo, Samuel, wrapping on a rail. And again, he'll set himself up here, find some cover. This has got hollower and hollower throughout the morning. This tube section on the right. He's pretty patient in there. And then he'll just pop one and reverse it round. And then just gathering the speed up again to do more damage. He's got some unfinished business on the end section of this wave. He'll duck for cover here, come out. What's he got to finish with? Real nice drifty approach to that air on the ends, but it won't be a completion.
Yeah, I feel the same way as what Miguel is right now. It just, that was pretty upsetting. I loved how he put it all on the line in that middle section of the wave. It just makes everything so much more critical. He's going to be feeling that because if he just finished that wave, I feel like he was going to be keeping at pace there with Iago a bit. It had all the right feeling to it. And yeah, he's just surfing with great speed, and I love the creativity midway through that wave.
I think we've just seen a little bit of a theme with surfers as they do try and get barrel on that second section and then do an air when they come out. It hasn't always been successful. It's really just using it as that launch ramp seems to be a more successful approach.
Kind of one or the other, right? And let's watch this. Let's have a look at this wave. So comes out of the barrel here, gets creative, launches, releases the fins, and I really love that in a different part of the wave where we don't usually see that sort of maneuver. And then here, this is what you're talking about, Paul. I guess, like, obviously it's kind of one or the other here. You're going for the barrel, you're going for sort of that air, and he did come unstuck. It's just so bowly. So let's see, he launches here, gets that rotation, tail's pretty high, and then he does hit. It just. This is the one in the middle, sorry, let's get back. We'll get back to the one on the inside. So you can see that front foot just launching just so far up the nose of the board. So just that timing maybe a little bit off.
Does have an absolutely mad air game. Just thinking back to one heat I saw last year on the CS in Ericeira, him and Mateus Hurdy, and it was like best part of the tide, just really good conditions, and they went absolutely mad at each other, just going on top of each other in terms of the score. Just excellent numbers all over the place. It was a real air show type of heat. He got the win in that one, and he just looked absolutely supreme. Just a little bit of disappointment on his face. It's understandable there because he's pretty high standards for himself.
Yeah, well, you know, I was thinking he was on his way to a really good score. If he stuck that last air, you know, I think as we're seeing those scores sort of trickle in now, I think he would have been keeping at pace, and he knows that. I mean, the body language right now, I mean, he's going to have time to sort of regroup and do a little bit of a debrief, but he's sort of a little bit on the back foot right now.
Yeah, at the moment it is Cole Hauschman with the lead in this one. See him in action again in a sec. Just a two-ways ridden. It's 3 for Samuel Pupo, but it is the American at the moment with the lead. Iago Dora with that high individual score of the 7, though, on that left. So plenty up for grabs still in this one. It's pretty evenly poised. Obviously that 7 stands out as the quality. And I think major major opportunity still as yet in this one. Let's see where we go. An entertaining one so far, just picking up momentum, just picking up quality as well as we go throughout this 7th heat of our qualifying round. Here comes the wave 4. The big, powerful, strapping Goofy out of San Clemente, California. Getting into it with some sparky stuff. The opening work is nice, but really just anticipating doing this, trying to find cover as he'll compress. He'll make himself small, but trying to keep the weight forward on that nose rocker of the board to come out. Give it a good crack. And then once again, vaporizing the lip with the power. And then now we'll use this ramp, so just ducking with speed. Throwing that away into the wind.
Sort of similar situation, you know, to something. It was kind of like, to me, it looked like he maybe got stuck in sort of 2 minds of, do I go for this barrel section at the end or do I go for that air?
So a 3rd wave there for the American. Let's have another look.
Yeah, so Cole here just getting to work, really spicy flare of the tail there. And again, for a 3rd time, sets the rail here for this tube, comes out. And I mean, this 2nd section for turns, I mean, really dynamic from Cole. He surfs so critical in the pocket, really flares the fins really well. There's this section here that sort of speaks to our point. He's sort of looking for the barrel, but then looking for that section to launch. And I think it's really critical the moment that you do hit that section, the timing has to be perfect, just to sort of land right in the, you know, beautifully and smoothly and to make it look controlled.
A bit of an error on the end from Hausman. He'll get another wave to make amends. Going to get a wave soon from Yago Dora. That'll be when we come back from break.
Take the risk, big time, big play, gotta hit the rewind. Who you got? Pick a side. Rockstar lifestyle certified. Wins. All I know, we gon' hit the head, go toe to toe. Let's see who wins.
Stop 2 of the 2025 Championship Tour sees the world's foremost wave artists in the Middle East. Surf Abu Dhabi Pro, you're watching one of them right now. It's Yago Dora, smooth as silk with the opening linkage from him. And then the hollow section here, let's see how he approaches this, getting multiple hits packed in as this thing will stretch out. Great amplitude to his surfing, just knifing through, vicious and precise with loads of intent. And again, just keeping that rhythm going as he'll just crack it multiple times now. He'll go on a speed run and he'll get a rotation done on his backhand, land on the roof and just not quite pull that down. So at the end of that wave, not quite able to get the finish he was hoping for.
Yeah, I think the wave itself up until that last air that he went for, I mean, he's trying to improve on a 4, right? And I think even maybe without that, the surfing was really critical. It was super tight in the pocket. And if I reflect on that 4, I think it maybe was better. But it seems like that last section is just so tricky to get that timing right for that air. I mean, let's have a look at what got done here. So he launches up into the air, gets a nice bit of rotation there, but just lands on top of it. And I heard Jesse Mendez talking about it before, but it almost, and I agree, it feels like the wave is sort of bending back at you a bit. It's got a funny little bowl there, and it seems like it's tripping up a lot of the surfers. It seems like it's a little bit difficult to read.
Dora probably rue something of a missed opportunity on the end of that wave, really to apply major pressure. Got the 7 in for his left, and he was on his way there to something really pretty special, you'd have to say. It was really aggressive, but made it look smooth, and then that big rotation on the end, just landing on the roof, not quite been able to get it. So a rueful smile from him. So do a little debrief, but I mean that's for him, a surfer of his caliber, that backhand rotation, he's just got that basically on lock. I mean, I wouldn't call it a stock turn because it's exceptional surfing, but for him, his mate rate's crazy good on turns like that.
Yeah, it is. I just feel like that last section is really difficult to read. I mean, I've seen a lot of surfers being tripped up by that this morning or up until lunchtime, and I don't think, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see where the judges go with this score, with not a make at the end there. And, you know, he was only chasing you that mid-range 5, so...
Interesting to just think about the challenges for these surfers, and we are talking about the very best in the world. But, you know, similar to the major golf event, you know, the par 5s, they make them harder for the elite, and that's challenging them, and that's where they're going to have to respond and bring their best. But there goes with the number. It's decent, like you said, a 5.2 for all the work that he got done prior to that. But think where that could have gone. He's going to not think about that too much, though. He's still got another wave.
Yeah, still got another wave. He's still got another opportunity to, I mean, look, 7's a great score right now, but, I mean, it is Yago, and that's why he's got some of those top...
multiple 9s.
Exactly. If anyone's going to do it, he is.
So just a reminder of how the scoring works here. 2 runs, so a right and a left per surfer, and they'll score their best left, their best right. This is the requirement for Samuel Pupo, who's been in the 5s for his last couple of waves and needs to up the ante a bit. Dora in the lead with that 5.2 that just dropped in, so he's the surfer to catch at the moment. Can his compatriot Samuel Pupo do that? 6.64 is what he's looking for. Great backhand technique, gets really low down and just opens up, decompresses. And a nice twitch to the board as it stays dynamic and lively and coiled in the pit, as he'll just sit there and enjoy the view, controlling the speed, getting everything in the face, and then straight up for multiple visitations into the lip, rapid fire stuff. And then again, looking to try and first of all go fast and then slow himself down and finds nice cover, does it well. And then he'll get a fin chuck finish as well, making sure he got that done. A really crucial end part of that wave, and he's feeling it.
Yeah, chasing that 6.64, and it put it all on line. For me, that was some of the best surfing I've seen from him. Really critical. And the one thing that impressed me the most was just those first 3 turns on more of a slopier section of the wave. He was really able to maximize, just really release those fins, created that coping, which he hit on that second turn. Made it super dynamic to watch, and he fitted in 4 turns, before this barrel section. So that just gives you an indication of how fast he's surfing out there. You know, generally we're seeing 3, and then he's on this steeper section here, and gets some more work done. Really critical, releasing those fins, making it flare, and then right here he actually does a bit of work inside this tube, which is incredibly hard to do. We saw him adjust his rail line, really difficult to do on such a tight tube, and finishes with a bit of progression. And let's have a look here. So really just flaring those fins, just perfect technique, really transferring that weight to the front of his board. But this little moment here, this is a tight little slabby tube. All the weight here towards the front of the board. But he actually maneuvers his board inside this barrel, which is really critical and really hard to do, really difficult. But, and then a bit of progression here, a bit of fun. Pretty inverted little reverse there. interested to see where this goes.
Just the whole ride had that feeling, that impression of flow throughout with comparison with a couple of his previous efforts. Maybe just not quite exiting the maneuvers with as much polish and aplomb as we're used to seeing from him. That seemed to be much more back to kind of surfing we'd expect to see, and he felt it as well. He liked the way, particularly that wave finish. A reminder of the requirement. It's a 6.64. It's with the panel right now. And this one, it's actually pretty tight. We tended to have like one surfer kind of run away a little bit with things. This one's been much more evenly matched so far. Number in for him, Flick doesn't quite get there, 6.43.
Yeah, incredibly close, seriously missing out, just splitting hairs there. You know, it was really good surfing. It was the best surfing we've seen from him. And I mean, it's going to sting a bit, but he's finishing off on a good foot. It's his highest number, but unfortunately, not enough.
It's going to sting quite a lot. He'll be in the elimination round. That was his 4th and final wave in the qualifying round. He'll have to try and repackage some of that fire. You just saw daggers there from him. And he'll have to kind of bring that aggression and come back, turn that into some positive energy. Meanwhile, attentions will turn to the American Houshmans. His requirement, it's actually kind of similar. 6.54 is his number. We've talked about his backhand weapons. He's got that kind of power slide approach to steep, smaller wave faces. It works so well for him. Just a little glimpse of it there. Bang again, just tagging this thing. Keeping the flow going throughout as well. Buckets of spray from Houshmans. And just tuning this thing up once again. Just tagging it, relentless really in his approach. Now things will get a little different. It will be a hollow tube section for him. Doesn't get completely covered up, but he'll ditch the fins out. But by virtue of the fact it got a little sticky, he won't go complete on the end, Flick.
He's not going to be complete on the end, but I mean, I saw shades of, you know, Bells Beach last year where he got his maiden victory win. I saw shades of what he got done at Winky Pop. Just that tradesman-like approach on the backhand, just so beautiful to watch. And I'm really interested to see where this is going to go. I mean, this is his strength, right? When I think of Cole, I think of textbook backhand surfing. And this is just a great demonstration of it. So sort of taking notes and adjusting your surfing. Okay, the right's not really barreling right now. It's a bit hard for me on this section. I'm a bigger guy. I'm going to go to turns and just really demonstrating just, yeah, great backhand surfing, one after another, string of beautifully done maneuvers. Gets a little bit of tube time here and tries to get a little bit of variety. Doesn't quite get the clean finish. So you always wonder, how does that sit in the judges' minds? But there was a lot of good work done before that.
Pushing real hard on the end just to try and put everything there, and you can just see that on his face. He just felt himself get a little stuck. He actually tried to finish this, but we've seen that multiple times. Real hard to come back. If you're a little bit behind on that end section, you really do need to push that turn out really into that pocket of the wave. Anytime you're on that roof of the section, it is pretty tough to ride out. Let's put the panel right now, 6.54 for him. That was his 4th wave, so that'll wrap things up for him. Let's see exactly where this goes from the panel. So 6.43 it was for Samuel previous to that, with like fewer turns for sure.
That'll be your best score. I mean, I ripped it as hard as I could have through the whole wave. I mean, that was the best surf wave I've had. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, you just got some good linkage through the middle. Damn. I just completed that left.
Houshman not quite getting there. Flick doesn't come up much short. You can't really disagree with his assessment. He ripped it pretty hard, but not quite there.
That's when, you know, we heard him talk about it. He just goes, if I would have just finished that left, that's when you start going through your brain, all the shoulda, coulda, wouldas. And I mean, that stuff sort of eats you alive. But, I mean, he knows it. He surfed that wave to the best of his ability, and it all came down to that first left if he just got that finish.
All right, well, that means Yagadora is in first place as he'll go on his fourth and final wave. It will be a left, and it will be a bit of a victory run, really, for him. He can just enjoy this first turn. It's pretty sick. There's that precision with the flare and the flow as well. Just super creative as he'll get himself really nice cover. Just the way he puts himself in was cool, and we've not seen loads of those. Just did not see that coming. No winding up from that, no backswing really into that alley-oop, and then just going again with the drift from the tail and that release. Now we'll get a bowl, now we'll get a launch. He'll go for a big ollie. That board will just flip over. So incomplete on the end. It was inconsequential in terms of a score because he's already gone through to the round of 16, but just saw glimpses there of the brilliance of Yagodora.
We definitely did. I mean, that's the Yago that we're kind of expecting here. That's the expectation that he's sort of living up to, because we saw creativity there that we haven't seen yet. I mean, beautiful barrel riding here, but I mean, on a wave that moves this fast, who really is thinking about going to a layback? I mean, Yago literally went to a layback in the beginning stages of this wave, and even just to have the creativity to watch what we're witnessing here, like to go for that alley-oop on that midsection of that wave, just shows that he's drawing different lines. And for a wave that, you know, let's be honest, can sometimes be a bit repetitive, just to be able to show that creativity and bring something new to the board, I mean, it's awesome to watch, and it's a sign of good things to come.
Really nice in that slow, mate. Just see the way his board's cutting the water as well. The equipment looks so dialed in.
Oh, imagine if he'd made this. Body was going to make it, board was not.
So Dora will advance, getting that first place position in the heat. Pupo and Hausman both go to elimination rounds, and the margins as well. They weren't a long way away from the requirements. All about getting in that first place position. Yago will do that. Good value for his performance there through the heat, which was a lot closer than many that we've seen. But as soon as we saw that 7 go down on the previous left, just regardless of wherever this number goes, it just put that little bit of quality, and ultimately that was telling in this one.
Yeah, it was. I mean, the 7's the point of difference for sure. I mean, it's sort of that surfing that we've wanted to see from Yago, and I'm not surprised. I mean, the trend today has been all these big seeds. They're progressing through the heats with that confidence, with that momentum, and with that experience.
Talking about confidence, I mean, surfing without pressure, 6-8 is a throwaway for him. Doesn't count. Would have been the requirement for each of his adversaries on their wave. Just goes to show when you just flow in, you're impressing. Dora will go through straight to the round of 16. We'll see Pupo and Hausmans. They'll come up this evening. Checking out the next heat. It's a good looking one. We're going to see Big Jordy Smith taking on Seth Moniz and David Silva. That'll be heat 8 of the qualifying round. We're blazing through them here. And some pretty different surfing styles and techniques and approaches. Let's see how they apply to the system here at Surf Abu Dhabi. First up, going to be having a look at David Silva, who is an absolute weapon on his backhand. Running right-handers, he gets so low down with so much drive. It's basically how he's stitched up CS requalification multiple times right now on the CT and in Abu Dhabi, and giving it plenty on the opening section. A little hung there, but look how he gives it a little squirt and get creative. And really just putting that whole body and that rump into the face just to grip it, and then gives that really nice crack. He is so good on the backhand in particular. These kind of maneuvers for him, which basically giving it so much board and body, and then from there maybe just putting himself a little bit back in terms of sort of fading out of that turn, and can't go all the way to the end of the wave flick.
I'm seriously impressed by that that control that he showed. I mean, I thought he almost overcooked it on that one turn. I was like, okay, no, it's all over here. But to be able to regain there and sort of get around that section shows incredible control. And I mean, you kind of took the words out of my mouth. I mean, this is his bread and butter, right? His backhand surfing is incredible. It's what, you know, saw him qualify back on the CT. But this moment here, getting around this and using that creativity to pull that rail up and under into the barrel, I mean...
He was on his way to a really good score here.
He was. It was great surfing. And, I mean, it was dynamic, and he was really coming from behind. You got to think, oh, he almost could have used that same technique that he did on, you know, coming out of those turns up into the barrel in the first section. But this moment here, I mean, he does actually, look, he gets a bit hung up, there's no doubt about it, right? But what he does here to get around this and get so low and position himself underneath the lip there, I mean, it's pretty genius, right? I mean, we haven't seen it yet today. Whether it was, you know, obviously it wasn't intentional, but to have that creativity to sort of work around that was brilliant.
David Silva will open up on the backhand. Plenty more to come from him. This key will continue. We'll bring in Joe and Jesse for the call. Stay tuned.
You're watching the Surf Abu Dhabi Pro as the qualifying round continues. Just saw the opening ride from David Silva. Now Jordy Smith and Seth Moniz will look to fight back. The Hawaiian goes first, working on some backside turns before it goes hollow. Job well done on that last hack through the lip line. Nice and deep for Seth. One of the most hard charging surfers on the tour. Hitting that section puts him behind, and he will stumble on his opening wave. But some good hammers before that first barrel. Got really deep and just got lost in transition. Jumping on the Sharp Eye team a couple of years ago to change things up. And now focusing on a big result here at Stop 2. Had some really memorable waves to kick off the season at Pipeline, and we'll catch up with the winner of the last heat, Iago Dores, with AJ.
Thanks, Joey. Iago, you seem to thrive in these wave pool conditions. What is it about this atmosphere, these waves, that you really like showcasing this style of your surfing?
Yeah, I just think the pool gives you sure that you're going to get a good wave, a good opportunity, and I really like that. And this wave is really fun. It's a really high performance wave, so that's the kind of surfing I like to do.
You consistently get high results in surf basins. You've done very well at the Surf Ranch in previous years. Why do you think that is?
Yeah, I think my surfing fits this kind of waves. I've grown up like really focusing on my high performance in my airs, like progression, and I feel like this wave really offers that. So I'm happy that I'm able to like do the kind of surfing I like here, and it's been a cool event. I'm happy to make that heat. I know I could have served a little better, but I'm stoked to make it and got another shot the next day.
Congratulations. See you in the next one.
Thank you.
Thank you, AJ. Iago happy to get the jump into the round of 16. Had a tough result to kick off the season at Pipeline, losing out in the elimination round. So for him, he knows what happened last year when things got dicey by the midseason cut, so he's trying to catch fire early this season. As we see the legend of the tour, Jordy Smith just celebrated his 37th birthday on February 11th, sharing the same birthday with Kelly Slater. Kelly now 53, so happy belated Kelly. We got to see Jordy celebrate with his peers and rivals right here at Surf Abu Dhabi. So he got to surf perfect waves, he got to have really great food, and everyone was looking after him. Showing no signs of slowing down, and he's even joining the kids, as he said, with his YouTube channel. He's like, okay, maybe I'm a little late to the party, but gosh, better late than never. The clips that he's just dropping now are still just at the top of the surfing game.
Yeah, just because you mentioned that, just one thing that comes to mind is just that tube ride that he was posted about a day or two ago from one of the websites, and it was probably like a 10-second 8-foot barrel, as fast as he could be, screaming down the line, and he's still finding some good waves. We should get his number and like maybe have some tips. Like, where are you getting all those waves, bud?
Yeah,
Bruce, where are you getting those waves, Bruce?
Exactly. He has so much coastline to dive into, you know, when he's in South Africa and then even crossing the border up into Mozambique. Jordy's always balanced his life on tour so well with those free surf sessions and video parts, even going way back to his movie Blending Colors that released back in 2012. Snap to start for the South African. One of the finest ever to grace the right-hand point breaks around the world. Two-time J-Bay champ, pulls in, gets really deep. One of the biggest guys on tour, showing that he has so much room. Some of the biggest open face hooks you'd ever see. He is totally connected on this opening ride. This 37-year-old from Durban jams it off the lip, throws the fins into reverse. Everyone get on their feet. Jordy Smith still pushing it. All these incredible years on tour, and when he's throwing claims like this and smiling, he often goes on to some pretty magical things. I enjoyed every bit of that ride.
Are you kidding me? Like, the crazy thing about it, this wave is so predictable. So when you ride someone off on a barrel out there, like, it just shows how deep he was, and you couldn't see him actually for the longest time ever. So that was impressive. Look, his shoulders are gonna touch the water at some point right there, and then he kind of gets pushed out and somehow squeezes through, and he's the tallest guy on tour right now. I don't know how he fit in there. That's just a glimpse of a lot of stretching on the down times, because I don't know how he pulled that off, and just beautiful rail work, which we expect from him. And once again, getting a little better in the end. And I think he knew how good he did on the barrel, that he knew he just needed to finish that wave and finish it off with a nice reverse right there. Such a good small wave surfer for how big of a guy he is.
Love it. Every single turn was dynamic and with authority, Jesse. How about this one?
Yeah, that's just beautiful style to see right there. And then pushing that back foot, stomping on that back foot to put the nose up, because that was the section right before the tube riding. So that thing bottoms out. And he did it so well to just keep calm and collected. And you see it, that's the shoulder part that I see it. That's his outside shoulders start touching the wall, because the barrel gets so small when you're deep that there's barely any room for him. And somehow he squeezed through and didn't let that glued him in the barrel and get eaten by the tube monster.
Gosh, if I'm sponsors around the world, I'm starting another bidding war for Jordy Smith. Remember that one he had back in the day? It was one of the most followed bidding wars for space on that surfboard. Well done, Jordy. You having fun?
How could he not be having fun?
BMT, bro.
What did he say?
7-point ride to start for Jordy Smith. Remember, we had Yago's 7, so I think the judges making it clear they're saving that extra space at the top just in case they need it. All they want to do is make separations. I think that was evident as well when Hauschman went to town and got a 6.53. They're just making comparisons, so keeping the scale there.
Well, and that's the good thing about having heats out here and not having a whole leaderboard system where you have to compare every wave from first wave to the last one ridden. So right there, it gives them room to actually hold the scale down, and something happens, like someone gets a good wave and it should have get the score, but they can kind of like just adjust that throughout inside the own heat. So looks like he's focused right there. Has the headphones on, like he's ready to win this event.
Getting in the cone zone is what he said. Gosh, well done, Jordy. One of my favorite sevens that he's thrown down. Rolling into this, we've got David Silva getting himself back on tour this year. One of the fastest, most spring-loaded athletes on tour. Driving off the lip, nice flow to start. Putting himself in the pocket. A little bit out in front. Now he's going to get some separation from the pit and just lose connection on his opening lefts. And Pinga going straight to the notebook. A slip off there. Now he's going to have another left where he won't be allowed any mistakes if he wants a chance at going straight to the round of 16.
Yes, that's a bummer for him right there. As you see, he's gonna get off the bottom turn. Beautiful projection down the line, but just sometimes it's the foot sliding as well, but just the placement of the board. Like maybe a little too high, so the board starts to bend out to sea a little, not out to sea, but out to the other side of the wave, and your foot just gets unglued. And that's what the case scenario would be right there, because obviously those guys are waxing their boards before they pedal out. So I'll think that's the problem that he had right there. Just a little bit of missed time right there.
So David Silva, 3.07, 4.83 before that. Seth with a 2.83, Jordy 7, the biggest number so far as we check in with Kaipo.
Hey Joe, I'm here with one of the soldiers of speed and the coach for Seth Moniz, Doug Silva. Doug, what's your advice to Seth?
Free up. It's okay to be anxious and a bit nervous and stuff. We had such a great practice session yesterday leading up to this event, so I just want him to kind of reflect and remember the quality of surfing we were doing yesterday. We felt really happy with where we were, so just kind of reach back into that bag, and you know, it's okay to fall, it's okay to be nervous, and we have 3 more chances to unveil his incredible prowess.
Not only a master of biomechanics when it comes to surfing, you're also a very functional surfer. Explain the shoes to me.
This is a precursor for El Salvador. That is so sharp. Those rocks are so slippery, so sharp. I will be impervious to the slime and the slices that are ahead of us. So I'm testing them out now like little Teletubbies.
Love it. Doug Silva, always some great advice from Super Coach.
How good is that? Yeah, Kaipo onto everything, even the equipment for the coach's corner. And if you guys have watched El Salvador the last few seasons on tour, that's always a crazy rock dance to get in and out of the water. And Silva well prepared, thoughtful, purposeful in his decision making, and having such a blast with Seth. They even did some sightseeing early when they got here. You know, they didn't have a ton of time coming straight from Pipe, but they got to check out some camels, cruise around, get their bearings in town. So already enjoying their time, getting acclimated and working out their practice moments. Seth really unloaded some unbelievable performance turns when he needed it the most and got past a favorite in Ethan Ewing at Margaret River to keep himself above the cut. And he's in his happy place. Now wants to win an event. That's the big goal now. It's time. He's come close. It happened at Pipe, runner-up in 2022 to Kelly. And now we'll see his first right of the day, carving into the pocket. Nice swing into the white water, driving off the lip line this time. Now getting himself in a nice position comfortably. It really is his happy place. Anytime he can pull in, he's going to be dangerous. Springing off the top, nice extension through the down carve, back through the lip again. Now the Hawaiian slows down a bit with that section, almost wanted to pull in right away, has to lunge for it. It kind of got ahead of him. It's interesting when you're going down the line on this hydrofoil, there are flags that will indicate that the wave is changing. You know, it's changing with the bathymetry of the floor. Also with the timing of the speed of the hydrofoil, where it will get hollow the more time you spend in the practice session. Sometimes it's in your vision. You can go by feel too, but you can kind of know, hey, this is going to bottom out. I think that one he thought anticipated it a little early. Waiting on scores for Seth Moniz as qualifying round heat number 8 continues here at the Surf Abu Dhabi Pro. The Surf Abu Dhabi Pro is brought to you by Modon, Connected Living, by Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients, and by Surf Abu Dhabi. Find your wave. First time ever, the World Surf League Championship Tour has a big event at the top stage here in the Middle East, in Abu Dhabi, and what a facility. It was a long time coming to see this debut of this great facility. It's world class as far as the luxury setup here, from fine dining to a perfect right and a perfect left, with a lot of different profiles wave-wise. Right now we're on a wave that was updated 3 weeks ago to be more resilient if the wind picked up like we saw this morning, so the team did a great job to set it up for game day. As we roll in now with Jordy Smith on the back end. Nice snap to start. Flowing has never been a problem for Jordy. He was often compared to a modern day Joel Parkinson when he first came on the scene. A little bit out in front of that backhand tube, but hits it well off the lip line. Honing his skills at New Pier in South Africa, now living in Jeffreys Bay. Getting nice and low, a little bit out in front again, but Jordy's gonna wind up to throw down a backside hammer and will step off into a 3-0. Nice creative finish for a guy that celebrated so much longevity, big performances on tour, 6 CT wins. One ahead of legends like Simon Anderson, Brad Gerlach, both with 5. Even Shane Powell had 5 CT victories. Glenn Winton also with 5. And one of Jordy's longtime rivals, even teammates for a long time, Julian Wilson with 5 wins. News is he wants back in on the tour as we check out this left.
Yeah, that third turn right there was money, and then he set up for this barrel, puts his foot forward a little bit, try to get as small as he can, and it's so tough for a guy his tall and like just a massive guy in general to get in such a small barrel. And then right here, this third turn after the barrel is pushing a little bit harder, get like quite of a nose pick out of that. And then once again, this barrel is even smaller, and he managed to make it out. Got a bit sticky on that last one, and then finish it off with the 360, which is just fun for us to watch. The judges are not gonna pay too much close attention to that because it's in the end bit, but Definitely there's 2 or 3 turns right there on that wave that he pushed it very hard and pushed a lot of water. Beautiful. Polished style right there, making that turn, extending that down carve. Transitioning to this turn here, which was my favorite turn of the heat of this wave so far. See, he's gonna push that back foot and then lean on the front foot to get the release on that tail. Just a little bit lack of deepness of the barrel. Probably going to keep that score a little bit on the shorter side.
It's interesting when you see those hollow parts of the wave, and sometimes it's just the way it's running down the line where you can't really get too deep. It's just forcing you out in front of it. You don't really have too many other options, though, on that part of the wave. Even if you're pulling in and you're not too deep, it's just a little bit of downtime, so it's going to keep the score at a 4.4.
And the problem always, Joe, because once that wave bottoms out, the bottom is very flat, so there's no transition. As soon as you try to bottom turn, you usually catch your inside rail. And if you somehow pull it off, you're going to hit the lip, and you're just going to airdrop, and that's very sticky, because as we keep mentioning here, the foil is going to keep moving forward, and the wave's going to keep speeding down the line, and you can't afford to get stuck like by any second.
So after the first run, Jordy's out in front with a 7, and he's got some room to improve on the left as well at the 4.4. Seth in second, David's in third. They'll all get one more right, one more left to try to go straight to the round of 16. Now setting up the backhand, Silva attacking the lip. Drills it again, now getting a third hack right there. Now the barrel looking to stall. Gets nicely positioned in the pocket, even a little bit deeper. Doing well to make it. Flowing off the lip already into another blast. 6 turns already in that one with the fins out. Second barreling option, the final tube of the wave. Sets up a backhand whip reverse, and he will sink on the finishing move. So David Silva on his previous right had a 4.83, so he's hoping for a new score there so he can try to break down the 8.33 requirement to take the lead off Jordy.
Yeah, that was very important for him to actually make the most of that wave. You're going to see this first barrel here from him. He's going to put his front hand on the board where they're first to set up, which is very unique. You don't see that much happening. And then now he's stalling. He puts his hand once again, just trying to apply pressure into that front part of the board to get traction and generate speed throughout the wave. And he gets so deep right here. You're going to see this section. It's going to break in front of him and chandelier a little bit. And he's going to pull through it. Look. That section gets very deep, goes through the chandelier, goes through the foam bowl. Not as deep as Jordy, but still a very good work done, and he kind of unleashed it. That was a very nice vertical turn, but there's one turn that he really pushed and got some variety from. Gets a blowtail, and then this is the one that he's going to finish, just gets stuck on the end, unfortunately. As he was rotating, doesn't rotate enough for him to go all the way around, so he gets stuck in that middle, in between that. You're trying to move, force it to go one way, and the board's trying to go another one, and then he gets sticky on that lip and can't come out. But good effort for him. Very good surfing and more variety on that wave. So I feel like he should expect a decent score out of this wave.
David talking to Pinga there, and we'll throw it down to AJ.
Happy birthday, Caroline.
Thank you.
Ever imagine you'd be spending it poolside waiting for your competition here in Abu Dhabi?
No, this is really cool though, thank you. We're living the luxurious lifestyle over here. It's pretty awesome, so it's fun to have like a lot of friends around. I didn't expect to be on the broadcast. It's kind of funny, but yeah, thank you.
Happy birthday.
Thank you. Cool.
the question is, Joe, she's listening to us right now. We're going to get a slice of that, like the cake thrown over to our side?
I mean, that would be really wonderful, especially this part of the day. I think it's time to celebrate with Caroline. Caroline, if you've got a little bit of room left to share, we could use it in the booth. Happy birthday, Caroline Marks, World Champ 2023, runner-up to Caity Simmers last year. The rivalries are huge, the women's tour. They've got the day off today to celebrate with Caroline. They'll be out in the basin all day tomorrow. Seth whips this first turn in the pocket on the Sharp Eye surfboards. I love that second turn. Timing the third through the lip line. So it's kind of the recipe, 3 turns, then pull in. His 3 were solid. This one's keeping him a little bit out in front. So look at that canvas waiting for him. Seth attacking. Whipping it quickly down the line, pushing hard, and he does go down, really trying to force the slide.
And you could tell that, like, by his body language, at halfway through that turn, he saw that he kept it a little bit too short and too close from his body. So what that does, it kind of gives you like a little bit of weight on your heel side, and you just get kind of stuck, unfortunately for him, because he was looking good in the beginning of the wave. Spicy, a little bit more sure-footed, like driving down the, like a lot of amplitude on some of the turns he had. But this one here, he keeps his board way too underneath himself. So what that does, you see it, like he goes over the handlebars, like you start to have too much weight on your heels, and that's not good for that specific moment right there for him.
Tough off there for Seth. With the scores now updated, his second left will be his keeper, but just a touch of improvement. Now it's a 3.47 from his previous 2.83. He'll have one more try on his front side on a right, and he needs a 7.93 or better to take this one off Jordy. David Silva, you can see he has one more wave left as well. It'll come down to a front side attack for David, one more left as he's chasing a 5.91. And Jordy's got 2 more waves and the lead already. We talk surfboards a lot. Let's talk fins with Kaipo.
Thank you, Joe. Yeah, we're looking at Jordy and what he's riding. It's his own signature future fin. These fins, kind of from the Merrick family of fins, a wide base on these fins, a narrower tip for release, and also with these Jordy Smith fins, they're very popular, a smaller trailer fin. So that smaller trailer fin, your third fin, loosens things up a little bit. You got drive in the front, you got turning in the back, you got drive in the base, you got release in the tip, and that's the story of Jordy Smith's signature fins on futures. They're honeycomb, by the way, RTM technology, honeycomb, medium flex, light, lively, user-friendly, high performance.
And Kaipo, any clear dims for the surfboard that you're looking at right there?
Yeah, it's 6.5, 19 1/4, and right about 32 liters. Maybe it might be a little bit more than that, 2 5/8 thick. And this is Jordy's backup board, of course, from Smith Shape, a collaboration with Jordy and his dad, Graham.
So cool. Love talking to G-Force. Graham is an absolute legend of the game. Coming from Durban, South Africa, Jordy was really raised in the shaping room around surf culture, and his dad brought him to world-class waves like Jeffreys Bay. You know, from Durban, about an 8-hour drive, maybe more, maybe 12-ish. Well, Jordy could tell you better. But he'd make that trip down the coast at a very young age, fell in love with J-Bay, and it was so emotional when that was his first CT win. You know, and then he ended up going back-to-back, and a venue that is back on tour this year, a place where he's also had a perfect heat, 210s in performance conditions. Gosh, you could talk about so many things over this incredible career. My favorite part is he's showing no signs of slowing down. Oldest full time on tour at 37, blasting the first section super clean. He's got a better a 7 to change his lead. Putting himself under the hood, getting nice and low. And now coming out, Smith laying it down in the pocket, keeping that turn short to get back up there. Look at the range over the roof. And I didn't mind that. I think he felt he had to try to change gears to get into the excellent range. He already has a 7. But that had a lot in it for a meaty turn. It almost had a climb in it, a carve, and then he brought it back down, but just let go of it, Jesse.
Yeah, just pushing that back foot a lot, and the amplitude of the turn that he got was a little bit more than he probably expected. You're going to see him unleashing it right there and getting a little bit more than he expected. The wave kind of gets a little curvy as well, and he loses that inside rail. So he was trying to regroup, and the board kept going away from him, unfortunately, because that was a massive turn. And just smart. He has already a 7-point ride, and he saw that barrel that he previously had. This one definitely wasn't as deep, so he had to go big.
Jordy has one more left. David has one more left, and Seth has one more right before we have the decision on heat number 8 of the qualifying round. It's a great time to check out WSLstore.com and get some great merch. And this is for the first time ever, getting all your shirts, your sweatshirts, all your gear on WSLstore.com for the Surf Abu Dhabi Pro, a historic moment for professional surfing. First ever CT event in this technology at this world-class facility in Abu Dhabi, but also the first ever championship tour event here in the Middle East in Abu Dhabi. So yeah, check out WSLstore.com. You could find jerseys from your favorite surfers. There's been a lot of sales for Jordy Smith's jersey over this incredible career. But now it's getting down to the wire. One wave left for these three athletes. David Silva on his last chance to skip the night session tonight. Throws some water off the top. Last remaining surfer on the Kelly Slater Surf Designs. Kelly falling off tour last year. Betty Lou changing to Mayhem. And unfortunately, David will be riding this whitewater into the night session, but don't stop watching him here because this reform has been a lot of fun.
This might be the first ever reform on a wave pool. Is he on the right section? Oh, it doesn't seem like he's on the right section for it.
But there's been some showstoppers there through the practice. A couple of big full rotations on dry cement, which has been pretty radical.
Like literally where he's standing right now, that's where people are doing full rotations.
Yeah, we've got Ed, Gragia, Mateos going just gigantic. Marco Mino is out there. It's almost like you're waiting for your practice run and you know there's a double up, so you kind of feel your board a little bit. And these guys are crazy. Without any water, they're going for just heroic punts. As we look at the situation unfolding, and now it's just down to Seth versus Jordy, really. Jordy's got one more left. Seth has one more wave. It will be on his forehand. Seth needing a 7.93, an excellent scoring ride to jump straight into the round of 16. And it's been really tough to even get near the excellent range today. Judges saving it for something big. And what we've been noticing as well, Jesse, is oftentimes the surfer are waiting to really commit to something really radical in the very last section. You know, I think as the days go on and people find their feet, we're going to start seeing that maybe on a first turn. Kanoa wasn't afraid of that at the Surf Ranch, going for reverses when you're basically risking the entire ride out of the gates.
Yeah, and there's so much to lose, and that's when the judges are going to start throwing those excellent numbers, right? And expectable, obviously. It's so much less pressure for you to do it on the very end of it when you're already done your work than just committing so early and maybe having everything ahead of you just go to waste. So I'm excited to see guys pushing a little bit more. They have been so far. Like, we've seen some amazing surfing from Iago, Italo, Griffin, and a few other names. Bronson actually lost but still surfed amazing. Joe Vaughn surfed amazing as well. So I mean, I feel like as these guys warm up and gets the butterflies out of their stomach, they're going to get even better and better through the next few days and next few rounds.
So right now, the pressure's between Seth Moniz and Jordy Smith to share. Different feelings of pressure at the moment. Seth's in the basin, Jordy's looking on. Jordy's probably hoping that he gets a free ride on his final wave. We've seen that happen a couple of times today, where he can maybe try something different, kind of figure out the basin a bit. And for Seth, he's just got one thing on his mind, going all out. Known for his charging. His close friends call him Sketchy Seth because he will charge on waves that just seem unrideable. Absolutely fearless, but you ask him about it, he's like, I don't think it's sketchy, it's just the way he surfs, you know. If you guys haven't seen the Trilogy movie yet, you got to see it with Seth Griffin and Ethan Ewing. All three with completely different personalities, and they know they got something special traveling around the world together on tour. Hydrofoil just takes a few minutes off just for the dampening effect to calm down the surface of the basin. Seth already through the top of his first turn. Nice slice into the pocket. Hitting it off the lip now, ready to pull in. So that's that 3-turn recipe. Love that solid stance. He's going to armbar it for a little more time in the pit. So one of the longer tubes. And that just stylish carve into a snap. He's off to a great start here. Now knowing it's going hollow, he'll skip the pit and go for the alley-oop. Seth into a tough transition. Can't pull it off. Wow. Absolutely going for it. If he greased that, you're thinking that would have been enough. Unfortunately, losing it on a massive alley-oop attempt. Hardest part about it was certainly where he was trying to land it.
That hurt my joints just from watching it. You see how much pressure he was actually getting compressed. And that's the first attempt of an air that we've seen it that he projected down. Not the beach, because we don't have a beach here, but just down to the concrete side of things. So you're gonna see him eyeing it down. He knows he has to go big, and he launches and lands it straight into the flats, and you're gonna see his front foot. He's gonna put all his weight to commitment. He's eyeing it down. He's a little bit late, so he has to kind of go, instead of projecting down the line as we've seen it, he just projects it upwards. And what that's gonna do with the curve of the waves is gonna launch him all the way into the flats, and you're gonna see his front foot now compressing all the weight on top of it, and the board just can't handle it. Like, that's what we mentioned, like most likely gonna have a broken board and landing it. Would have pulled it off, that would have been a massive score because the commitment was there, and that was the biggest air we've seen it so far, and he actually comboed it up with some great maneuvers and barrel riding. So very impressive from him. He had to go big and he delivered. Sometimes it just doesn't go as a plan.
Gosh, he was going for it. I guess that's where his friends would call him sketchy, going for that wild transition landing where majority or all of the alley-oops have been landed in the mid-face going down the line.
Ain't got a plan. Crumbly down there. Yeah? Pretty crumbly down there. Good better. Very crumbly down there. Pretty hard. Surprised how much it flew out in the flat. That was dog shit. Yeah, it's pretty crumbly down there, though. Tonight.
I mean, a 5.33 without that huge, the biggest attempt we've had so far in this event. That would have been looking very close to the score he was needing.
So right, like Jesse was saying, 5.33 for last of Seth Moniz, and that's all his waves for the qualifying round. Like Seth is very aware of. He's coming back tonight, this evening, to surf in the leaderboard format for the final 4 spots that'll be left in the round of 16. David Silva will be there, and congrats to Jordy Smith for a win here to go straight to the round of 16. He's got an opportunity now to feel out the wave here. It'll be a left. We'll see if he goes for broke, if he tries to just identify one part of the wave where he wants to go big on. He was always very creative when it came to the surf ranch. And I love his backhand, Jesse. It reminds me of his parts in Modern Collective, the old Kai Neville movies, where he'd do like backside Supermans or froggies, he was calling them, because he'd actually kick his feet like a frog. The rodeo flip he did in the Mentoise on a Red Bull trip was put as the best air completed at the time. Love his backhand and performance waves. So this one, he's just getting a little bit out in front, enjoying a ride. He'll have the rest of the day off. And the 37-year-old will be in the round of 16. He'll also have tomorrow off, so yeah, he's got some time to relax here in Abu Dhabi.
Yeah, that's, I mean, dodging a bullet, right? Like not going through that night shift. It's going to be very taxing on everyone. Mostly imagine that the last guy to surf is going to surf about 10 p.m. and the next day starting pretty early usually, so it's not easy for themselves.
So a little victory lap for Jordy Smith. What was your take on this? Is he just going through the motions, just hanging out? I mean, a couple of those turns were really aggressive.
Yeah, I don't think he was going through. I don't think he was just playing it safe. I think he was trying to push, mostly because he wants to get the reps done, and he had only a 4.4 on the first left, and you kind of want to see, you kind of want to base yourself and see where you're at in each of the waves, you know, the right or the left. So I feel like he was pushing right there. The third turn he had on that wave was with a lot of amplitude, a lot of drive through the turn, and it's important for him to measure himself. Where am I at? Like, do I need to push more or less, you know? And he did just fine.
So he does improve a touch there. It goes to a 4.77 on his left. So he'll be looking at his backhand on where he can improve as he heads into the round of 16. That's 7. One of my favorite rides of the day for South Africa's Jordy Smith to move on. We'll be seeing Seth and David later on this evening. Be fun to see them regroup. Different format in the night session. You have 2 waves, a right and a left. That's it. You just count your best wave. Doesn't matter which direction it is as you fight for the 4 spots to get back into the round of 16. We're not finished yet, Jesse, with this qualifying round. Rio Waida, Ryan Callanan, and Alejo Muniz will be on deck after we go on this quick break. One man that I just can't wait to see in the basin is Felipe Toledo, the 2-time world champ. And it's almost in this crazy way that he's not an underdog by any means, but just when you take a year off and you're quietly coming back on tour, I mean, he's got Ian Gouveia, Marco Mignot. I mean, in my mind all day, you know, he's got to be the event favorite.
I mean, Joe, no doubt about it. Like, the performance he has done, mostly on the right-handers at wave pool facilities, it's second to none. And it's actually, I think there's a gap in between all the surfers and him. He almost seems untouchable. The type of aggressiveness, the speed, the flow, and how progressive he is, it's amazing.
So exciting times here, a historic event in surfing history, the first time ever having a CT level event here at the Surf Abu Dhabi Pro. We're going to come back at 2:25 local time this afternoon. So a little bit of a break and we'll continue with the qualifying round. We'll see you then.
I've been taken for granted my whole life. Don't try to play me, bruh. It seem like they can't keep my name up out their mouth. I know I'm unstoppable there, top of my class. They pump their brakes, I hit the gas. They built a break, I made to last. Push come to shove, I'm whooping they ask about me. I don't talk about it, I be about it. I got a lot more for a lot less. I've been about it, you just speak about it. You a prospect talking nonsense. I just move the way I wanna move. This is real life, this is not chess. They be trying to tell me how to play my own game, dog. I digress. Here we go, here we go, here we go, here we go. They know I'm the man. I'm just showing out. Here we go, here we go, here we go, here we go. I keep it real. That's what I'm about. Bang on my chest like I'm King Kong. Top of my game like I'm LeBron. I got that mustard like this, John. Man on a mission like Elon. I'm prepared to win because I always go the distance. I had to do it on my lonely cause I never had assistance. Always had a vision, but I always still persisted. People say I'm tripping, now I'm on the road to riches. Come on. Here we go, here we go, here we go, here we go. They know I'm the man. I'm just showing out. Here we go, here we go, here we go, here we go. I keep it real. That's what I'm about. I got that juice, attitude. What you gonna do when they mad at you? I just did what I had to do. Leveled up a new magnitude. I kept it pushing and busting and moving and running and shaking and hustling. My competition be mad at themselves cause they keep on falling down and struggling. Here we go, here we go, here we go, here we go. They know I'm the man. I'm just showing out. Here we go, here we go, here we go, here we go. I keep it real. That's what I'm about. Here we go. They know I'm the man. I'm just showing out. I keep it real. That's what I'm about.
bank with allowance. Now it's a Ben Frank on a salad. Now I'm the big man on campus. Betting on me and they liking their chances. Yeah, gotta give them no work. 9 to 5. Yeah, come with some purpose. Gotta stay on your job. I be going berserk. The time is mine. Gotta give them a learn. Gotta look who in first. Yeah, you know it's a team. Gotta rep on a shirt. Check the wrist. Big time. Big play. Gotta hit the rewind. Who you got? Pick a side. Rockstar lifestyle certified. Wins. All I know, we go head to head, go toe to toe. Let's see who wins. All I know, looking at the goal for real. Wins. All I know, we go head to head, go toe to toe. Let's see who wins. All I know, looking at the goal for real. Whole lot of kinetic, I've been in motion. Whole lot of wins, I've been in focus. Whole lot of hate, they all wanna doubt the boys, but nah, they gotta be joking. Know you seen them on a rise, know you seen them on a sign. It's a movie in real life, it's real life televised. Check the wrist, big time, big play, gotta hit the rewind. Who you got? Pick a side. Rockstar lifestyle certified. Wins. All I know, we go head to head, go toe to toe. Let's see who wins. All I know, looking at the goal for real. Wins. All I know, we go head to head, go toe to toe. Let's see who wins. Bet it all on me. Bet it, bet it, bet it, bet it, bet it, bet it, bet it all on me. Bet it, bet it, bet it, bet it, bet it, bet it, bet it all on me. Yeah, bet on me. I got that high hand. Tell them stop playing. Wait, whoa, whoa. God sent in the top 10. Got me locked in. Wait, whoa, whoa. Shot clock with it non-stop, been timeless. Tell them pay attention, need a vibe bands. Going Kanye on a wild rant, wait. You know what it is, just throwing a dime, you doubling up. Whoa. You know the odds might get a little bad, but they gotta fumble it up. Yeah. Put in a prop, it's looking exotic. You know what side it is, you know what side it is. Hey, bet it all on me. Bet it, bet it, bet it, bet it, bet it, bet it, bet it all on me. Bet it, bet it, bet it, bet it, bet it, bet it, bet it all on me. Might as well go all in on me. Big does when I walk in, just bet it all on me. Bet it, bet it, bet it, bet it, bet it, bet it, bet it all on me. Bet it on me. Two player, two play, 2K, somebody other than me. Yeah, you not a brother to me. Whoa, I'm only playing for keeps. Yeah, all of my dogs is outside with it, can't keep on a leash. Yeah, my work Mona Lisa, can't pay with a Visa. Walked in with a briefcase, pulled off in a Brinks truck. Bet it on me, your boy. They wanna sleep on no boy. I wanna seek and destroy it. Yeah, go put a parlay on a short thing on your boy. Bet it all on me. Bet it, bet it, bet it, bet it, bet it, bet it, bet it all on me. Bet it, bet it, bet it, bet it, bet it, bet it, bet it all on me. Might as well go all in on me. Big does when I walk in, just bet it all on me. Bet it, bet it, bet it, bet it, bet it, bet it, bet it all on me. Bet it all on me. Bet it all on me.
Mi debilidad, solo tú, yeah, yeah, yeah. Me paraliza como te mueves. Tú me
Check out the view this afternoon here at the Surf Abu Dhabi Pro here in the UAE for the first time at the championship tour level. What a day it's been so far, and we haven't even finished the opening round for the men. Heat number 9 on deck, Rio Waida, Ryan Callinan, and Alejo Muniz. Joe Turpel with Jesse Mendez, and wild card in this event from Florianopolis in Brazil, Mateus Herdy. Matt, it's so good to see you always, especially on the top stage where you belong. So happy that you got the call up for this event.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for inviting me here. I'm super happy to be here.
Yeah, we've enjoyed your wild card performances in the past. As we all know, this is groundbreaking for the surfing world. First of all, being in Abu Dhabi, is this your first time here?
Yeah, well, just the airport, but other than that, yeah, first time.
Yeah, first time actually traveling and checking out the local area, and also checking out this world-class facility. What was it like opening the doors, you know, and having the golden ticket to come to this place?
Yeah, it was really, really surprising. You know, everything about it is just so new. Even like the weather, you know, I thought was really warm, but it's actually cold. So everything about it is just brand new. The food, people, and yeah, really happy to be here. And yeah.
What's really unique as well is how you warm up for an event. You know,
Yeah.
You've been in so many contests in your life. And,
Yeah.
Obviously a great season last year once again on the Challenger Series. Break down the whole schedule of like how many practice waves you actually got before you got to compete today.
What it helped me was the reform. I was getting so many reforms. It was so funny. everyone was like keep talking to me like, oh, you're not allowed to do that during the comp. I was like, yeah, but we usually surfing for 2 hours before the event starts, you know. So
let's explain this reform real quick. I mean, for people at home, you're seeing the wave on the hydrofoil, but Jesse, there's like a little reform that just heads towards the deck. It's not a wave for everybody. It's really shallow, but Mateus and Ed and a bunch of people have been loving it.
Yeah, so I think the difference between here and Lemoore, I think it's just wider stretch that we have. So the wave kind of like loses power, and then it hits some sort of bank and reforms and turns into a perfect little right or a perfect little left. And there's actually 2 sections. You can see it on the deeper one. It's a little bit hollower and runs down the line and finishes, like you mentioned, on top of the concrete.
It's cement. I mean, have you damaged your equipment this week?
not really, but like it's just because it's so it's slippery too. It's concrete, but it's slippery. So like, yeah, I don't know. It's not reef, you know. It's not. It's different. But you gotta be aware of it.
So
you gotta be, you know, really aware of what's going on there. But it's a really good warm up. We didn't have this at Lemoore, so
hey,
yeah,
you just identified an option to get a couple of more waves before game day today. We'll talk more with Mateus Hurdy about his experience this morning. But we saw the big man from South Africa get a win straight into the round of 16. Jordy Smith and AJ on the glass.
Jordy, what a way to start your very first surf contest here in Abu Dhabi. It looks like you are just having so much fun in the heat of competition. How have you maintained that attitude?
I don't know, kind of starving myself last night and this morning so I could fit in the barrel. But I was actually surprised myself. I made it out of that one on the right. I kind of got caught behind, and when I made it, I was just like, whoa, if I can do some turns here, I might get a good score.
So what are you going to have for lunch now that you made the barrel?
The buffet is just going to get unleashed. Yeah, so, but no, on a serious note, it's super fun. I mean, the wind's gotten a lot better now. I think this morning, that wind, you know, of course, it comes on the day of competition. All week long, it's been perfect. And that, I think, threw everybody really off. Everyone kind of had that run. And I just thought maybe today was going to kind of be just about who adjusted best. But yeah, the wind seemed to kind of calm down now. And it's a glorious occasion.
Congratulations. See you in the next one.
Thanks.
Always look forward to Jordy Smith to see what he's going to be doing in those interviews. He's in a good spirit. He's happy. He's ripping, and that could be a dangerous sign for the rest of the field as we introduce heat number 9 coming off the break. Rio Waida, Ryan Callanan, Alejo Muniz. Remember, the whole situation here is first place goes to the round of 16. Second and third will be surfing at night. As you check out the basin here, it's about 10.5 football fields in length, and we're already getting things started. Alejo Muniz ripping through his first turn, driving into a very similar type of maneuver. Third hack is off the lip, surfing with a lot of flair and intensity, pushing hard off the bottom, drills it off the roof. Now stretching this out, not worried about the barrel, just going for another big slice on the open face. Clean climb for Alejo. A veteran of the tour, was in the Rookie of the Year race with Julian Wilson back in the day. And how about longevity in the barrel and then lighting up that section, getting the fins out, riding away from his finishing move. The vet looking solid on his opening right. And I kind of enjoyed him deciding not to pull into that first tube section out the back and stick into big moves.
I mean, I think that was refreshing for us to see it, and not just to mention, he didn't go around that section and didn't do anything. He actually, his best turn of the whole wave so far until up to this point was actually that critical section where people are usually getting barreled. He air dropped off the sky, like just very critical turn, and yeah, great effort for him right there. Great start of the heat for Alejo. What do you thought about this wave?
I like his mentality, you know. He like totally just forgot the barrel. I mean, he didn't even look at it. See that? He was just like aiming for this right here. Wow, that was a really big, nice turn. And then, yeah, he just stick to his plan, I guess. You know, he had a plan and he made it.
And then the fin throw to finish. So much dedication to get back on tour. Definitely has been waiting a lot of time to do a maneuver like this back on tour, Jesse.
Yeah, and that's the signature turn. Like, we've seen it so much of that from Alejo, but yeah, that was just power gouge, like generating speed throughout that section, that the wave gets a little bit holler and just opening up, which we haven't seen it so much in this event. I saw a glimpse of it from Iago having that big carve on the left and some other people, but that was nice to see from Alejo.
Nice time to check in with the Pulse to get you caught up with all the major moments that have happened throughout the day today. Griffin Colapinto won the Surf Ranch. We're back in a wave system, this time in Abu Dhabi, and picked back up where he left off. Absolutely ripping, 7.4. He can change gears on demand, finding his flow state. Looked great going right and left. He actually had the opportunity to try a backup board because his lead was so solid. Griff going straight into the round of 16. The guy that battled him in that close decision in the Surf Ranch was this man, Italo. And he looks like he's been full tilt, waiting for a chance to maybe battle with Griffin again if they make it into the final together. But this alley-oop was incredible. It was a powerful one, landed bolts. The feet didn't move, and an aggressive turn to follow the punt got him a free ride into the round of 16. And Mr. Dora is so dialed in when it comes to wave pools around the world, especially on the lefts. He can provide some big scores. His alley-oop was clean. His footwork is just unbelievable. His alley-oops can be different. They could be off axis. They could be flatter. He has so many great instincts to land where he wants to. Thanks for watching The Pulse. We'll keep you updated throughout the rest of the event. Here comes vet of the tour, Ryan Callanan. Rides for JS Industries, just like Mateos, who's still with us here for the call. The goofy foot from Meriwether Beach kicks off his opening ride. Remember, 2 lefts, 2 rights. You score your best left and best right. As he's starting to swoop a bit, throwing some carves off the top. Rooftop connection there for Arcal, and now trying to burn some speed. Funneling around him. The Australian comes out, back to business for some maneuvers. Little hang time off the lip line. Draws that down car, picks up the rail, back to the lip again, and he loses it. After such a brilliant start through the first part of the wave. Mateos, it's such a demanding ride.
Yeah.
One of the longest rides you're gonna have on tour. It's gotta be hard sometimes just to keep a clear mind when you have so many decisions to make.
Yeah, especially if you're coming from the QS, dude. You're only surfing like two turns per wave, pretty much.
As we see the start, Jesse, what'd you see?
Just great, solid surfing from him. Kind of like the same, like just no downtime. Like make sure he identified the critical part of the wave and he made the most of it. And it's just so unforgiving, this wave. As much as like that was a beautiful down carve, and he's gonna push his back foot right there. And the wave just keeps rolling forward. And if you like, it's so easy for you to actually catch that inside rail or the nose or anything. It's just very unforgiving. And that's what happened right there. Inside nose got caught and went over the handlebars.
Tough one there for Ryan. That was gonna squash that score. Alejo's in at a 5.67. Ryan's in at a 3.93 as he'll reset, and his next wave will be on the backhand attack. Also Rio Waida in this heat. For Mateos, I mean, you've surfed in a lot of heats. Brilliant year again on the Challenger Series. We've seen you at Wild Cards, but this is so different.
Yep.
You know, when you have your heat earlier, you had Ethan Ewing and Matty McGillivray, but you're in the water at different times. You know, you're not like shoulder to shoulder. How different does that really feel competitively?
Everything about it is different because, like, I did my first ride and then I went back to talk to Grillo, and it felt weird, you know, because we used to just stay in the water and not talk to anyone pretty much. We're just there for the half an hour, you know, in the heat, and then I came back and then I start talking again, and I don't know if I like it, you know, because I'm not used to it, but also it kind of takes the pressure away a little bit because you're talking and then you go back and then it feels like you have more chances, but you don't. But it's it's totally different. I was actually talking to Maddie when we see each other, you know, seeing, like, doing high fives, and Ethan was more like super focused, but it's different. Yeah, you're competing against yourself, you know. It's really, really different.
It was interesting this morning when we all felt that severe wind change of what we've had the last few days. How did you adapt to that this morning?
Oh, yeah, I mean, I woke up and thank God Pedro Pepe, a guy that works here, he's a longtime friend from from South Brazil, and yeah, we know each other for a long time. He like texted me, called me straight away. Dude, the wind is so strong, right? Like, I didn't see this on the forecast, and I was like, oh, really? Like, I already knew about it, so it wasn't surprising for me when I got to the beach, but was the first time that I didn't even look at the barrel. You know, I did like 2 or 3 more turns that I'm used to do. So it was a different approach, and I kind of lost myself a little bit on my first wave, but I mean, yeah, it's hard for everyone.
Hydrofoil in motion, setting up the opening ride for Indonesia's Rio Waida. Swinging into a climb to start, now working with Reynolds Hayes this year. Third turn, solid, frames it up with that lean back in the pocket, punches the lip again. One of the fastest surfers on tour. Releasing some spray just like if he was at Karamas. Drives into that vertical with the fins out. Nails it again. Rio off and running to a brilliant start. Now starting to think about the barrel. Looks like he wants to pull in and get out in time for a big snap. Bonus turn right there. Might even get a third. He'll go for the 360. Bit of old school flair from Rio Waida.
That's good. I like the claim.
Yeah. When you're feeling it, right? Sometimes it just comes out. Reynolds is always keeping it cool. But I'm excited to see that relationship develop this year with Reynolds and Rio Waida.
Yeah, that's great. And I think obviously he's such an explosive surfer, kind of like similar to what Alejo does, but the difference that he has, he's able to compress and decompress the board a little bit better, so he gets more flare out of the turns. And you're gonna see it right here. Look how much spray and how much pop this turns out to be in. That's just all like abilities that he has, and it's just solid surfing overall.
And then the back end of this wave, Mateos, what did you notice about the barrel and the finish?
Yeah, it's so hard to read the wave, so he thought probably he was deep, and then the wave didn't barrel the way he wanted it, so he smashed those last turns. And yeah, I like the creativity, you know, like so different in the claim, but he's strong, man. He puts the work, you know, so he's definitely an athlete, you know. We've been on Quicksilver for a long time together, traveling together. We were roommates on the Quicksilver Pro in Mexico, so we both find out at the same time that we got the wild cards. We were doing trip for step, and then we both were super late, and we were in the room, and then we got the text from Renato, and we were tripping. We were like, you know, together, just yeah, super happy, and then yeah, stoked to see him doing well on the CT.
Yeah, you guys don't mind getting the call up late because you both had brilliant key moments in that event in Mexico. We'll have some time to reflect on that further in a moment, but AJ McCord is standing by with some insight on Alejo Muniz.
Here you go.
Joe, I was catching up with Alejo at Pipeline before this season for him, and he was telling me how important it is for him this season to remind people that anything is possible. He feels like that is part of his mission of being back on tour and showcasing his talents on the CT. He said, look, I've been away from the tour for 8 years. I'm 34 years old. I'm not the same young guy that I was when I first qualified, but I'm back. And he wants to be the example to remind people, don't give up on your dreams. He's been waiting a really long time, but he never gave up. He's back, and now he's getting ready for another wave.
Oh, what a great catch-up. Thank you, AJ. That is just beautiful. And you could tell, talking to Alejo, I think you guys have seen him a lot more over the years than I have in that 8-year hiatus from the top stage, but there's this peace about him. There's this maturity about him. He's a man. You know, he's been through a lot, and he's used that adversity to his advantage to be built differently now. I mean, in surfing, too, all the rules about age, you can throw them out the window.
Appreciate
Kelly's in his own world, but you think about the world titles with McFanning. You know, he wasn't peaking yet in his 30s. Most of his major moments actually came once he got to that era, and I think Alejo is kind of just getting started.
Keep telling Jesse the same thing. There's still time, dude.
See, Jesse, make a comeback. We'll back you, or your support.
Here we go.
Alejo Muniz moving quickly.
He's so strong, and he's back in. Should I comment?
Please, no, please. Continue.
Yeah, actually, Alejo got a tip barrel riding from Ian a few years ago. It helped him so much, and he's improved on barrel riding. Yeah, crazy. damn it.
Tough fall there.
I'm sorry, Alejo, I jinxed it. But yeah, that was a wave pools are here to stay. And remember, Ian and Alejo went to this wave pool in Brazil, and then Ian was giving him tips of like how to do the stance on the barrel, on left backside barrel. So it did help Alejo a lot, and he's doing way better. His turns obviously is crazy powerful, but you see how this stance is really hard. It's once you learn it, then it's easier, but it's still hard. Every time you're in the board, you got to move your feet. See how he did it? Oh, man, that hurts so bad.
And just missing this opportunity here. But I was going to think, Mateus, how inspiring it would have been for you to get to experience the Challenger Series with a veteran.
Yeah.
And like Alejo Muniz, seeing him at 34 putting his head down and finding that remarkable run that was really fired up in the Australian league.
Yeah, definitely. I know. I've been so close a few times, and seeing him qualifying last year, it was really, emotional for all of us. I think when he qualified, we all saw his relief. He was crying, Portugal, and he looks fit, man. I don't see him as a 34. He's 34. Yeah, he's still so fit, and I don't see this guy stopping really soon. Like even Adriano is competing the national events in Brazil, so yeah, it's they look really young for me, So I'm kind of happy. I'm 24 right now, but I'm stoked to, see all these guys and see the examples of their, careers.
Jesse Mendez, you mind if we start working on the comeback?
Yeah. I think we need a coach first. You're going to be my coach, Joe?
Hey, I'm backing you all the way. Let's do this.
I told him, dude, just get those albums and come back to the Kiwi.
Yeah, check out that breeze, Jesse.
Looks pretty strong still, but like Jordy said, it did get better. I think the first and second, third and fourth heat, we got the short end of the stick, but then things started to clear out. And we've seen it way more barrel ride in the last few heats, so on the right mostly. So that shows that the wind got much better, it's cleaner, and the surfers are going to be able to free up a little bit more and be able to push a little bit harder. So I'm excited to see that wave from Ryan right now. It's coming up on the right, yeah?
That's right. Yeah, we saw one wave from Ryan so far. Opened up on his forehand, 393. Now we'll go to his backhand, where he's almost maxed out the score line at the CT level on one major backhand turn at big main break in Margaret River. He's finaled with the backhand at Bells Beach, runner-up to Ethan Ewing. He also had a CT final as a wild card against Julian Wilson in France. Fog rolled in. They had to put the final on hold. He can retell you that story of the final like it was yesterday. Rolling through here, you've got the right setting up and Arcal getting started. Second turn with some flow down to the bottom, snaps it off the lip. Nice timing on the third turn. Now looking to square up. First barrel ride keeps him out front. Turn out of the pit, solid off the lip. Crushing it again. Now he's found some flow. Nice read again from Arcal. Getting through the white water, last section to pull in, head down, pretty deep, and he's gonna get caught there.
He was on his way to getting a great score. There's some damage done, like mostly that second turn after that barrel, the first barrel. Just very critical on that pocket, like the wave bottomed out underneath and he kept the speed throughout the turn. That was very impressive from him. Unfortunately, so many people getting stuck on that last little barrel.
Yeah, we'll see what Ryan will do, as he will have another right and one more left to try to win this heat to go straight to the round of 16. Surf Abu Dhabi Pro continues right after this. Qualifying round, heat number 9 underway. Alejo, Ryan Callanan, Rio Waida, all looking for a spot straight into the round of 16. And check out this world-class facility. And it's all using water from the ocean, from the Gulf right there. You've got a pipe that goes way out there, brings in this salt water. It actually gets filtered and is comparable to the salinity of the Atlantic Ocean. So the buoyancy is really familiar for surfers coming into this basin and this world-class technology from the Kelly Slater Wave Company. And they've got a lot of different wave profiles, fine dining experiences, surf coaching, video replay. And you could get the longest barrel of your life spending some time out here. And they treat you like royalty. Here we go, Rio Waida already has a 6.67. He got that on his forehand, and now we get to enjoy his backhand attack. A lot of great lefts in Indonesia that are world famous. How is that? Fan of spray off the top, hits it off the lip again. Gets a lot of waves at the crowded venue of Uluwatu, and he gets to go home. And now getting out in front, back to business for the backside snap. Sometimes a little bit hard to change gears when you talk about variety, but if you're hitting it hard enough with power, judges don't seem to mind. Now deep, disappears for a moment. Well done for Waida. And still with some energy to let the fins fly free. Mateus Hurdy still with us for the call. Like that turn, and then a reverse to finish. Mateus, you two spending a lot of good time together. You reflected on that memory, being the wild card in Mexico.
Yeah.
So much to like about this guy, especially his work ethic. But what stands out to you when you both were just going, no way, we're in the main event back with that event at Barra? That must have been really special.
It was a good time. We called each other roommates for a long time after that. But yeah, this wave right here, it feels like he's home, right? Like Uluwatu, getting barrel, doing turns, offshore, he's used to it. So yeah, a really powerful wave. Really powerful turns, and I like the barrel, the second barrel too. He was deep. And this last turn, he finished really strong, That wave in the ocean would have been a 12. And, but here it's, what do you think, Jesse?
I mean, it's hard to call scores, but I kind of personally like this left better than the right. Like
yeah.
he inverted a little bit more, which
that.
is sometimes it's easier in your backhand, but not on a wave like this that has so much pace. And I just want to mention the importance of him finishing off that wave strong and throwing the ball to the other side of the court, because now the pressure is on his opponents, Ryan and Alejo, and he can only improve to it. He's going to have 2 solid scores under his belt, 1 right, 1 left, and he can go big on the next 2 waves. And just great surfing from Rio. Smart, solid, and aggressive.
Yeah, he liked it. I like the claims too. 2 nice claims.
Yeah, just sharing how you feel, right? I mean, we talked about claims for years.
Yeah,
What's
I think some people like in the internet, I don't think they get it too. Like it's really hard. It's like you wake up, you think about your heat, you think about when you leave home, you're already thinking about the heat. So like when you do well, you just claim it's just like natural, it's nice. It's something that people should be psyched on, I think so.
Yeah, you just got to express how you feel. One guy that's really good at that is Kaipo, and he's having a great time here at this facility. Where are you at, Kipes?
Oh, Joe, you caught me at the Corona Cerro bar. This is the top floor of the surf station. Wow, my goodness. This is enjoying 100% natural, 0 APV Corona Cerro, and the best view in the whole basin. This is open to the public right here at the Corona Cerro bar. It's top of the surf station. Enjoy some Corona Cerro. Like I said, 100% natural, 0% APV. You don't have to feel guilty about it, but you did catch me mid-sipping, Joe.
Gosh, I am so jealous of your roster today, Kaipo. He knows this is a world-class facility. He's having a great time with the coaches, the surfers, and enjoying the Corona Cerro bar at the moment. What a place to be. As we see the scores come in for Rio Waida, 667. He takes the lead now of this qualifying round, heat number 9, and the Brazilian vet swinging. We talk about Brazil with him. We talk about Mar del Plata in Argentina as well. Wow, that was a dagger in the critical part of the wave. Those floats in transition are very difficult to look that smooth.
No barrel again. I like it. And yeah, wow. The 3 first turns were sick. The wave is kind of weird right now. He's going huge. Come on, Alejo, give us something. Oh! All right, I liked it. I like that he tried. You know, like he could have landed. We never know.
That's his signature turn. Like, he's very good at those curb flips. Maybe just not applying before here at the wave pool. It's a different section. It bends more towards you. It's not easy to time it, as we've seen it so many times. People just going a little bit into the flats or out the back. So maybe that's what happened. But a lot of damage done at the beginning of the wave. If we could clear it up the end bit here to look into a very good score.
That turn.
Yeah, those 2 turns on the critical part of the section. But here just mistimed it. That's all.
I remember the one he did in New York. That was,
oh, yeah.
I was young, and I remember seeing him. I was like, Alejo, this is such an airless, you know. And then I started doing the QS. I was like, Alejo, come on, give us something. Where's the airs? And then just stoked that he tried, you know. Sometimes it's easier to just stay on your rail turns and not risk it. So I'm stoked that he did it, you know. I want him to keep doing this, like keep risking it.
Nice flashback, Mateos. That was Alejo's rookie season. You know, when they had that one event in New York, the swell came together. That was one of the best swells you could have had for that region. That was when Owen Wright beat Kelly in the final. They had gone 3 in a row. So Alejo's got a lot of memories from the tour. That last score, a 3.5 for Alejo. And we have Rio Waida still out in front, as Alejo connects with longtime rival and legend of the sport, world champ Adriano de Souza. As we'll check out the numbers here. Rio now with pocket 667s out in front.
And that's what's important for him. Like I mentioned, that left was more important than the right, because instead of him feeling the pressure to actually have to perform on the last wave, on his last left, no, he threw the ball to the other side of the court, and now it's all the pressure on top of Muniz and Kalanen, and he actually can free up and even go bigger on the next 2 waves he has.
So the stage is set. Go for the win. You go to the round of 16. Second and third will be in the night session with Mateos. About 6:40 local time start. Different type of format. Is that starting to go through your head right now? Are you feeling pretty comfortable to roll in tonight?
I'm actually, I did yesterday, I changed a few waves on practice time with Brisa to kind of be ready for it. So I only had 1 right and 1 left. And, you know, I went for it, you know. I was like, all right, this is my only chance. And, yeah, just kind of enjoying, you know, the wild card. It's good to be here. The last time that I got a wild card, I think, was 2022. And yeah, just stoked to be here, enjoy, and I'm going to take those 2 waves and have fun.
I love it. I love your interviews, by the way, Mateos. It kind of reminds me of, like, you know, Jordy came on tour, Josh Kerr, and they'd give you something when they're asked questions. I love how you're like, hey, I can beat guys on tour. I just need to get there. You should have no shame in that, because you got to believe in yourself. As we look at Ryan Callanan, looking for an 8.71. He's got some flow, good power hack. He's really, really strong. He can hold that low stance for a very long time.
This is really hard, that part over there. After the barrel, like, it's hard to time it too, you know, because sometimes you get, if the barrel is a long barrel, you can get lost too if you do 3 turns and then be too deep for the last barrel. Or if you kick out soon, then you'll do 5 turns and then you can miss the barrel again. So it's really tricky wave, and Brian's a really tall guy too, so it makes it harder, I think.
Yeah, Jesse and I have been talking about it all morning. It's like, okay, what would you do with a wave if you're just going into it? I'm skipping the barrels. Like, what types of maneuvers could be landed?
Airs. I mean, that part of it there, I think Gabriel, I can see Gabriel trying an alley-oop right there. Or even just like a air reverse, something like that. But it's really hard, and also it's going to be into the flats. So,
well,
yeah,
I guess the problem is it's a good section, but it's hard to keep the momentum throughout the wave, right?
Yeah.
So you're going to do something, and like you mentioned, it's probably going to throw you into the flats. You know how it is. As soon as you get thrown into the flats, all your speed gets wiped off. So for you to keep going, like you gotta weigh it down, the risk and reward. You know, like, is that worth it doing it right there? If someone pulls it off, it's gonna get a massive score. It's just a matter of who's gonna do it.
I think I saw Jackson doing it in the practice. He I don't remember. I think he got a barrel, and then right away he just went for it, and then he did an alley-oop right after. So I don't remember if he landed, but I saw this approach, and I was like, wow, that's impressive.
That's why I said there's more meat on the bone for Jackson, because I saw one of his lefts and he did get barreled, came out.
Did he
and
land
did a
it
nice,
alley-oop?
No, I saw the one that he did an air, just a normal air, like
180, but then he grabbed it and
came out pretty clean, so that was impressive.
I just don't remember if he landed an alley-oop after, but it's possible. It's there. The wave. The thing about this place, different than Lemoore, is the wave changed so much. You know, every wave is so different, and the wind changed so much too, and yeah, you never know what you're gonna get. It's actually sick, but at the same time, it's hard. So yeah.
Scores coming through for Ryan Callanan. It is his best so far, coming in at a 6.0. So a solid one there. That's his best left. He's going to keep that. He has one more right in this round that he can try to improve on. Chasing a 7.34 now to catch up to Rio Waida. Waida's got 2 more waves to try to increase his lead. It's coming down to 1 more wave for Arcal, 1 more wave for Alejo Muniz, to see who will be in the night session and who will be having the day off tomorrow and the rest of the day today. Still haven't seen Felipe yet. That's just been simmering all morning.
Can't wait.
All afternoon.
Can't wait to watch, man. He's a guy that if you see him free surf, he would rip. But then if you put the jersey on, dude, it's just a completely different surfer. Same as Jardy too. Like, Jardy today impressed me so much. Here we go, Rio. What do you think he's going to do? Because they already have good 2 scores. Actually, he's so consistent.
Yeah.
Check the scores, 667, 667.
So, Jesse, what would be the strategy here?
Have to go huge. Like, he has nothing else to do. Like, I think he has to be solid throughout the wave, be critical, but then finish it off with an exclamation point for sure.
Gosh, every turn looks so big. And then a big section to change gears, throw tail reverse. Didn't even have to hesitate. He's still drilling it off the lip. What a performance. Rio Waida skipping the pit. Can he finish? Snap. Blows the tail into reverse. What an amazing ride. Take a bow, Mr. Waida. That was sensational.
And that's the importance of him, like, building a solid foundation. Like, he has 2 pretty decent scores, pretty solid scores for today, and that just freed him up. If he didn't have maybe a good left, he was going to be in the pressure to try and better the score on the right. But now with both scores, he just goes to town, and you're going to see this section right here. He's going to float it, gain speed, bottom turn, and smash that section with so much aggressiveness, and then into a beautiful below tail reverse, moves his feet back around, gain speeds once again, and just finish it off strong.
Well, the wave looks way better right now too, and I love them, and I love when someone just, you know, risk it all, and he did, and yeah, he finished nice. I think he's going to the 7 club. He definitely better his score.
Gosh, what a read from Rio Waida, already starting off with a pair of 6.67s right or left, and that's a positive sign for Rio, showing that he has no weaknesses, front side or backside here in Abu Dhabi. We'll take a quick break. We'll see who ends up on top of heat number 9 of the qualifying round when we return.
jet lag is so heavy.
Rio Waida just got a 7.47. How about that? Keeping that score, not a surprise, but making it tougher now for Alejo and Ryan Callanan to fight for the win. But Muniz is already whipping some big turns, slowing things down. Nice classic backhand tube technique, coming off some heavy injuries over the last 8 years, but looking like he is more than 100%. A little bit behind and he slips off. Chasing an 8.47. And Alejo getting his final wave here in the qualifying round. So now he's going to extend his day today here in this facility, and it'll be part of the night session. 24 surfers in the night session, surfing for 4 spots into the round of 16. What happened here, Jesse?
I mean, once it's just all about time in this wave, right? Like that's why it's so hard. It's such a long, extended wave for you to keep your focus and make sure you have to do the turn at the right place. It's very tricky. And right there, he had that the turn previous to that one. He forced it a little bit more than he probably did in his line throughout the whole training sessions, and that put him a little bit late. He got up there, and the wave just kept flying down the line.
Hurt so bad. Seriously, the wave is so perfect. So when you when you fell and then you kind of like your last look, just the wave going, you know, alone, and you're like, oh no, I let this wave go. It just hurt so bad.
Well, it's a funny idea just in your head, Mateos. Like, imagine if you're at like a world-class wave like J Bay, and you're like, okay, you only get 2 waves, you know, go in that direction, kind of what you'll experience tonight. You know, just the headspace of going, oh gosh, only 2 decisions on a perfect wave, and how that can change your energy, you know?
For sure, yeah, it's so different, man. I don't know, because in the ocean, you still have to choose those waves, you know, and then it can be you can choose a really good one that we don't have to rip that hard because the wave is so good. And then here, there's no excuses, dude. You show all your weakness. You show if you're emotional, it shows if you're nervous or if you're feeling whatever, you know, like you can really tell what's going on in their mind, you know.
Definitely. Mateos, for you being a wild card, we know Crosby Colapinto broke his elbow.
Actually, shout out to him. Like, I hope he feels better. I told Griffin that I would do an interview and say something about it. So yeah, Crosby, get better soon, and yeah, I hope to do well. So. You know, to do well just to make it worth it.
And I know he was trying to get better in time for this event.
Yeah.
So how late did you find out that you'd be coming?
That's the thing. I was like, I already knew that the wild card would have been me. You know, I was the next in line. So I was just waiting for him, and I didn't want to text him like, you don't want to do this. You know, I know how hard it is because he's, you know, probably he needs to do the cut, right? He needs to make the cut. So. Yeah, I find out kind of late. I wish I found out a little bit earlier so I could be here earlier and surf more times. But it's all right. I'm just stoked to be here, you know.
Yeah, definitely. We're happy that you're able to get here in time, get your warm-ups, and enjoy the championship tour level event. We know how close you've come so many seasons for your full spot qualifying, and we've got a perfect wave heading towards Ryan Callanan. It's his last chance to take the lead off Rio Waida. Starting on his backhand, Callanan needs an 8.14. There's the blast there. Transitions and doesn't quite make it under the lip, and that's going to be frustrating for the Australian. He'll be into the night session later on today.
Yeah, I mean, that's tough to see. You saw that he was pushing. He had to. He needs an excellent score, and we haven't seen that on the right yet, or actually even on the left. So for him to, in order to get that score, he had to push it hard, and he did on those first few turns, but just got a little bit late for that transitioning into the barrel. Unfortunately for Ryan right there.
Take the Red Bull ski into the surfers area there, the Red Bull athlete zone, where his coach Richard Dog Marsh has taken some notes, and they'll prepare a different game plan for one right, one left, just your top score in the night session. Will hopefully get you a top 4 spot tonight. Get back into the round of 16. Rio doing a great job here. He'll get the victory lap on a left to see if he tries some things or see if he continues at 100% just to finish off strong.
I mean, one word for Rio, solid. Like 6.67, 6.67 once again, 7.47. Like if you finish it off better in his left once again, this is going to be the first time we've seen it so far. Someone actually bettering every single opportunity they had. So that's not easy to do.
Well, everyone's getting really familiar with the wave here at Surf Abu Dhabi, but let's leave it up to the Moroccan Prince to walk us through the facility.
Hello guys, here we are, Surf Abu Dhabi. Come take a look inside. Oh, our boards, everything is here. See the athletes, girls, boys. Where am I? I'm here. It's the Moroccan Prince there. So here we are, you know, the surfboards, everyone has their locker room. There you go, the big fella. Look at him. This is my Moroccan friend from Morocco. Wait, do you want to see the ice baths? Oh, look at that, another big fella. Oh, there you go. You have Sammy in there. That's the pool, you see. Honestly, it's pretty VIP setup, huh? Look at us. Chilling, the athletes watching, boom. Oh, someone's up and riding. Luana Silva, boom. Oh my God, we got the Mexican god right here. Viva Mexico! Look at the view. Oh la la.
Oh la la.
Now we're talking, huh? Wow. Yeah, beautiful day in Abu Dhabi. I hope you guys liked it. And tune in for the comp. It's going to be a fun one.
He's awesome.
Oh la la.
Ooh la la. Ramsey is
Oh my gosh.
incredible.
This is classic.
What a personality.
He is definitely by far the funniest guy on tour without trying. Like, he could be a stand-up comedy.
He's got time for everybody too, man. He's so cool. He's ready to talk about the tour, heats, strategy, his life in Morocco. What a legend. Such a big part of the top 34. Had his first full year last year. Was devastated to be injured before his rookie debut at Pipeline. We love that story ended up with a really happy, not ending, because he's really just getting started.
Nice to see.
Checking out the top numbers on the right, Ethan Ewing on the top of the list, 7.5. That was in the heat with Mateos earlier today, and Rio right behind him, 7.47. Really close on the comparison. And we'll see if he just enjoys this one or if he keeps the foot down. He's been getting a 6.67, matched it, then a 7.47. And looks like he's ready just to keep his tempo solid. There's something about just continuing to do work, the same type of repetition, and not let your guard down, even if it is a victory lap.
Yeah, I think you have to do that. Like, that's what, you know, Formula One drivers do. Like, they have the repetition, so it comes natural for them, and that's when you start to really perform better and get loose, and that's what he's doing right there.
Especially when you can't surf the reform at the moment, like Mateos would want to do.
Yeah, he's practicing, dude.
Yeah.
This way, I wish I had a wave just to practice before my. Oh, Varial. Yes, Rio. Good job, man. I hope he gets a 7.47, just to look nice. Wow, that was solid, as Jesse was saying, and I really like his work today.
And Mateo, what is your plan? You can't go surfing, before you surf tonight. Yeah. What are you gonna do?
I mind surf.
You're gonna mind surf?
Yeah.
I'll coach him. Go massive for us, so we can watch a good display of surfing.
I actually stay in the pool and stay wet. So just I liked it just to stay wet in the pool and then. Mind surfing, dude. That's all I gotta do, You imagine and then you do it.
I remember when Taj Burrow was on tour.
Yeah.
He sometimes didn't like being the last of the day because he's such a surf fan. Even when he was on tour in the title race, he'd watch every heat, and sometimes he's like, "I'm exhausted," because he's been surfing through every moment, And do you know how to stay calm and still enjoy the action?
I'm learning. I'm definitely learning. I did. I think I wasted a little energy today before. Should have just focused on myself and you know, but because here it's really hard, so you're learning every day and learning every wave.
Right, and also with the late call-up too, there's so much experimentation
Yeah.
with boards, you know, as far as your
Yeah.
pool toys. Did you just go with what you normally ride?
I was in Hawaii, and you know, it was just I wasn't ready for that. So I got a few boards from Jason. He helped me. I actually stole one board from Jackson, and I was kind of tripping before. I tried some of the boards in the reform just to see how it feels, but I ended up surfing with the board that I was surfing the reform, just because I was used to it, and it felt kind of nice. It's a small board, but it feels good. It still has a lot of drive and speed, and I think that's what you really want here, because everyone's ripping it away, you know. So I was just thinking, like, oh, I feel comfortable with that, and let's go.
Do you know the dimensions of it, or was it just on feel?
It's tricky. I think every board he made not every board, but most of the athletes he made like 5.6.5, 5.7.5. It's a 5.7.5 board, and I know I think it's 26 liters and then 18. I don't know.
We'll go check it out.
Yeah, we go
before you
check.
surf, yeah.
Oh man, I feel so embarrassed. Sorry, Jason, but
well, that's his part, right?
But
He just wants to
thanks
make
for the
real.
boards, and yeah, thank you.
Jason Stevenson has 8 contenders here at this event, the most they've had in a while at the CT level, and Rio Waida puts that one away. A healthy performance from start to finish, and takes a jump into the round of 16. And here is the man we've been waiting for. He's dominated high-performance surfing for a very long time. Took a break last year, and he's headlining this matchup with Marco Mignot, Ian Gouvet. We're talking about Felipe Toledo, the headliner, and the rookie Marco will start things off for us.
First right here of the session so far.
Yeah, just kind of flowing so far. I like that little punch out off the lip, and just feeling the feathering part of the lip line. Doesn't mind that little air drop into transition. Judges want to see those healthy arcs, and he's just swooping now as he throws down the tail high reverse, giving us a lot of entertainment on this first ride. Going for the alley-oop, and he gets stuck. But I really enjoyed the entire package of that wave before the fall from Marco Mignot, the French-Mexican on tour and part of a really solid rookie class. We've got Felipe, Ian Gouvet now standing by to get started here at heat number 10. We'll take a quick break and be right back for more after this.
Welcome back to live action from the Surf Abu Dhabi Pro. Stop 2 on the Championship Tour out of Hawaii and into the Middle East. There's our basin here at Surf Abu Dhabi. Into the afternoon, We've had a little bit of wind blowing, some texture on the wave. We've seen some big performances go down, and there's a guy in the water right now, Flick, that we're expecting really big things from.
Yeah, I think this is the name we've all been waiting to see here. When you talk about pool specialists, I mean, Felipe Toledo comes to mind without a doubt. I mean, his surfing in pools has been second to none. It's kind of the bar that everyone's sort of aspiring to be like. So I can't wait to get this underway and see what he's got.
Great looking heat in the water, also featuring Marco Mignot, who we just saw, and then Ian Gouveia. It's been a little while from him since we saw him on the CT back in 2 laps, 2018, 2019, and then getting back on for this season. A lot of goodwill surrounding that qualification, a really popular guy with great energy, and it was a really good result from him, particularly surfing against Kelly over at Pipe, and just really good vibes associated with that. Let's see how he goes here in the pool. Think about the way he surfs, his stature in particular, a really nice match for the wave. It'll be a left for him to open up. Just a tiny bit catchy for his first turn, and then giving that one the full-blooded treatment. And then now trying to park it inside the pit. And this one will just cone around him. We'll get some pretty nice cover before coming out and getting back on the tools, on the face, using that rail to great effect. Nice little stinging snap again from him. And going straight up, real tight in the pocket. That's where the points are going to be, and then getting in and getting a good drive. One quick pump, back foot goes back, and a massive ollie straight up in the air, straight back down without the raft.
Yeah, it looked like a really measured approach. That's what I saw, really calm, collected. I mean, it's his first wave, so just feeling things out, you know, in this heat sort of format. But I think he was probably on his way to, yeah, let's have a look here. Yeah. So this is the opening section of this wave. And then into this tube. This is that first tube. Comes out of here and he really is searching for this open face. Lays the board on rail, carves it right back. He sort of creates a little coping for himself there to hit. And up into the lip then, flaring the fins. Little lip line there. And stomping on the gas here to make it through this fast little tunnel section. And we're seeing so much of this today. Like, I mean, this was a big straight air, that one. But, I mean, with that wind today, that board just blowing in that exact opposite direction. So really hard maneuver to stick there on that end section.
Gouveia accelerating hard, driving on that front foot, getting some major amplitude. Speaking of which, this guy, absolutely terrifying record in the pool. And he's been unbelievable, the 2-time world champ at the Surf Ranch. I wonder if surfers in his heat need to have a look, remind themselves of his stats. If they do, it's not great news from their point of view. It's good news for ours. He's been an absolute showman. Have a look at some of these numbers here, Flick. And in terms of the big scores, whew.
They're the best, right? Obviously, all high nines. It's incredible. The way that he surfs the pool is insane. He surfs it at a different sort of speed. He's got different lines. He's got all the tricks when it comes above the lip as well. And I guess like he's been the name on everyone's lips when we've been coming to this event is, how's he going to perform? We can't wait to see him. It's been a while. Bring it on.
Yeah, one of a pretty small group of surfers that really not just been comfortable in the pool, but almost kind of dominant in terms of the way they surf the wave, and just looks like absolutely enjoys his time surfing these facilities. And he's been really, really electric in terms of the way he competes as well. So after taking a sabbatical last year, a bit of hiatus from him in terms of his CT participation, reinvigorated Toledo back on tour this year. Had some fun over on the North Shore at Pipe, and now back in the basin here. But just his energy around the place in general, up until now, it's been pretty ominous. And he'll open up his campaign pretty shortly, about 10 seconds or so away from his first wave as it comes down. Some mid-range numbers dropped in, nothing crazy from the other two in the heat so far in this. Let's see how Toledo gets involved. His first wave will be on the right-hander where we just saw those stats and those nines. Absolutely massive. That's how you get yourself in 3 finals. Never been a 10 so far. Just opening day here. A couple more days of competition to go. Qualifying round, heat number 10. The first wave of the 2-time world champ, Felipe Toledo. Here he goes. Gives it a nice bit of back foot for his first turn, and then just driving that calf, super critical. 3 of the best opening maneuvers we've seen all day. The roof ride from the float, and then the hollow section. How hollow is it going to be? He'll sting that Absolutely cracks it again. Look at the release he gets. He's getting that tail tap tweak and then pushing harder then, so the variety every turn just slightly different. And once again, so much authority and spark. Pushing hard, he'll get deeply tunneled. What's he got for us here? He'll go a big snap, carving snap to finish. And we enjoyed that.
Put on a clinic, as we expected. I mean, he absolutely annihilated that wave. There's no other better word for it. Just the sort of release that he was getting out of the fins, out of the top section of that wave was, I mean, let's have a look. Just all 3 fins out the back of the wave. He surfs it with such ease. It doesn't look like he's trying to play catch up. He just matches the speed of this wave, which is fast, so well. I mean, he's also providing variety here, which I really like. I mean, you saw him just chuck that arm back for a bit of layback before, and then just toying with it, you know. I think he also still probably has a couple of gears to click up into, so nice opening wave there from Felipe for sure. As we have a look at this section here, just really laying that board on rail. Beautiful upper body torque there. And I think that just speaks to the speed he has, just being able to bring that board so far around the nose, so far back. I mean, that combo there, from that carve to that fin throw, that is absolutely deadly. And then into this lip line, so much variety. And I feel like just with this, you know, the format the way it is, judges want to see that creativity, that variety, and Felipe is definitely delivering it.
Commanding performance on his first wave for Philip Toledo. Someone to surf all 4 of his waves real well. Rio Wider is with AJ.
Thanks so much, Paul. Rio, what a way to start your campaign here at Surf Abu Dhabi. What was your strategy coming into this first heat?
Just surf, I guess. If I look myself, I'm more like a athlete, you know. I love moments like this, you know. Everybody got same opportunity, and it's almost like equal. So, like in the ocean, it's hard because I need experience in the ocean, and the guys been in the tour for 10 years. They have a lot more experience, so they can beat by experience. But this format, I feel like I can just focus on myself and do my best. So I love it. I'm enjoying it, and the strategy, just surf, you know, just focus on myself and do what I do. You know, I got 4 days of practice and just try to do the same thing. And the more round it goes, I will push harder, so it will be fun.
Congratulations. See you in the next one.
Thank you.
Thanks, AJ. Rio will be delighted with his performance. He was great value. All right, this one caught a bit of fire here. Flick, biggest number of the day, dropping in. No major shot there.
It's really not. The champ is back, isn't he? Well and truly. And really did it with ease, if I'm going to say so myself. I thought he's probably got a few more gears to click up into.
Let's raise one eyebrow from the point of view of a fan and maybe furrow a brow with concern from the point of view of his competitors and the fact that didn't need to go to the air. That was just on turns.
It's a bit worrisome, isn't it, if you're a competitor? But you know what? It's also inspiration as well, what is possible out there.
Toledo just dropping absolute hammers, looking very much in control, and we have seen that flow, that momentum, the energy. If you start with it much easier, feels a little bit like you're surfing downhill throughout your run. He's doing that with his opening wave. Let's get a look now as we'll see the second wave from Mako Mignot, and he'll recover on the backhand here. Mignot will stuff it in with the pig dog, gets a nice cover. Good control as he just manages that speed, and then out, makes a bit of room at the bottom, snaps out the tail. And again, going up, pushing pretty hard, and then kind of almost nurse that last turn a bit just to make himself a speed line through this. Doesn't quite get the tube here, so just got a little bit off time on that third maneuver, the mid part of the way. There's this coach, Jason Aparicio, who won't have enjoyed particularly the way that way concluded.
Yeah, I think maybe he got stuck in 2 minds at the end there between, once again, that sort of, hey, do I commit to this barrel or do I go for the air there? It sort of looked like for a second he changed his stance, like he was thinking about going to the air. Let's break down what happened out the back. So nice succession of turns here, really swiveling tight in the pocket, stomps on the brakes there, and it's a nice bit of tube time here. Maybe would have liked to have been a little bit deeper. He manages to get a bit more time under the cover there. And a lot of damage done here on this steeper section, but just here, I feel like he got in 2 minds. This moment, he's assessing that. It still feels like to me he's looking for the air. He's looking to take launch, and then he thought, okay, I'm too out in front of it here, barrel. And I mean, he just came undone there at the end. Like this moment, he decides to obviously tuck under that little hood there, but a bit too far out in front. And then he's like, okay, we'll go for the Hail Mary. Let's chuck in this reverse, but that section's just so cupped out.
So the rookie on tour this year is getting a good sense of the pace of things on the Championship Tour. And he'll take on some learning, particularly from that wave. Just what you saw, got here a few days ago from some of the clips he dropped to what we saw, particularly like yesterday. I feel like we've seen like a real improvement in terms of his read, his approach, everything that he's been doing here. He's definitely heading in the right direction, just not quite clicking there, but his air game is crazy good. His mate rate is actually pretty unbelievable. So let's see how he can try and recover from that while we'll flip over and turn our attentions to Ian Gouveia. We've seen him take his left. He's got mid-range number for that in the 5. Surf Abu Dhabi flight cam from above. Checking out the facility, a hawk-eye view. Did you catch the falconry display yesterday, Flick?
I did. It was very cool. I saw a couple of the surfers getting amongst it, getting a little hold of the falcon. I'm sure you would have been into that as a bird watcher.
Yeah, I liked it. Yeah, it was really cool. I think Ramsey looked like he'd done it before, didn't he, as well? I think he's got a bit of experience with the falcons, the hawks.
Command.
He looked good. Right now, zooming in on Gouveia. Let's see what the backhands will offer for him. So well positioned with a mid-range number. Something to attack when he does get another left. Right now it will be his fresh blank canvas on the right for him. Just getting into the vibe, feeling the energy, and really trying to blank things out in terms of his own mind. Interesting to see how these approaches go down and exactly how the different surfers manage what's going on between the ears, and particularly what's going on the wave. There goes Ian Gouveia. So you mentioned a couple of laps on the CT back 2019 last time out, and his qualification pretty commanding on the QS. Good value for his spot back on the CT. Back in the tube here, he'll go backside pig dogging, grabbing that rail, cleaning things up, emerging, and then pushing on the bottom turn hard to go. Super steep invert, hanging himself up there a bit, which looks cool, and it also breaks the rhythm as well. So some nice flow through that midsection. Second hollow part, this thing will cup out. It'll go again behind the curtain, getting locked in, and then tries to release the tail, chuck the fins for a finish. Doesn't quite get the completion there, which will pinch the score down a bit, but up until then and throughout that wave, some decent stuff from Ian.
No, I really like that. I think regardless of the fall, I think it's going to be, you know, a solid number. There was some serious backhand attack surfing there was some serious backhand surfing going on there.
So second wave there for Ian Gouveia. He's in a tough heat here with a 2-time world champ against Toledo. We'll see him surfing again real soon. Right now, we'll take a break. Stay tuned.
Welcome back to the Surf Abu Dhabi Pro. We got Felipe Toledo. He's on deck for his wave, and let's take a look at what Felipe is riding. It's a Sharp Eye. It's a new construction from Sharp Eye. It's the C1 carbon build. This is his backup board. It's a thruster with Toledo FCS signature fins. What Toledo has out there in the water is that magic combination of a quad swallowtail. It has those FCS H4 fins. We've seen Felipe Toledo ride a setup like that to a world title a couple of times. He's done it on tri-fin. He's done it on the quad fin. Right now, the quad fin under the feet of Felipe Toledo, looking absolutely choice, Paul.
Yeah, just on that, Kuiper, what's the thinking with that thruster as the backup board? What do you think that's going to offer him in terms of difference here?
Well, so you're going to have speed, right? With a quad, you always have two fins in the water and no drag from the center fin. But with a thruster, you're able to go a little bit more vertical. So it's the feel that he wants. He's been proven himself on both setups.
Thanks, mate. He's up and swinging here and giving it a good crack as he belts one and then tries to just join up the dots here for the tube section. This thing will cup out around him and he'll just wash off that speed and completely disappear. Does the Houdini act, and then just a prolonged bit of tube time. There's the adjustment on the feet and a little almost angry, abbreviated backhand snap from him. So much variety. Everything is different and well managed. And how nimble is he in those tight spaces? Very well done again. Tries to throw up the shove to finish. He'll throw that down. But once again, you know what you're going to get in terms of it's going to be electrifying. It's going to be exciting.
It's super exciting. Watching the control he has over his body, the way that he can flick between body positions is second to none. It sort of makes my knees cry watching that, just how quickly he can go from that upright position down into that cat-like position into the barrel. Let's have a look. Super snappy, out of the lip, adjusting his line here, and just cat-like. I mean, the control in this barrel right now, he's right on the foam ball. You can't get any deeper. Just managing that speed, really directing all of that energy. He basically switched his feet halfway through that turn too, just the positioning on that board. He has incredible read right now, and once again, just beautifully compressed in that barrel, like a cat, and goes for the little shove it.
Yeah, so I've mentioned we're looking into it there as well. Still, even from that angle, looking in really deep and impressive in terms of thinking about the big maneuvers and those big moments, those major moments. That's where score's going to come from, but just in between, the transitioning, some of that creativity, and just the overall exuding the confidence. He just looks like he can go anywhere he wants to on the wave, and when you get into that kind of flow state, it's going to be very, very tough to get past. Numbers in for Toledo, 6.67 for him. Debrief with Pinger. Just some feedback in terms of the way he put that left together, in terms of the scale as well. There's room for a surfer like him for some improvement on that 6.67, but already his numbers are healthy. It's looking pretty ominous for surfers like Marco Mignot. Still got two waves though. He's going to need to wash off what's gone before to a certain extent. It's a brand new opportunity. It is what Cruzy's described as a unicorn of a wave. Let's see what he can do with it here. We know his confidence generally has been pretty good as well. He's a fiery character, Marco. Backs himself heavily. He's going to need to do that here. Game face will be on, and a chance for him to try and go and just put a bit of pressure back on Felipe Toledo. Doesn't want him to have it all his own way. Wants to ask a question as well. And as a rookie on tour, not only are you up against it in terms of where you came in and your seeding and all that sort of stuff as well, but there is something of an established order, and you've got to try and bust into that somehow, Flick.
Here we go. Well, he's got his opportunity. Basically needs to make it all count on these next two waves.
Marco will go here on his second right-hander. Just commit the rail, slow himself down a touch, but he picks up speed pretty effortlessly and puts it in the tube. This will be crucial for him. Gets pretty deep actually, not for ages, but got pretty behind it and then gave that a good hit. full treatment, took on the lip, cracked it hard, and then flare it up. So that's much more the sort of stuff we expect from him. Almost gets a little stumble, but recovers well. Now a ramp coming for him. There's the alley-oop. It's been a maneuver that's paid off throughout the day here. This is going to feel much better for Marco Mignot.
Yeah, that was really, really well done. 2 airs, stomped the last one, got the finish. Just step in the right direction for sure. Also, there was great stuff that happened at the beginning of that wave as well. We saw some spicy flares of the fins, so looking forward to breaking this one down. I think most of those points probably going to be coming towards more that, you know, that sort of middle to end section of the wave. Let's have a look. So stomps on the brakes there, getting absolutely tubed, comes out. And from this moment onwards, he did a really good job at redirecting all this energy, sort of positioning himself in a really critical section of the wave. That little redirect there, that was what made that maneuver possible. So he gets super critical, so he can make that happen. And then he eyes up this last section, takes to the air, not incredibly high, but still gets the finish. It's going to feel good.
Feels like there's a bit of function as well in getting that rotation and projecting out, because if you try and come down on the roof, we've seen people struggle with that in terms of that alley-oop, but yeah, this was that really dynamic blow tail, and the alley-oop on the end.
Yeah, I think you're right. It seems like if you're going to travel with it, you have more sort of a rate make, well, more success making it. Whereas if you're going to get that super high tail drift, a lot of guys are landing on top of the roof of that wave today. So, I mean, that's going to feel good for Marco right now.
Yeah, score drops in. It is an improvement for him. We'll get a 5 for that. He'll have a bit more work to do in terms of attacking Toledo at the moment. It's 9s. Those are the scores being chased by himself, also by Ian Gouveia. And that's due to the fact that already 2 good scores have come in for Toledo on his opening 2 waves. Chat there with Aparicio, based in Martinique, the French Caribbean, originally from Trinidad and Tobago. Appas, pretty cool character around. Seen him on the Euro Tour and qualifying with Marco, seen that journey, these two come together. Seems to be a partnership that's working real well for them so far. And great to see it on the Championship Tour, taking on the very best in the world. One of them in this heat, it is the 2-time world champ already. Just throwing a bit of a marker down in terms of performance. Also, some serious CT experience from the likes of Ian Gouveia. Let's see what he can do right now. His 3rd wave. If he is going to try and take a little bit of that pressure off himself, he'll need to try and find himself a healthy number here. Looking at those scores, if he gets himself up 6s and 7s to kind of take a bit of pressure off, and then assuming Felipe wasn't to improve, it would make things much more manageable. What he can't afford to do is waste any opportunities. Here he goes, he'll fade that takeoff on the left, forehand wave. His 2nd, Ian Gouveia, really nice into the lip, and just gave it a little too much. And that is the knife edge really that these surfers are on, is how hard do you push, how many risks do you take, and if you do take a risk, if it goes well, great. If it doesn't, well, you fall off and you're not going to get a lot of points.
I think you don't want to die wondering, right? You're going to give it a crack. I mean, this is one of the most perfect waves that you're ever going to have in a heat. I mean, he really did put it all on the line there. I mean, all 3 fins released there, but just that inside rail, that's the wave's starting to get steep there. It's starting to cup out and just a little bit behind the 8 ball there, but he had to put it on the line. I mean, he's, well, one, if he's going to do it in 1 score, chasing that 9.5, I mean, even trying to break it, you're competing against one of the best to ever do it in, you know, a wave pool setting. So I sort of like to I like that sort of approach. It's either 10s or 2s in my book. I mean, why not?
It's been a theme throughout the day. We haven't really seen safety surfing at all, and it's one of the factors of this format, and that just the way it works for surfers chasing numbers, and they're really realizing I need to go big here. It's just safety surf your way through. It's not going to help you much. So ultimately, it is high stakes and that high risk approach not particularly coming together there for Gouveia. Just be a small throwaway for him. Let's check out situation in the heat so far. Toledo, healthy numbers, just 2 waves ridden. So half time really from his point of view. We've had 3 waves from Gouveia, also from Mignot. But Toledo very much the dominant performer in this, and it's not a major shock to us, Flick.
It's really not. I mean, we just saw the CT by the numbers stats that popped up on the screen earlier before this heat. I mean, he's, you know, had some of the highest, well, 4 of the highest scores in wave pool setting. It's to be expected, right? And now, I mean, he's got the opportunity to even better that again and potentially really edge out these other 2 guys and not even have a chance. You know, I'm not surprised.
Already got the 2nd highest heat total of the day. He's only ridden 2 waves. He's going to get another right here. Let's think about that 783, so close to excellent. How's he going to go about improving on that? What can we expect here?
Hey, well, the 783, he didn't go above the lip there. I mean, that was all traditional rail work. That was, you know, there was a few fins free moments. A bit of a tongue twister for me. But I think, you know, potentially here, we might see a bit of loosey-goosey, a bit more, you know, less expectations, a bit more freed up for Toledo.
Surf Abu Dhabi flight cam will zoom in on a 2-time world champ, a 3-time finalist at the Surf Ranch, won it back in 21. Reinvigorated Toledo. He's come back, he's sharpened his pencils, and he's ready to have at it in terms of the championship tour this year. That's just going to make compelling viewing throughout the season, which features a variety of venues, asking different kind of questions. Right now, it is all about the wave pool. There it is in terms of high scores for the day. Colapinto at the moment with that highest heat score. And those are 2 names really that you're looking at when you look at this event and you think, yeah, 2 of the outstanding surfers, particularly recently in the wave pool events.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, Rio surprised me as, you know, number 3 sitting there, you know, 14.34 heat total. I mean, it was pretty incredible. And just hearing his post-heat interview with AJ, just talking about how everyone gets the same opportunity and how good that was for his mindset.
Yeah, always love his insights. Always just offers you something different, great value. Definitely not here to make up the numbers. Meanwhile, here goes Toledo. And we're wondering what he's going to do. We're speculating. The answer's not a lot.
Well, he did try and go somewhat to the air, obviously sort of getting a bit more freaky with it in the beginning section of the wave. I mean, that's what he's going to do if he wants to hit that excellent range. I think you're going to need to be putting more on the line at the beginning. And, I mean, he can semi-afford to do it. He's still got another wave up his sleeve, and the other 2 guys right now are still, you know, they're chasing excellence, almost perfection.
Yeah, just showing that he's human, though, and encouraging signs. You think a couple of ways that we saw ridden by Ian and also Marco, if they maybe maximised a bit, this thing would be a lot closer right now. They'll just have one more wave to go. It will be a left. What happened here, Flick?
Yeah, so let's have a look. Super slow-mo. We'll be able to break it down. Releases the fins, and just getting caught on that top section of the wave. I think he may have thought it was a little bit more bowlier than what it actually was.
Maybe he got there a little bit early or something. The wave hadn't quite caught up with him.
Yeah, too fast. Too fast, too furious, Felipe.
So, in terms of this seat anyway, he won't be going back into those historical high scores for the right in the 9s. He's got 4 of them up there, just dominant on this right-hander. And he doesn't seem overly perturbed at the moment. He is in a strong position in this heat. Reminder again, just how the format works. Finished in 1st place here. You go to the round of 16. You won't be coming back for elimination round tonight under the lights. You also get a chance to sit out tomorrow as well. Toledo. Yeah, I don't think he needs to put too much pressure on himself at the moment. He's enjoying himself here. Marco Mignot will be up next. Let's hear from him. We've got a little soundbite from Marco Mignot.
I think it all started like watching like surfer magazines, and then I would watch like Kelly Slater was my biggest inspiration. Like for me, Kelly kind of got me to when I watched him, I was like, oh, I want to be him. I want to surf like him. When I would wear like a pair of Quicksilver board shorts, I was like, oh, I feel like I'm like surfing with like Kelly Slater. I don't know. I actually, you know what? It's a funny story that I liked so much Kelly. I remember the first Chihuahua, I called him Slater.
That is awesome. Talk about a hero.
Yeah, no, he's the man, he's the king.
I did not know that. Flick, you know he had a Chihuahua called Slater? I wonder how Kelly feels about that.
Hey, if you name people love their dogs, just like their best friends. So I think it's a compliment. Has to be.
So the requirement now for Marco Migno, yeah, it's solid. 9.5 is the number that he needs. Let's see how he goes about attacking that. So he'll need to go pretty big. This will be his 4th wave, and in a way that's quite simplified the task. He needs to go absolutely massive here. So backhand airs, maybe a couple of them, maybe a combination, maybe that's in his mind. I'm sure he's worked out strategies for different situations. Okay, I need a 9, I need to go X, I'm going to do this.
Hey, this has really simplified it for him. There's only one option, and that is go big.
Marco Migno representing France, spent a lot of time growing up in Mexico, over here right now in the UAE. Surf Abu Dhabi Pro, his rookie season on the Championship Tour. And up on a left, here he goes, chasing a monster of a number in a 9.5. He gets that release out of the lip and accelerates down, and now will go try and get behind the curtain. Doesn't get super deep in the initial part of the tube. Not quite completely disappearing, but he extended it for a while. He tried to get a pump and it looked like the board just didn't quite respond, just got a little caught deep in that tube, and he'll go down.
Yeah, it's definitely, obviously it's not the 9.5, and he knows that. I mean, I think he's just trying to maximize that tube time. I think he was just trying to set a different rail, sort of maybe more even put more of his body into the side of the wave, and it all just sort of went downhill, sort of caught a little rail. And I mean, he's going to have to come back, sort of come in, reframe. Let's have a look really what happened here. So you can sort of see he's really deep. He's on the foam ball here and sort of gets shot out in front, tries to sort of reset that line, but just loses his footing there. And that wave just runs off without him. But yep, he's going to have to reset, come in, and refocus for that nighttime session.
If someone was going to name their pet after you, what sort of species of dog would you like to be named? What are you thinking?
Hang on a second.
You can have a while to think about that. We're going to go to a quick commercial break here. More live action from Surf Abu Dhabi Pro. Philip Toledo's in the water. He's going all right so far. Stay tuned.
Surf Abu Dhabi Pro is brought to you by Yeti, built for the wild, by Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients, and by GWM, official automotive partner of the Surf Abu Dhabi Pro.
Welcome back to live action from our first day competition here at the Surf Abu Dhabi Pro. It's stop 2 on the Championship Tour. We're already up to Heat 10 of the qualifying round. It features Felipe Toledo, who came in to this event with a lot of expectation upon him. So far, so good in this heat. He's put some numbers on the board, trying to chase him down. Guys like Ian Gouveia. This will be his 4th and final wave in this opening round heat. It's a monster of a number that he needs, a 9.5. The backhand from him. Couple of big hits out the back, deep cover in a tube. He'll come out of there with some speed. And adjust his line, a crumbly section, gets the treatment in terms of a banking turn that allows him to pick up speed and get more nice work done, committed to that turn, and just put himself a little back. It looked like he got that squirt of acceleration out, and it looked like he'd actually recovered from that really well, but he had to push it. That was the game plan. It's not quite getting the execution.
Yeah, he definitely overcooked that turn previous to the last, right? And I mean, he just over-rotated a bit. Let's have a look here. I mean, beautiful backhand surfing. But, I mean, look at how far that nose is coming around. I mean,
that's sick.
It is really good, but unfortunately, it's just like really putting him behind the 8 ball here. If he would have been able to really keep traveling across that foam, it's such a hard task, though. This wave is unrelenting. It'll just keep running without you, but it was a sick turn. If you're not doing it in a wave pool, if you're doing it on a closeout, I may as well, right?
Good energy from enjoying himself. You just think about risk reward as well with that sort of turn. I mean, it looked incredible there in the slow-mo, but anytime you're hanging up in the lip for a while here, you got your work cut out a touch. A really cool exchange from those two, though. So just enjoying it, really. Not putting too much pressure on himself in terms of what he wants to do, but he will be back. He will be competing tonight. That's happening. He'll be in the elimination round. He'll be down back here after sundown, under the lights.
Era pouquinho mais ali. Tipo, você subiu aqui, passou para trás, assim.
Tinha que botar no fundão mesmo, assim, né?
E meio pra frente.
Mas ia dar pra passar?
Eu acho que ia. Se você, tipo, tenteia e já cai ali no battle, ia ser foda.
Aí ia ser legal, né?
Ia ser irado. Porque aquela invertendo foi animal. Você vai ver o replay.
Não, é bem melhor dropar onde você falou.
Melhor, já dropa mais velocidade.
Não, já dropa, já dá pra encaixar uma
manobra de verdade. Bora?
Não, é isso, tá show pra caramba.
Vamos.
Tá bem melhor do que eu achei.
Ele falou que ele queria garantir uma night.
The debrief there with Leandro Dora. Really similar stories for Ingevea and Market Mignot in terms of their numbers. And the 5.03, the best of it for Ian. Was on his second wave, his first right, and unable to go towards that excellent number that he needed there. Let's get down to Kaipo and find out more about the equipment here.
Yeah, actually, Paul, we're going to talk a little bit about the playing field, right? And this basin and how this wave is made and the subtle adjustments that happen here, especially with the period in between the waves. When we started the training sessions, we had the period in between the waves as 3 minutes and 40 seconds. Now, that wave was really fast, and the wind affected that wave a lot at 340. They upped it to 345. Those 5 seconds actually change the personality of the wave, slows it down just a little bit, and makes the wave a little bit larger because of that larger period. The period in between the waves starting dictates the power of the wave and also the settings. This wave is set from anywhere from a P1, which is a really fast hollow wave, to a P6, which is your Waikiki roller. This currently, that you're gonna watch right now, this is a P2 setting at 3 minutes and 45 second period.
Thanks, Kaipo. Toledo up again, sting in the tail with the backhand whips into the lip. And then again, just compressing, getting that cover inside the tube on the foam ball, just sitting there being pretty patient, very well poised, keeps the nose point down and keeps everything gathered very nicely. And he'll swing some backhand hits, plenty of spray, and then just be a little patient here and he'll wait to set up again. Look at that stance, front foot all the way over on that rail, and then he'll throw up the finish with the varial. Won't get that done. It was a free hit from him. He's already won this heat, and that's a result of the fact that he was dominant in the opening exchange. Really, his first run accrued him so many points. So really just kind of challenging himself there, Flick, in terms of what he wants to do and get creative.
Yeah, well, he's obviously already gone out there knowing he's won, right? So really it's just make the most of this. Maybe try a few different lines. Let's experiment a little bit. Let's get tighter in the pocket. And as we're just seeing, some beautiful surfing and just mastery of the tube here from Felipe. I just love his ability to really just ride on that foam ball and really maximize that tube time. As we see him sending absolute so much spray, so like basically buckets And then locks and loads for this last little tube section here. And comes unstuck there at the end, but it's really not going to factor in. We just get to witness a clinic.
Yeah, similar pattern emerging as surfers that are dominant in their heat. Almost get an extra practice wave, don't they? So a chance to really just kind of further any advantage they've got heading into later rounds in terms of trying new stuff out. He has got plenty more up his sleeves. Don't worry about that. And he'll look to bring it as well. A performer like him knows that you wait until particularly the latter stages, the pointy end of competition, bring out your best stuff, but a pretty commanding performance from Toledo, and really not surprised that that's what we're expecting. Toledo, everything coming together according to plan, just in terms of getting the win in that heat, avoiding the elimination round. I didn't feel like particularly his scores. He could have got a bit more done. Doesn't improve with that last one, a 6.33, so just under, but decent numbers from him. Second highest heat total so far of the day. Came from his first two waves. He'll get the win. We'll see Gouveia and Mignot tonight. Back for the elimination round. That'll wrap up heat number 10, so just a couple more yet to go in this qualifying round here at Surf Abu Dhabi. Toledo, who's been so dominant in the past, showing why really he definitely hasn't slowed down in terms of his skills in the basin. Checking out heat 11. Great looking matchup here, a couple of mates. Leo Fioravanti coming in hot after another final over at the pipe. Ended in a tie, heartbreak for him not to get that on the count back. Baron Mamiya with another win there. Also out in the water, Kanoe Garashi, Leo's good mate, and this guy, Al Cleland, who's been such a good addition to Tour. Just something completely different from anything we've really seen before in terms of his surfing, in terms of his overall energy. Picked up a few things from him over the last couple of days, and I like everything that I learned about this guy. He's so much fun out of the water, and he's electrifying in it. Here he goes, his first wave, a right. Using that powerful, stocky frame to take on the lip, just smash it. And again, just precision stuff, gets a couple of winds in the bottom turn.
Oh.
And that builds up the speed. And then after dealing with quite a crumbly lip throughout that, didn't really quite get the clean water there, Flick.
Yeah, that lip definitely was affected by that wind for sure. But, I mean, he was making... He was dealing with it really well, and I was pretty impressed to see that.
Let's get down and have a chat with Toledo. He's with AJ.
Felipe, so exciting to see you here at Surf Abu Dhabi. We know how much you thrive in a surf basin, in a wave pool setting. What is it about a wave like this and a pressure cooker situation like this that you just thrive?
Yeah, thank you. I don't know. It's one of those those waves that fits my surfing. The way I surf, the way I where I place my boards on the wave, and the speed of it, and I just like the challenge too. It's always under pressure, and whoever wins is the best man. So yeah, I like it. It's really cool. You got to hang out with everybody, and I mean, we're surfing a perfect wave in the middle of the desert, so it's pretty awesome.
We've heard a few guys talk about their strategies. Some saying, hey, I'm only giving you 60 to 80% right now, making sure I save something for later in the competition. What's your strategy?
To just surf. I mean, of course, there's, like a trick here or a turn there that we can kind of save it for the next rounds. But this is it. This is what we did. This is what I came here to do. And yeah, I just love it and I enjoyed this, and yeah, hope to do a little better in the next round.
Looking forward to it. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thanks, AJ. Toledo loving it when a plan comes together. So far, so good from him. But as we mentioned, he's got plenty more in the tank where that came from. Don't worry about that. But already just putting down a little bit of a marker in terms of what he's able to do out here. I appreciate those insights from him about where you place your board in particular. I mean, it sounds like quite a simple sort of thing to say, but he seems to have a lot of different places and different ways that he can place it.
Yeah, and I think he spoke to it. His surfing really does suit the pace of this wave, where he wants to specifically place his turns. And the two just sort of go hand in hand. And, you know, he's saying, you know, he's being pretty coy, you know, I'm just here to surf. I'm just surfing. But there's a lot more going into it than just that. And I do believe that we're going to see his surfing go up a couple of notches as we move into that next round.
Interesting to see just the dynamics of the way he puts this season together. Last time out, back in 2023, sort of kept himself to himself a little bit around events. And it worked out real well for him after a little bit of time away on tour. Enjoying getting involved with his fellow tour mates like Kanoa Igarashi. Let's see what he can do out here in the basin. And another surfer, you think about his skill set, particularly as well on the right. He's got a couple of turns that he does where he taps that tail out, just kind of drifts it and hangs it up. It just looks so dynamic and cool. That'll be a weapon of a turn for him out here. It will be right now going left for the surfer out of Japan, Igarashi on the backhand into it. A couple of slices, not trying to overdo it or do too much in the opening section. Then he'll grab that rail and stick it inside the pit, getting cover, and then out he comes, making that adjustment, and a stab, and then just a bit of air drop down, which makes it look more dynamic and cool, just a little extra spicy. Recovering well after releasing that tail, and then again in for the Vish, completely disappears here and gets a little too deep, gets consumed by it.
I feel like regardless of the way that, you know, even though he didn't make it out of that last tube section, he was on his way to a really healthy score. What we were seeing there was really dynamic. In my opinion, Kanoa is probably one of the best in these wave pool settings. He's spent a lot of time in them. He's had a lot of experience. And let's have a look at what went down on this opening left. So just some beautiful textbook surfing here. Starts to spice things up a little bit. I love that he just was able to shuffle that weight forward. Sort of different technique to what we've seen from the other guys here. Just that front foot so far up the nose of that board as he drags his whole side of his body. And his front foot's basically on almost up near the nose, that first third of that board, straight out of there. Really critical turn here on the lip. Air drops to come down. And does really well to regain control here. And he moves through this section and just starts to tackle a series of turns on the inside. A little bit more release there. And let's have a look what happened. So he tucks up underneath this section, but just probably a little bit late. Maybe just didn't quite get the pump he wanted to sort of go into that last barrel with. But overall, I mean, it was nice surfing.
Yeah. He got super deep, but ultimately a little too much so. We'll get the debrief back with Snake here. It's interesting, actually, you know, we talk about those insights you get from your coach as well, and think about particularly some of Snake's skill set in terms of the tactics and stuff. Not really tactics involved here, so obviously there's no wave selection. It's nothing to do with priority or any of that sort of stuff, so it really is about the on-wave business. I just wonder how maybe that'll change things. Some surfers that kind of like to take quite a lot on board. This feels like a bit more emotional kind of management, maybe a little bit of maneuver selection.
For sure, I think that's a big conversation when you come to sort of a basin setting or wave pool, and you talk about the strategy part in a heat is completely removed. I mean, you're not sort of thinking about priority. You're not thinking about positioning without priority. And I mean, that's one of the best things. It's basically you have a 10-point wave coming towards you, and what maneuvers you select to do will determine whether or not you get that 10-point right.
Going to see Kanoa's mate Leo coming up next, fresh off a final. Let's hear from him. We've got some insights.
I think you always like running heats against the people that you've been competing against your whole life. I think people like Jack, Kanoa, Griffin, I'm really excited to run some heats with them this year. And I've had heats with them before, I've got them before, they've beat me before. So I'm excited to see, to have some matchups against them this year, and hopefully we have some really good battles.
We're hoping for a good battle out there in this one, Leo. On his mark, he's set, he's ready to go. Let's see what he can do. So no one doing major damage thus far. Kanoa putting a 4.17 in for his last effort. So let's see what Leo's got here. Let's see if he can bring some of that swag from the North Shore over into the basin here at Surf Abu Dhabi. Been a really good fit for the basin in the past quarterfinals last time out in Lemoore. That was a really nice turn with speed, and again just hammers that thing, and his spray will hang in the air for a while and just frame these maneuvers, using the rail to just carve down and then snap the finish of the turn. Once again, just relentless as he'll go into the lip, and then he'll find cover here through the hollow section. This is the end bowl tube, which will provide him another section on the end. He'll get one clean, crisp hit.
Thoughts are, nice opening wave, calm, collected, but I think he's leaving a little bit more meat on the bone. I feel like he can give it a bit more, and I think he's going to know that. But you know, when you take into consideration what the other scores are that are on the board, you know, you take into consideration Al's 3, Kanoa's 4.17. He's thinking, okay, if I just finish my wave, considering what the other guys have done here, I'm going to have, you know, sort of be out in front on this leaderboard. It was a nice measured approach. I mean, it was really well timed. Nice series of snaps. Hits that coping there really nicely. Slashes through that section. And, I mean, definitely this last little barrel here, he would have definitely wanted to be a little bit deeper. But, you know, completed wave. So it's going to feel good.
Yeah, gets that finish, just hammering it. And using that powerful physique to just displace loads of water. And that aggression from him is what served him well, particularly last time out. I thought he was just kind of relentless on his way to the quarters in Lemoore. A couple of years, 2 years ago, that was. And just the physical aggression to match the wave. And basically, anytime a section offers a bit of steepness, just matching that challenge, throwing in the variety of the maneuvers as well. And when you're surfing well and you're competing well, talk about momentum after coming off a final. Those are kind of key ingredients. It's obviously a completely different bag of chips to surfing over in the Pipe Pro. What's Dog thinking of that performance thus far from Leo?
I'd say he'd really be liking that one. I mean, it's a really healthy score, and in the context of this heat so far, I mean, he's sitting well out and truly in front. And, I mean, judges are obviously appreciating that. They're appreciating the variety that he's putting down. And I'm also noticing just a bit of a power, like he's throwing a lot of spray too. So he's covering big sections, he's releasing the fins, going to the layback. Variety is king right now.
Yeah, it's not necessarily kind of one type of surfer that thrives in the basin. We have seen different ways of doing it, which is an interesting point. Let's just pick that up with this score from the panel here, 6.93 for Leo. So in terms of that opening wave, definitely the advantage for him. And we touched briefly upon tactics. You think neither of your opponents have been able to get a major score in. That's an opportunity. Make sure you finish. Make sure you put a bit of pressure back on them.
Yeah. Obviously, the tactical part of being physically in the water with your opponent is removed. However, you still take into context where you are in the heat, right? And that's the beauty of Leo coming into this being the higher seed. He gets to watch lower seeds go first and then sort of adjust from there. But he's going to be feeling really good about that score.
Going to be having a look at a surfer out of Mexico, Al Cleland. He'll be going left on this, his second wave. Interesting to hear him appraise his kind of approach in the warm-ups. He's not really even looking at the wave. He's just purely going off-field, which I love. Let's see how he feels his way through this on his backhand. He carries loads of power and plenty of aggression as well. Doing some S work just to make room to go deep in the tube. And he went straight in deep quickly. We haven't seen a lot of people do that successfully. It just takes maybe like a little second to get fully deep. He went deep immediately, which if it pays off, it's amazing. But again, a mistake there for Al.
Yeah, definitely a mistake. You can see it. I mean, first two waves and he hasn't scored, you know, higher than the 3. I mean, and he knows it deep down, you know. And now it's all going to come down to his last 2 rides.
So Al Cleland's unable to add much there. To still have a couple more waves. Time for a quick commercial break. When we come back, Joe and Jesse in for the call. Stay tuned.
Welcome back to the Middle East here in the UAE. Surf Abu Dhabi Pro, stop 2 of the season. How good is this? The qualifying round continues with heat number 11. Work in the basin. We've got heat 12, and we'll finish the first round of competition on a historical day for pro surfing. Joe Turpel with the Triple Crown champ, Jesse Mendez. We're watching Leo, Al Cleland Jr., and Kanoa Garashi in the water. And I talked to Kanoa the other day. He said he loves riding a twin fin out in the system, just like yourself, but he was a little bit nervous to take a twin fin in front of the panel and the judges. He said maybe people would think it was weird. In his mind, he knows he could turn into a score, so he's like, okay, I'll settle for a quad, just to have that similar kind of release between the fins.
Yeah, I mean, that's interesting. That's an interesting point. And it's very tricky because obviously with the twin fin, you have so much flow and flare, but you lose a little bit of the power. So the judges love seeing that bucket's throwing out the air. And I think it's a smart for him to keep the quad right now. He's going to have a lot of speed like a twin would give him, but a little bit more power to relay on those fins.
I'm just kind of curious how Jake the Snake Patterson would call this wave.
I'm not sure whose heart's beating faster, mine or his, but if I had to pick a wave for Kanoa, a little coping right like this, he's gone hard at this opening section. He's kind of missed the barrel, which I told him to do because it's not really barreling. He's not going top to bottom like I thought he would. What's he doing? He's nervous. He is super nervous. He needs to go throw his tail here. Yeah, that's more like it. Throw it again, jam. He's going to get a barrel here. He's got to come out and do a punt. That was a pretty nice barrel. Something crazy. Oh, air reverse. Oh, he kind of missed a lot of sections there, unfortunately. Damn, I was expecting more.
As you can see.
What do you want to see in the next one?
Oh, God. I don't know. He looks super nervous. Maybe I'm feeling that nerves. Gee, that's heavy.
We're going to let everybody's heartbeat slow down, Joey. We'll come back.
I love it, AJ. Thank you so much. The hat that Snake's wearing there, it says not at this level. It's one of the key phrases he's always using in a humorous way and also a real way to the surfers that he works with. You could tell in the coach's mind he wanted a lot more from Kanoa here.
Yeah, and I think he's right to actually put that pressure on his athletes and let them know what's going on, because obviously Kanoa can't tell that he's not feeling 100% of that wave. Like, you can see a lot of wobbles, a lot of double bottom turns, which you usually don't see with a guy with that much speed on a wave. Mostly in a right hand like this, very bottomed out wave. Like, it fits Kanoa surfing so well. But that was a nice barrel right there. Got very deep, like unexpected, element of surprise. And then he was probably hoping for a big punt right there, but he wanted to just finish the wave and ended up getting stuck on that last one. But there's not much more in that end bit right there. But there was some damage and some glimpse of excellence. That was a beautiful layback right on a critical part of the wave. But there's a lot of downtime in between, kind of mistimed. If he can clear it up, he's going to get a great score, but he needs to get better. And I mean, Jake is going to be right on top of him right now, telling him, hey, like, just go for it.
Yeah, I mean, he did accomplish a lot of different turns. Was able to finish the wave. He did fall in the final section. But Snake's really going to try to fire him up to give a bit more. But that framed up slow-mo hack looked great. He's got a great style and technique, and he's one of the most consistent with a fin throw on demand. He can really identify the lip, and he can just teeter on it anytime he wants in the ocean or at a wave like this.
Yeah, and that's the extra speed that he carries. He's one of those guys that can wipe off speed whenever he wants, because he's usually with more than he needs. And he's going to clean up. I'm sure about that. Like, he's good with his back against the wall, and he got a 6.67 with all those mistakes that Jake was pointing out. So imagine if he cleans that up, he's going to get an excellent range.
I think Jake, when he regrouped to join forces with Kanoa once again, he wanted to remind Kanoa how good he is. So I think every time he's critiquing Kanoa, he's critiquing him knowing that there's excellent scores out there. But a 6.67 on the day today, that's been a keeper all day, Jesse.
Yeah, that's definitely been a keeper. Obviously, Leo getting the knot on that exchange on the right, getting the 6.93, but it's right there. So it's kind of going to be up to whoever does best on the next left coming up, and Leo on his first one as we speak.
A fired up Italian coming off one of the most dramatic finals at Pipeline to kick off the season with a tie-break decision that didn't go his way. and bringing that energy across the planet to a completely different platform. And now going for some backhand blows, ripping one right on the money. It was nice and vertical, hollow underneath his board before pulling into this section. Now it's back to maneuvers before it gets hollow again. Maybe 3 turns here. He's a little behind. He might have to change gears. He does fit in the 3rd maneuver. Now sets up the rail with plenty of time to make it out in front. On the wind-up, current world number 2 will get a 2nd maneuver and actually lose it on the finish. So Leo's opener, the 6.93, that was on his forehand, and a 3.91 on this left will get him out in front over Kanoa Igarashi.
Yeah, just smart, solid surfing there for Leo. You're gonna see this 3rd turn right here. It's gonna get up and vertical. A little bit late, but still critical, and pulls in the barrel, stalls it nicely. You're gonna see that back foot just being very compact, making sure he was very tight on that barrel and small because it's a small barrel. Now keeps unleashing nice bottom turns, keeping the flow and the momentum for this last section here. And I think it's just smart surfing for him overall, right? Like he's setting the tone for the heat, both on the right and the left, both best scores of the heat so far. And it's gonna apply pressure and throw the ball into the opponent's corner. And now, kind of like what Rio Waida did on the few heats ago, like just putting the pressure and then getting putting the pressure in the opponents and then being able to be free and looser.
The wind's quite strong.
Yeah, it is, eh? I think you did a good job with the Rio straight into the barrel. I think that was really positive. But you definitely was marking the top a bit. There was probably a little bit lateral. The rough set you up well, but you didn't get the square.
617. It's all right.
That's what you want. You want to set, you want to set the tone and put pressure on your opponents, and he did that so well. Like he has a combo of 13.1 right now. That's going to apply a lot of pressure into Kanoa's next left, and obviously all Cleveland has to get 2 waves still.
Nice composure for current world number 2 into his 56th championship tour rated event. Now 2 finals at the CT level, both of them
and
a
more time than
pipeline.
I realized.
Yeah. I think the take home was the late one. The barrel was good too.
Yeah, the barrel was good.
No, I thought the barrel was really good.
And that's why both barrels were good. It was a solid win.
Just after the barrel, that first turn you missed it.
Yeah, because the wind slows you down.
Yeah, so maybe just take a little more time.
Yeah, a little higher, bigger high line.
Yeah, you need to have those next 2 after the barrel. One of those has got to be like what you've been doing, where you get a bit of a shimmy.
It's very cool to see how smart they are. Like they know exactly what they did right and wrong, but you need that coach to kind of affirm to you and make sure you're doing the right thing and just give a little adjustments for the next wave. So that was very cool to listen. A good exchange there from Leo and Dog.
Such a cool relationship that they have, reconnecting. They work together in Leo's childhood and for several years as Al Cleland Jr., first ever from Mexico to be full-time on the top 34. A couple of sweeps in the pocket, looking for improvement here, off the roof this time. Upset Jack Robinson at Pipeline. Jack got the 10, Al got the 9.5. Connecting with that whitewater section well. The US Open champ driving into a big section. Stays over his feet and he will kick out. So for Al, he had a 3 on his first right. And now trying to make that one a keeper. Getting the call up late on the announcement for John Florence taking the year off. And it's also saying that he'd be back in 2026. So Al just became part of the rookie class as we break this one down.
Yeah, good surfing for him, but he needed to finish that wave. Like now he's gonna have a huge gap on the left in order to actually catch up to what Leo has done so far. But that was some glimpse of excellent surfing for him. Very solid, heavy-footed guy. You see this turn here, just critical, pushing that back foot, keeping the momentum down the line, but right there, the wave just bottomed out. All the pressure on the front foot to try to keep that momentum forward just got him to nosedive a little bit and got him stuck. So now his job on the left is going to be very hard. Like, he's going to be looking for something very close to above excellent and very close to probably a perfect ride.
So fun to see this day unfold and checking kind of deep behind the science of this wave when you really dive into the partnership with Modon, partnering with Kelly Slater Wave Company, and creating this unbelievable wave with that technology. Fans all around the world benefiting from it. All the locals here in the UAE benefiting from it as well to sample world-class waves. Some of them for their first time surfing are surfing perfect waves and getting barreled. Al Cleland does find improvement, 4.10, now with only one wave left. He'll have to shoot for a 9 to have a chance.
This is a very clutch moment for Kanoa. I think if he can clean up what he's done previously, and he already got kind of a big score for a day of today that we've seen it so far, 6.67, he could really put his gap a little bit shorter on the left and not have so much pressure to perform so big. So let's see how he is going to turn up the volume here.
Kanoa doing a great job though when you look at all the men currently on tour and just focus on wave pool lefts. The CT by the numbers showing Kanoa's got one of the better averages, just behind Felipe, behind Iago Dora. And to be on that front page, you know, he's really just behind the guys that have been winning these events in the wave systems. And he always really connected well. You know, when we talked about pressure for some of the surfers getting familiar with this technology, Kanoa seemed to fall right into step. Never felt worried about falling. Always feels like he's in his natural environment, ready to perform. He's a guy that's called Mr. Clutch for a good reason. He likes to feel some pressure, so brings out the best in him. Couple of nice turns to start, finding his flow. The man representing Japan, a silver medalist in the Olympic Games in Tokyo, pulls in. Now back to performance. Fits in one turn there. Typically seeing 3 turns. Let's see if he can get more. 3 great snaps. It will be 3, and then pulling into the end section tube. And he's got a solid backhand stance. Driving hard off the bottom and finishing with 2 turns. The last will throw away as he went down on his board there. So Kanoa finding some good points down the stretch. That's his last left of the qualifying round. He still has one more right to try to compete with one of his best friends and a longtime rival in Leo.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting. Like, I mean, a first glimpse of this, the last wave from Kanoa, he was able to be a little bit more in front of what Leo did, and those bottom turns were drawn out a little bit more, so he put himself in a better pace through the wave. The entry of the barrel, though, was a little bit more on the safer side. Leo had that airdrop into the pit, and then right here, he starts to do damage again. Look, bottom turns straight from the top to bottom. No double dipping, just that one itself. It's the only one he had, but all the rest was in one line, and that's very hard to do on a wave like this that moves forward that fast. I think he's gonna look good on that one, and we're gonna have a good heat in our hands right now.
Fin throw to finish as he ran out of room on the inside, but Kanoa enjoying his day here in Abu Dhabi. Finding his flow and form again. Definitely looks inspired for another run at the Lexus WSL Finals. He's been able to feel that format in the past. As we wait for the scores for Kanoa to come through, we'll take a quick break and we'll give you the update on the other side of this commercial. Big day of competition on opening day as we see our rider up in motion, Leonardo Fioravanti, current world number 2, sweeping back into the pocket, driving hard through the lip line, now parking it in the pit. For improvement in his lead out front, he's got to do better than a 6.93 on this wave. Lean back into that arcing turn, blow tail in transition. The pace of this wave allows you to catch up to the pocket bit easier than in Lemoore, California. Drives into the pit, well done, gets the hair out of his face and frames that board towards the cement, but loses a big finishing move. But always has that exciting energy when he's competing in performance conditions. Trying to keep his flow alive as the current world number 2. You know, he's always been a child prodigy, growing up with guys like Jack Robinson, Leonardo, growing up with Kanoa Igarashi. Those guys have been a part of the WSL Final 5 in the past. Kanoa has a major win on tour. Jack has 7. Leo knows that it's his time.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And just very strong surfing. It feels like he's fitter than he's ever been. You can see how much control he has on the board, and that's all because of the technique and muscles, like just pushing through a lot of water. See, he wants it again, just a lot of board control. And then right here, he gets pitted. No, one more turn, and then he's going to get pitted. And then he had to go big. In order for him to better that 6.93, he had to go for that massive punt on the end, or a tail blow kind of towards, like you mentioned, framing towards the concrete. You're going to see him landing into the flats all the way on that front foot, but just the tail of the board not fitting in that coping, or not the coping, but just the curve of the wave, and getting unglued right there, unfortunately for Leo, because he was looking good on that wave.
Leo Fioravanti, the first from Italy to enjoy the championship tour. He's been around a long time now. Spends a lot of time in the southwest of France, also in Portugal, and also on the north shore of Oahu. He's in love with his training, his fitness. Really dedicated. Once he had some injuries early on, he really realized that he was doing workouts for injury prevention. Then when he got really strong, especially with all the squats that he was doing, he felt invincible when he was performing on a wave like this that is so demanding.
And going straight into the bikes. See, that's how fit the guy is.
Just staying warm. He's got one more wave. So last of Leo, 5.27 doesn't change anything. Still out in front. Cleland is about to paddle into his last wave in the qualifying round. It needs to be a 9. So all out on this last left for Al Cleland Jr. Representing Pascuales. Just like Leo and Kanoa being well, for Leo being the only Italian on tour, the only Mexican is out. Kanoa's got some backup with Connor O'Leary. Getting down the line with a couple of verticals and now packing it. So it's that 3-turn scenario out the back, and going real deep on this one is Al Cleland Jr. ending his run in the qualifying round, and he'll be preparing for the night session later on today.
Yeah, I feel like it's just a little bit of lack of knowledge off the wave right there, because he's one of the best surf riders in the world, but just both of the laps that he had just maybe stalling a little bit too early, and that the tube monster just getting the best of him. You see people mostly setting up and generating speed and then slowing himself down, but he's slowing himself down right off the bat, which if he comes out, that's going to be very impressive. But the problem is it doesn't really give you an opportunity for it. You got to be very lucky in order to get traction again and have the foam ball push you outside of the barrel.
Al Cleland Jr. got the call up late to the rookie class, where the majority of the tour were spending their off season getting here to Abu Dhabi to feel out the system multiple times. So he knew he was going to be in a headspace of playing some catch up this year. There's a lot of waves that he doesn't really need to worry about. We saw that at Pipeline, one of the hardest chargers on tour. He's going to feel really comfortable again in the back end of the season, you know, saying he makes the cut, like waves like Tahiti, where he can show off that he's definitely one of the best barrel riders in the world. Super tubos, you're feeling like he's going to get in the mix quickly. He's used to shifty beach breaks that have a lot of power. And he'll have plenty of time to improve on this wave system, even just by digesting what happened and what more he could do later on tonight. 6:40 local time will be when that next round begins, and you guys can all download True Surf right now. Find out more about it on worldsurfleague.com/True Surf. You can play the Surf Abu Dhabi Pro. And you can ride it with Kelly Slater, Wave Company technology, and compete just like your favorite surfers are right now. Kanoa, a true talent from a very young age. He grew up in the NSSA Southwest Open Series Conference when he was living in Southern California. He's one of those guys that talks about all of his homes that he represents, and Huntington Beach is also known as Surf City, USA. So he grew up watching the US Open. And there was even a time Leo Fioravanti moved into town, and they both were going to Dwyer Middle School together. So Leo got to experience middle school in Southern California with Kanoa, and then they'd surf the pier every day. Kanoa ended up owning his home break, a multiple-time US Open champ. He was featured on the news when he was about 5, and the interviewer was asking him what he wanted to be when he grew up, and well, he called it. Manifested it, I think, first by his parents, because it was a decision to leave Japan to actually create a pro surfer. It was all intentional before Kanoa was even born. Igarashi now snapping that first section through the white water, needing a 6.81 to take the lead off Leo. Pulls in, sits nice and tight in the pit, makes it out without a problem. Driving into that top turn. Throwing some water into that Abu Dhabi skyline, drifting the next section. Controls the quad into releases. He can throw those fins out on demand. Pulls in, makes that section. On the windup, solid hack out front. One more with the fin throw, controls it with the ground.
Right there.
That's what he was hoping for. Snake likes it. Goes his hands up next to Scotty Hammonds. They're going, is that enough? We'll see. He's already had a couple of 6s. Leo's got a couple of 6s. Now, is this a high enough 6 to change it? They've got a very similar scale with these two right now.
I mean, I feel like if I was Leo right now, and he probably knows, like he's probably looking to better the 6.93, or sorry, the 6.17, because Leo's going on the left right now as we speak. So how much difference does it make when you clean up the beginning of your wave and set you up with a lot of speed for the best part of the wave, which is right after the barrel?
So Jesse, let's break down some of these sixes. That's the 6.93 from Leo and the last of Kanoa.
Yeah, let's check that out. I feel like Leo gets a little bit better at the beginning of the wave. Like he had a little bit more drive throughout the turns and a little bit more aggressive. You see it, that was a bit sticky there for Kanoa. But then this is when it starts, Kanoa starts to flare up. Like you're gonna see him open up on this beautiful carve right here, and then he just sets himself up for success. Throwing the tail even more on each turn. Look at that, bringing the board, redirecting the board all the way around, pushing the tail once again, and this is so critical. Big board slide, felt like he was gonna fall off. Regroups, get deeper in the barrel, comes out and finish it off with a nice, strong maneuver and a blow tail. Like, I mean, what more can you ask for that wave as far as like keeping yourself under the lip and not above the lip? Beautiful technique right there from Kanoa, and what I think was most impressive was that board slide combination right before the barrel. Setting himself up with that surprise element. It's something that the judges are not expecting for it to happen. It makes them think that he's going to fall, but he regrouped it, and he's going to get very rewarded for that.
Snake next to Kanoa here in the decision. 7.57 on screen. Getting the lead change. Fioravanti drops to second.
One nerve turn in there.
Yeah.
And then
Right
everything
before
else
the
was,
last
yeah, that it was sick. That now you go into the barrel late and you force the make, which was crucial.
Yeah.
We worked in perfection, brother. That was sick. Get the booties on.
Oh, thank you.
You can see Snaketails just getting fired up on a big performance from Kanoa, and it was all purposeful. The words before when he wanted to see more out of him.
Oh, mas é diferente o vento. Yeah, percebo. Pá, mas o vento tá difícil, tá frio.
The wind's bad. He said the wind's very strong, so it's like hard for him to, like it gets more sensitive for the surfers, so that's why he's complaining.
Kanoa, just like Leo, they know about 5 or 6 languages.
It's impressive. They talk to everyone in their own language. It's crazy.
What a gift. But they earned it. Look at him go now. Leo, important ride here, needs a 6.95. Stalling, trying to put himself deep. Wants this tube to be purposeful. Now back to maneuvers. Nice hammer there, draws it with connectivity. Sweeping into a vertical section. Now he's got to make this pit and hopefully finish with something big. He's out in front, laying low. The Italian comes out. Big slap there. Now the final maneuver. He'll shut it down with a third bonus finish after the inside pit. And it'll come down to that last wave to see if he did enough to go straight to the round of 16. Chasing a 6.95.
I knew we were gonna be going back and forth, you know, like this is so impressive, like how much they're able to have themselves with the back against the wall and perform their best, and that's why they're best friends, you know. You you get the most out of each other, and for me that's personally the best left we had so far in this heat. As you see it right there, just very powerful. That board's gliding nicely, pushing so much water and redirecting the nose of the board almost every turn he had. Gets very deep in this section here on the barrel, slows himself down, and then right here starts doing damage again. Up and vertical, redirecting the nose once again, keeping the board on rail all the time. The only problem with this wave, if I had to pick something apart, he set himself up for barrels instead of just kind of connecting a turn into it like Kanoa did on the right. But it's going to be a great score. I'll leave it to the judges, Joe.
Yeah, well done and great breakdown. So much power and flair out of the gates. I love when this Italian gets running into these first sections, rights and lefts. He starts so strong. And able to get 3 turns to finish. Didn't try to get carried away with a blow tail. He kind of read that wave really well from where he was positioned on it.
And the judges have a lot to digest right now, because that was probably the most powerful surfing we've seen on this heat so far, mostly on the left. Like that 3 first turns were very big and just solid overall, like no wobbles, very sure-footed, knew what he was needing and what he was doing.
Of course I'm going to say you got it. I'm not going to say anything else. You never lose.
Stephen Bell.
You might have asked a question and you served it.
I think no matter outcome, he should be proud of how he performed on this heat, right? Like back against the wall and just pushed as much as you could, basically.
I mean, that's been the theme for Leo, pushing it all the way to the limits. Every time he competes, that never say die attitude. Waiting for the numbers to lock in. And it comes in for Leo Fioravanti just under the requirement, a 6.73. Close decision, doesn't go his way. Fioravanti in second, Al Cleveland Jr. in third. We'll see them tonight in the night session. Kanoa Igarashi will get the rest of the day off and tomorrow, and he is in the round of 16 as heat number 12 is already getting started. Liam O'Brien, Ramsey Bukiam, and Joao Chianca will close out the round. Moving quickly, a man who grew up on right-hand point breaks on the Gold Coast of Australia. Liam O'Brien with the flow, with the style. Looks like a modern day MR, and he will get stuck. Tough way to kick off your first wave, but he's been seeing a lot of surfing throughout the day. Just love his flow on right-handers. Can almost do it without thinking in between turns. Yeah, tough to see him get stuck on that opener. But this one's just getting started. Liam will have one more right, two lefts. Still with a great shot, going straight into the round of 16. We'll take a break. I'll be right back.
Welcome back to the Surf Abu Dhabi Pro. I'm here on the hill right next to the fan village, a truly international affair. Last heat that we saw had an Italian, had a Mexican, as well as a Japanese representative right here. We got another international field. We got a Brazil backer, the Philippines right here, South Africa's in the house, Morocco, and of course, Aloha from your Hawaiian. It's an international fair over here. You can come down if you're in the area. We have the fan village open Saturday, Sunday. We're going to have the finals. It's all happening here. And again, a truly international affair.
And that's surfing, isn't it, Kaipo?
Oh, sure is.
It's just such a family atmosphere, and your best friend can be, you know, meeting you from across the planet. We can maybe speak different languages, but we share the same language of riding waves and loving this lifestyle. Kaipo's been a part of it his entire life. Good to see some Moroccans here on hand to back Ramsey in this matchup here in the opening round. He's gonna really get his feet wet here. We've already had a 3.5. Ramsey gets to enjoy his front side, one of the longest lefts he'll get to rip this year on tour. A couple of big open face hooks. Now trying to find the barrel, parks it, sitting in that hollow part of the wave. We'll come out and see if he can do more than 3 turns here. Be a beautiful down carve, picking up the rail, full wrap, going deep on it, and goes for the vertical. So nice creativity on the 3 maneuvers he chose. Out in front of this racetrack, but a big section to belt, but he lets go of it.
I mean, if you talk about Ramsey, you might not be picking him for the wave pool, but you can't deny how much power and how much on rail that guy is, and that just makes him a solid surfer overall. Yeah, he might not have like the air game that you expect from other surfers, but he can get a massive score just sticking to the rail, and that's what he did right there. That was amazing surfing, like one of the tightest carves you've probably seen it so far in this event. Just a little bit of a like set up too much on that barrel, which the judges don't love seeing it here because it's such a predictable wave, but you're going to see after the barrel how much damage it's going to throw. Beautiful down carve, which we don't usually see it here, and then backing it up straight into a massive power hook, and then getting up in vertical once again. A nice barrel, but unfortunately for him right there, gets too tight on that last section and nose dives.
Now let's catch up with Kanoa with AJ.
We're sitting here with Kanoa, excited. Big sigh of relief because you have made it through, don't have to surf in this night session. Describe what you were feeling as we waited for those scores to drop.
Yeah, it was just, it was pretty nerve-wracking. I was looking at Leo and we were looking at each other, and we both knew that it was a really important score. And, you know, I think it just, you know, it was just one of those things where it was so tight, it could have gone either way. I'm really happy with the way I surfed my last right. It was, it's so tricky. We're not used to surfing it with so much wind. The last few days have been pretty dead wind. So it was tricky, but I guess we just had to adapt.
Snake was talking us through one of your waves, and you guys seem to have a really clear plan, really clear strategy, but needing to adjust. How did you do that within the heat?
Yeah, it was so tricky, honestly. Just at the end of the day, like, you create a run in your head, but you want to do the best you can to be creative and not be so stiff on your run. At least for me, I knew what I wanted to do and I had my line, but it went completely out the window after my second turn. So I started kind of freestyling it, and you know, sometimes that goes your way and sometimes I can go completely wrong. So it's a hard one. I mean, it's the pool, and supposedly every wave's the same, but there's so many different ways to surf it that you kind of cloud your own head.
Well, congratulations. You did it well tonight. We'll see you in the next one.
Yes, thank you guys.
Thanks, AJ. Thanks, Kanoa. Wow, what a close decision. 13.87 to skip the night session as we officially introduce the last heat of the qualifying round. Joao Chianca, one of the greats from Saquarema, went through that scary injury, came back last year, got to compete in the Olympic Games, and now wanted to get back into that final 5. He got to compete in the finals already. He's gone through the cut. Wow, he's gone through a lot in a short period of time. Liam O'Brien, we saw his opener representing Burley Heads, a cool customer, absolutely fearless in big waves, but super smooth in waves like this. And the Moroccan as well. Springing into action on his opener is Joao Chianca. Already quickly throwing that lanky whip into the pocket. He's got a little slingshot wrap that he's got. Overextends on his bottom turn. A lot of body language through his points off the top. Flaring through that section. Blowing the tail out with that power turn, and almost looked like he was going to catch, but with so much power and flow, he kept going until that little disaster.
And that's the problem of this wave, Joe. Like, as soon as you catch a rail, like, you have no time to really regroup, so you keep forcing the maneuvers, and every time more you keep losing balance and kind of keeping, it's hard to keep the momentum and slow yourself down because the wave keeps with the high pace in front of you. So that's what happened right there with Joao. Like, he was doing great on that wave, almost caught a little bit the nose there, and then just kept kind of not finding a good rhythm again. But great surfing on the beginning of the wave right here. You're gonna see the wave bottoms out. He waits it, keeps patient, kind of goes down the line a little bit on the flatter side. Gonna float, but this section right here, it starts to break in front of him. He pushes that back foot, generates speed, and then that's when it happens right there. See that inside rail, he gets caught and he can't find the rhythm back again. It seems like he's going, battling against current. and unfortunately getting stuck right there for him.
Joao Chianca gained so many fans in his rookie debut for a couple of reasons, and one was pipe, one was bells, but it was against the same competitor in John Florence. Just putting together a couple of contenders for heats of the year, and he was just getting started. Two different disciplines as well, barrel riding, charging, and then going turn for turn against one of the greats. It's pretty rare for a rookie to kind of have a little rivalry going on with a world champ. But the crazy road of the tour sent him back to the Challenger Series, and he said it was almost like a grieving process for a couple of months. It was devastating to go through that, and even when he was offered the wild card on his home break, he said his head wasn't even there yet. Everyone was coming into his town, and he didn't want to be the wild card. He wanted to get his spot back on tour. He had to rinse off the emotion of a big session at Teahupo with his big brother, who's one of the best big wave riders on the planet. And all of a sudden made the final 5 the following year. So what a story as we check out the Surf Abu Dhabi flight cam. We check out this entire basin. It is absolutely massive with that hydrofoil technology. Kelly Slater Wave Co. connecting with Modon, and Modon constructing this entire setup. They construct beautiful villages, sporting venues, really creative with their modern day technology, and make a lot of people happy with a lot of fun things to do right in this region. Their office is just right around the corner. And you can see the Gulf is where that pipe goes out about 650 meters out to sea and brings in that salt water through a filter system. So the buoyancy is pretty relatable for these surfers that are always in the ocean. Allows you to ride normal polyurethane boards. Still some epoxies in the mix. McGillivray, one surfer that's gone shorter. A few surfers have gone a little shorter than their typical shortboard. Liam O'Brien, his friends call him Lobby. Starting to flow on the left. Got stuck on his opening right. Held him to a 3.5. There's that backhand tube stance, nice and low. Hard to get those pumps while you're grabbing the rail, but he's done well. First turn, second turn after that pit, maybe a third, and now he's gonna pull it again. Super deep this time, and Liam can't catch up to it.
He was on his way for a great score right there. Beautiful technique, tube riding on that first section, just utilizing that front leg to slow himself down. You could see him wipe the speed off and get back on track, and then some damage done afterwards, just a little bit deep on that last section, unfortunately for Liam.
Liam also one of those surfers that benefited from some wild card opportunities as we check out this view.
Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. You're gonna see him like put that front leg into the wall about 3 or 4 times to slow himself down and keeping the pace. Look, and then he comes out pretty clean right there. Second turn here is going to be very critical, bringing the board all the way back around, but it's going to set him up a little bit late for this section right here. Gets slipped, tries to get as small as he could to fit in that beginning of the barrel, and hopefully you would open up a little bit more, but he was just way too deep on that section.
So Lobby feeling out the right and the left, and he'll get a second chance on both directions. Best score so far goes to the Moroccan, 6.17.
It's released more than I wanted to. Second last turn.
It was good the second last turn though.
I needed an
It's such a fun ride. It's all right.
Pushing and then being soft.
It's good. It's right there. It's in the middle. I'm going to fly hard. It's hard to tell. It's right there though. Good.
Both Liam and J. Bottle Thompson nailed it. Their scores would have been in the mix with the judges on the panel. They kind of felt it be in that high 4-5 range, 4.77 for Liam, as he will regroup and prepare for his final right, final left of this qualifying round. Ramsey doing a good job on his opener on the left, and he's famous for crazy performances on his backhand. You think of Morocco, right-handers for days. I asked him at the press conference, I was like, hey, you're goofy. You get an opportunity to go left, but your backhand is lethal. Where are you going to get the most points? And you could tell he just wants to rip both directions. You know, he loves his backhand. He's like, hey, I love going left too. Any chance I get, I'm looking for lefts. He loves rip bowl lefts, any type of left, big chopes type lefts, pipelines. So he kind of basically told the crowd and the media that he's well-rounded. He's ready for everything.
This is an important way for Ramsey to apply pressure to the opponents with the first 2 waves right here.
So getting a little whitewater roll in, starting with a swipe off the top, second turn. Has to regain some speed and frames it vertically so quick. Now he's running after it. Not looking like he's trying to pull in out the back, almost going off the heel side rail. Regains his composure. He's gonna have to go hammer town to recover from those stumbles. And he's a little off still. Trying to settle down for the end of this wave. Now setting up the pit. Maybe a big hammer here or 2. And he ends up letting go. So a little off pace, couple of grabs early, and kind of left him off balance.
I mean, he was looking deadly in those first few turns, but it's the same thing that happened to João. This wave's so unforgiving. As soon as you kind of lose balance and lose track of the momentum that you have in the wave, it's so hard to regroup because the wave keeps going forward and just fast. So unfortunately for him on that critical section, lost a little bit of balance on that heel side, and then kind of couldn't find a rhythm back again.
Another opportunity for Ramsey to check out this right again to look for some improvements. Take a break. We'll bring in Paul and Flick for the call right after this.
Welcome back to the Surf Abu Dhabi Pro Circuit X skate park, just part of the activities here in the fan park. All sorts to get up to in between waves. Amuse yourself, skate up a storm, hit the ramp, just vibing on the lawn there, and also taking in the very finest wave riders from across the planet going at it, hammer and tongs, looking to finish up this opening round here today. What are we expecting for these last few waves, Flick?
I think we're going to see some, well, we've already seen impressive surfing from this heat so far. But, I mean, we've got surfers with a bit of catching up to do, and just knowing what's on the line and, you know, trying to avoid that elimination round, knowing that, you know, you don't have to surf tonight, that's a big deal. So let's see Zhao. He's going left. What's he got?
Chianca swinging in here. You expect him to load up with that energy and push in really hard. No surprise there. It gives it a swing to kind of get rid of that speed, bleed it off and go deep here. He'll do that.
Oh.
And he'll deal with some troubled water, and he'll do it pretty well. Out he comes. You see that board just twitching off the bottom from Zhao Xianka. Belts it again. And he gets an adjustment for another crack. And the speed, there's lots of it into this bowl section here. Manages to break enough in terms, able to get pretty deep. And then a backhand hit the finish as well. So some nice tube work done there and linked together. Some pretty critical hits. Thinking about numbers on that left. Some of the backhand surfing we've seen is opening the 4-3-3 on the right. That looked like some very energized surfing from Zhao.
Yeah, it was. I think my favorite part of that was both barrel rides. I think he got incredibly deep, but let's have a look at the damage he got done on these turns. So nice series of maneuvers, but he gets so deep here. I mean, this is probably one of the deepest tube rides. I don't know, almost here it doesn't look almost intentional. He has to sort of regain here, gets almost gobbled up by that foam ball, but does so well to push out in front of it, sort of regain that balance and then get straight up into the lip here. Another nice series of maneuvers, but I really do believe that, I mean, this tube riding right here, he's just positioned himself perfectly. So critical, so deep, and gets a nice little finish here. So just trying to get a score on the board here. That's his first left, and we'll see where the numbers fall.
Plenty of tube time there for Xianka. Really, that wind blowing into that left, making it super hollow and groomed as well. And I think a lot of that, basically, his line, his choice being dictated by the fact that thing was so open. He's having a little giggle. He's enjoying himself. He's been tubed deeply. Why wouldn't you smile?
He's surfing a perfect wave in a wave pool. Not a bad day. Being a professional surfer, it's a pretty good job.
It's one surfer who has noticed from some of the practicing that he's been doing, and we've mentioned just a change in pace to the wave, slowed it down a touch. I was a little surprised at that. He's had to make the adjustment into the warm-ups here. Making that adjustment pretty well with a decent read. Zhao Xianka looking to get himself on a roll here to sit out that elimination. Watch everyone else battle it out. Just avoid those nervy moments. Good numbers going to drop in for him shortly. Here's the payoff for him. So a lot of tube time. And some really healthy maneuvers. 6-5 in for Zhao.
Yeah, that's a great score, and he sort of needs a score like that right now to keep it pace really with Ramsey. Ramsey's got that 6-1-7 on the board. Zhao now dropping 6-5. So in the context of this heat, high single wave score, and now he's just looking to replace that 4.33.
Next up, we'll have a look. Liam O'Brien. This will be his third wave. Another crack at the right here for him. Let's see if he can find some similarities in the geometry to Burley Heads. A wave that he knows real well in terms of right points. Yeah, pretty decent one. Model you're surfing on, and that's where you hone that point break style that everyone wants to have. Not everyone can have it, and he's having at it here with a nice gouging snap into the lip as well. Stinging that turn. And then slotted, managing that tube real well. Little crumble will just go around that, not tempted to go straight back up. So just a bit more pace between the maneuvers and the variety as well, just giving it a little bit more. He maybe felt he perhaps didn't push as hard as he could have done on his previous wave. Again, he'll get tubed. What's he got to finish here? Important section. Another little bonus as well. Great control, very nicely done. Surfing with the polish, plenty of spark. That's going to feel good for Liam.
Yeah, I think so. I think for me, he didn't force anything on that wave, which was really nice to watch. I mean, you sort of mentioned that crumble came down, and yeah, he could have floated across the top, but I think that just speaks to that paced approach that comes with growing up on right-hand point breaks. You mentioned Burley, he's obviously grown up there. When you grow up on a point break, it really just gives this beautiful paced approach to a wave. You can really tell the surfers that have and the surfers that haven't. They just surf with a different sort of pace, a different flow, and yeah, nothing feels forced. I mean, this barrel ride just really maximising that time there in the tube, in the pocket. That's that bit of crumble. He waits, he goes around that, gets the fin release, and yeah, nice little tube time here on the inside section, up into the lip. You've got to be thinking, you know, his previous right, 3.5, you've got to be thinking that it's going to be going higher.
Yeah, we're going to be really evenly poised here, I think, when this score comes through, but maybe we just felt, and when he debriefed as well with Bots, that he had good flow on his previous right, but just maybe didn't quite hammer some of those turns and just kind of make them look big, but he's giving it plenty more there. Just seamlessly linking together the tube work with the maneuvers, a little bit of less is more as well.
I think he, you know, if you think about the context of the heat, he's just got to drop somewhere around a 6, right? If he's dropping it somewhere around a 6, he's going to keep it pace with both Zhao and Ramsey, and then it all comes down to that last wave. So he's just got to give himself an opportunity there.
Well, standard. It's like just a nice put together. Like a 06 maybe, I'm not sure. So yeah.
So the baseline.
Yeah, that's right.
So, modest assessment there for both of these two. It's all part of the game here. It's just trying to shut everything out. Wait for that score to come through. Let's see where it puts him. It will be his best for sure. It's actually going to put him in a pretty strong position here. That number will come through for Liam O'Brien. And it's a 7-point ride for him, Flick. So, his best. And he estimated as a low 6, lowballed himself there a little bit.
I know, both of Bottle and Liam, you know, humble guys, thinking, you know, yeah, we did all right. It was all right. Hey, it was more than all right.
Right back in this here. He's actually in the lead right now. He has ridden one more wave, but exactly where you want to be at the moment, occupying that top spot. There's less than a point between everybody. This is a great matchup, really enjoyable to call and to see guys like Ramsey. Hammer time for him. On the forehands, there's that trademark style, almost feline in his approach, just powerful, light on his feet, and able just to slice through waves and across them, and then go deep in the tube. The rail work really nicely done. And that controlled aggression, that power, he's a big guy. That was an absolute hammer of a turn. He'll just try and catch up there, he'll get a little clipped on the head, and once again, that balance between how hard do you go and pushing hard to get a good number, but puts himself a little behind.
Yeah, obviously just went that little bit too far back on that last carve, but up until that point, that was some really good surfing. It was super critical, and I mean, I can't wait to break down the beginning of this wave. He actually maximised that first tube. I mean, he spent a lot of time in there, really maximised that. He rode on the foam ball, managed that speed really well. So, I mean, he's looking, you know, he's on the back foot now. He's looking to improve. He needs a 6.71 to move up into that first position. Let's have a look. Really critical here from Ramsey. This is the barrel I'm talking about. He gets a lot of tube time here. Really stomps on those brakes and then gets really spicy here. Just carves it back. And then here, that turn, just so much direction change. And then again, I mean, that's sort of the turn that really put him out of position. I mean, it was beautiful to watch, and you know, if you're hitting a closeout section, of course, like, go for that, but that little end section of that tube just running off without him.
Classic risk versus reward conundrum presented to ourselves. If you're going to put your hardest turn down on that final maneuver before the wave steepens and runs, it steepens pretty quick. So Ramsey just a little bit miffed at himself. Saw him just slight little hand clap to himself in frustration, the fact that he knew he was on his way. Pretty decent number there. Didn't maximise that opportunity. We have the panel right now, as we'll get this third number in for the Moroccan Ramsey Boukiam. Still waiting for a third wave to come next from Zhao Shank at the moment, Liam O'Brien. was in the lead. Numbers in. 6-8 for Ramsey. And inevitably, Flick, there'll be a little bit of what could have been if he managed to finish that, but that's decent for what he got done.
Hey, well, he got the score he required, right? And I think all the damage was done out the back. Just, you know, how explosive those first few turns were, the length of the barrel ride, followed by those next 3 explosive turns, one after another, just really laying that board on the rail. But exactly what you said, Paul. What would have happened if he'd made that barrel?
Bit of a ding-dong shape to this. We haven't had loads of ding-dongs, have we, today? It's kind of been like someone sort of dominated a bit and kind of put a bit of pressure, and other surfers have kind of struggled to really kind of catch up. We've seen that gap generally kind of widening throughout the heat. This one, seen some lead changes going down. I'm seeing surfers fire up and respond. Loving it.
Bit of a bing-bong battle. Bit of a ding-dong battle.
Let's see what this guy can do, Zhao Shankar. Expect him to go pretty hard. By the way, he just loads up those turns. There's not loads of room at the bottom of the wave here compared to an ocean wave. It's not really the traditional trough. So in terms of the way you project off the bottom, it is pretty significantly different. Let's see how his surfing will fit the shape of the wave here. Shankar.
Wow.
Hits it pretty hard. Nice layback. Making a cool shape and then putting it into the tube, tucking everything up.
Oh, wow.
And after looking like he'd done the kind of hardest part of that, going down. Not exactly sure what happened there for him.
Looked like that outside rail just caught exactly in the trough that you were talking about. Got really cupped out, but he was on his way to a really good score. The surfing he was doing, it was electric. He was really deep on the foam ball in that barrel. Let's have a look here. So it looks, he gets so deep, right? And then you can just see it here. Let's see. So he gets clipped by that tiny bit of foam, clips the outside rail of his board, sort of knocks him off center really, and yeah, he loses balance there. But this, the first part of this wave, I mean, look how explosive that turn is. I mean, it's dynamic. He did basically a carving maneuver into a layback, and then unfortunately, that little bit of foamy section just knocking him unstable there. That's that moment right there. Hits him in the head, sort of gets him off-centered. And in that funny little trough, I was thinking, he was feeling like he was in the flow there. He was feeling like he was in the good rhythm. I'd like to say that he was on his way to potentially getting that score.
Was doing great work, got clipped to the head, and the frustration that comes from the fact that his first right just got him that 4.33, so it's going to be a number that he will keep. So he's left a little bit, quite a bit out there. Let's see how costly that will prove to be. We'll get another wave on the left. 6.5, the number that he's keeping at the moment for the left now. Speaking of the lead changes that we've seen go down, we've seen some quite terse kind of facial expressions going down between Liam and from Bots. Let's see what Liam's able to do now with his second left. Process on the fact that, you know what, he got 7. He didn't think it was quite that good, so it's great news from his point of view, and the other news is it doesn't need a massive number here. Flick 4.87 is what he's after.
Yeah, his requirement that he's chasing, I mean, it's relatively low, right, in the context of this heat, and considering, you know, he thinks he could have done a bit better on his last performance. I mean, it is coming down to this moment. This is his last wave, and obviously taking some nice deep breaths here. Just trying to really get into the zone.
Thinking about the number that Ramsey's got in as well for his last one. I mean, just making that mistake, but still getting the 6.8. These two are really close together at the moment. Not much to separate their high score at all. Liam at the moment trying to quieten down that mind, just going through his processes. While he's trying to do that, he'll hear the whir of the machine. Plenty going on out here. Very, very different being in the regular environment out in the ocean. He's basically just responding to the natural pattern of pulses of energies that make their way through the ocean. Let's see what he can do with his opportunity here. A crucial wave for him, that elimination round. No one really particularly wants to come back tonight. Surf under the lights, it will look really cool. It'll be stressful if you're in that heat, trying to stay alive in competition. Here we go. Surfer out of early heads, Liam O'Brien on his second left. A reminder, 4.87 is what he's after. Giving it a good crack before he'll stall. Just try and drag everything. Bit of that front leg, bit of bum in the face, the arm as well. Does really well to manage that rail line and come out, and he'll slap it again. O'Brien pushing pretty hard right now. He's keeping it nice and steep, and now he'll get a big pump. This thing will tighten up for him here. Let's see how deep he can put himself. And a finish for him on the end. First turn, he'll knife that one. Gives it a good hit with some speed. 4.87, the number he's after.
Wow, I feel like that was a really equally good. It was a well-surfed wave. You go back to that first barrel, you think about, you know, the different line changes that he had in that compact barrel. Not an easy thing to do. I mean, Liam's not a small person, and being able to change your line like that while holding on the rail on your backhand, it's not an easy thing to do. And then it was just solid surfing. It was really crisp. Let's have a look. Tight in the pocket, sets the rail here, shifts that weight forward. But there are a number of changes that happened here. You can see him pumping, that just really hard to do when you're so compact like that. And then a series of backhand maneuvers, one after another. I mean, crisp surfing right there. And then finishes with this tube ride. And nice little belt to finish. Just solid surfing. And under pressure too, you know, final wave, needs a score.
Fourth ride is in the books for Liam O'Brien. His crew looking on, you can just feel the tension right now. As we mentioned, first position will get sit out elimination. Let's see if we can listen in here on this debrief.
I think we'll get the score. Like, it's just like, yeah. Good job, mate. Well served.
So I might as well just try and
Apply the pressure. So
it's done just for.
Yeah, so the pressure's on them.
But yeah.
Good job.
Should have got a bit more.
Really good job. Yeah. Good effort, mate. Really good comeback too. Right after the start you had. It's good.
A tense heat takes another twist. Liam O'Brien back into first place position in this. Putting a little bit of pressure back on Ramzi Bukiam, who now, his requirement 5.91, not a huge one. Let's see how he approaches that. Is that going to change what he's going to, compared to having to go for a 7 or something like that? Do you think it'll alter what he's going to try and do here, what he's going to try and achieve?
Look, I'm not sure where Ramsey's head is at, but what I do know is this is exciting, right? Like you said before, we haven't seen much of this back and forth, leaderboard changing, and really makes it exciting. When it's sort of bringing the best out of the surfers right now. It's really exciting. And I mean, really with that clock counting down and that wave coming towards Ramsey, I mean, he's going to put it all on the line right now, chasing that 5.91.
Well, we know all about the backhand from him. It's an absolute weapon coming from himself as well, coming from a land of just endless long right points. Does have that big, powerful frame, and he swings it around with great aplomb. Let's see if he'll do that here. 5.91, the requirement at the moment. And he'll open up by displacing some water, just swinging that upper body. And then identifying this one going hollow. How hollow is it gonna get for him? He'll get a bit of cover, but not super deep there. Would have wanted to get, I think, considerably further behind, but that was a big crack. So back with some vertical hits now and just building up a bit of momentum. Middle part of the wave is good and just airdrops down from his last maneuver. I think he left quite a bit of that wave to go though, so it did finish. Kind of chop that one a little bit short. 5.91 is the number that he's after. You can see the tension from the squad. Leo watching on with Thomas Malem as well. And I tell you what, this one, it's not an enjoyable one if you're in the crew of one of your surfers, because it's real tense out there, Flick.
Yeah, there's a lot of pressure right now for sure. And Ramsey got a lot of work done out the back here. It was great surfing on his backhand. Definitely, he would have wanted more tube time here. There's no doubt about it. I mean, that wave just wasn't really that open, didn't allow him. But here, I mean, he gets heaps of work done. Sends lots of spray, super critical in the pocket, dynamic backhand surfing. but just gets a little bit hung up there. That last bit runs off without him, but obviously he's clapping. He's feeling good about it.
Yeah, I mean, you can't inevitably make the comparison what Liam did on the backhand on his left. A lot more time behind the curtain and inside the tube. Ramsey with bigger hits, more powerful surf, I think that's fair to say, and using that physical advantage. Didn't milk this thing all the way for the finish, so took that risk there on that last section, decided not to try and pull in there. Gives himself a little round of applause as well. The number will wait for that hit.
En fait, j'ai cru que j'en avais un en plus. Hein? Ouais, mais tu sais, c'est pour ça que mais bon, si ça a bien claqué, le chef. Putain, j'aurais dû aller vers le tube, hein. Parce que, mais la vague, elle est différente. Parce que sur le layback avant le barrel, moi, c'est un gros layback. Mais la vague, elle est différente. Je suis complètement perdu, mec. Ah ouais, non, tu vois ce que je veux dire? Je tube pas. Les turns que je fais, je sais pas, tu vois. C'est rien à voir avec ce qu'on a surfé à l'entraînement.
So Ramsey just saying he should have got tubed. He's a little bit lost. He said it was really different, nothing like what he got in the warm-ups. So just a little bit baffled in terms of that wave. We talked about some of those significant changes. Ramsey feeling it there, not quite getting the number. He's disappointed.
Yeah, well, I mean, we mentioned it, right? It all came down to that tube. I think that first one, he probably would have loved to have been a bit deeper if it was a bit more hollow. And I guess now with the man with the shot is Zhao, chasing an excellent score.
So yeah, completely different requirement now for him. He's going to that excellent range. So we know he needs to go big. So definitely no safety surfing. He's going to need to try and hammer this thing and try and pick up a bit of momentum. That 6.5 that he got for his previous left. He's going to need to go a couple of points, just shy of 2 points north of that. That's the situation facing Zhao Xianke at the moment. It is Liam O'Brien sitting in that number 1 position. This will be the final wave of this heat and indeed of our qualifying rounds. Here we go. We're in a heat that's really entertained, but it has been tense. Let's see what Zhao Xianke has got for us here. First crack, and he'll set up again. Push quite hard there, almost a touch sticky, but really good to just recover that swing around. Now we'll try and find some cover. How deep can he get? Really nice control.
Wow.
Amazing how well he can stall on the backhand and just get deeper and deeper as that tube ran. A little tentative as he comes out. That one, he absolutely hammers it. He needed to go into the excellent range. So from his point of view, the right choice to go and hit hard, but he'll go down again, and it's well done, Liam O'Brien.
Yeah, look, the other side of this, obviously heartbreak for Zhao, but you know, Liam, I mean, that's tense times watching on and saying, oh, okay, he's in this barrel, he's been parking it for a while now, and yeah, but congrats to Liam, and that was a pretty exciting heat, you know, that lead change, and I mean, hats off to Zhao for really putting it all on the line, because he got incredibly deep and he got really tight and critical in the pocket.
A testing heat in all sorts of ways for our surfers here. Have had to just wait out while this round went down. Just trying to deal with some of the variation in the wave. Doing it best, Liam O'Brien, that 7 crucial for him. Surfers like Bukiem and Xianke, maybe left to rue, a couple of mistakes, missed opportunities. They'll have a little bit of time to think about that, but we will be seeing them again under the lights tonight. Elimination, 24 surfers heading to that round, 4 surfers making it through. And obviously, where you surf in that round, Flick, when you go is essentially, will that be based on how you performed here this morning? And obviously, the later you go in that rotation, the more you'll know about what kind of score you want to get, and that's going to be big, it's going to be crucial.
Yeah, it's definitely crucial, and obviously surfing under the lights at night, that's a whole different element. And yeah, you got only 2 waves, so different sort of format here. And
to add a little bit more pressure into that as well, it will be a run, so you surf one way down the basin and then you'll come back one wave after the next, and it will be just that one run, and it will just be your best score that counts.
Talk about, you know, having a high heart rate. Talk about trying to bring that heart rate down in between runs, trying to really just come back to center and make the most of it. Really, it's going to be so physical. I mean, we've seen athletes do this before, you know, at previous events like the Surf Ranch, up and back, and it really takes it out of them. So it's going to be pretty interesting tonight to watch it all go down.
In terms of takeaways from you from this qualifying round, we've seen a little bit of everything. We've seen some surfers that we expect to shine, they've done that, but we've seen some surfers maybe just struggle a little bit in terms of the requirement, what they need to do, and just dealing with some of the variety in these waves.
I think my biggest takeaway is, you know, obviously we've had really hard seeds advance through, and I think that's down to a lot of experience and time spent in pools. You know, I mean, we saw, you know, your Yagos, your Felipes, your Jack Robbos, your Leos, and I think it's coming down to experience and time spent in the pool.
And in terms of the time that comes now before you have to go and surf again, obviously there's a little bit of disappointment that you've not made it through, particularly in one of the later heats. If you surfed earlier on today, you've had a bit of time to deal with that, but you've got to try and go again. So maybe, obviously, rest first of all, but then you've got to fire up again.
Yeah, I think rest. I think, you know, probably fueling in some sort of way, whether that be food, water, electrolytes. I mean, yeah, taking it easy, a little bit of a debrief and trying to switch off because you're about to fire up.
Let's go and get some thoughts from someone who's not got to surf in the elimination round, Liam O'Brien. He's with AJ.
Thanks so much, Paul. Liam, what a way to start out your Surf Abu Dhabi campaign. How did you really want to attack this heat?
Yeah, I knew Ramsey and Joao are obviously amazing surfers. Everyone is in this comp, so I knew I was going to have to put together a couple good waves. And after my first two, it wasn't looking like that was going to happen. So I kind of just threw the whole plan out the window and just tried to finish some waves and get a couple of scores on the board. And yeah, fortunately it worked out. But yeah, I was just lucky it went my way because it's a full pressure cooker out there. So it's hard to deal with a bit.
What were you telling yourself in that in-between to flip the script?
Pretty much just what I said. I was like, just got to finish a wave, not overcook it, and just try and deal with the nerves as well as I could.
Well, you dealt with them. Congratulations.
Thanks. Cheers.
Thanks, AJ. Liam O'Brien. He's pretty stoked to make it through. I think he's got some learnings to take on board. We won't be seeing him in the night surf session, the elimination round. That'll be coming at you live, 6:35 p.m. local time. We'll take a break. We'll see you right back here then.
تحسب الطريق
Bet it all on me. Bet it, bet it, bet it, bet it, bet it, bet it, bet it all on me. Bet it, bet it, bet it, bet it, bet it, bet it, bet it all on me. Yeah, bet on me. I got that high hand. Tell them stop playing. Wait, whoa, whoa. God sent in the top 10, got me locked in. Wait, whoa, whoa. Shot clock with it non-stop, been timeless. Tell them pay attention, need a vibe Vans. Going Kanye on a wild rant. Wait, pop. You know what it is, just throwing a dime, you doubling up. Whoa, you know the odds might get a little bad, but they gotta fumble it up. Yeah. Put in a prop, it's looking exotic. You know what side it is. You know what side it is. Hey, bet it all on me. Bet it, bet it, bet it, bet it, bet it, bet it, bet it all on me. Bet it, bet it, bet it, bet it, bet it, bet it, bet it all on me. Might as well go all in on me. Big does when I walk in, just bet it all on me. Bet it, bet it, bet it, bet it, bet it, bet it, bet it all on me. Me, bet it on me. 2 player, 2 play, 2K, somebody other than me. Yeah, you not a brother to me. Whoa, I'm only playing for keeps. Yeah, all of my dogs is outside with it, can't keep on a leash. Yeah, my word, Mona Lisa. Can't pay with a Visa. Walked in with a briefcase and pulled off in a Brinks truck. Bet it on me, your boy. They wanna sleep on a boy. I wanna seek and destroy it. Yeah, go put a parlay on a short thing on your boy. Bet it all on me. Bet it. Bet it all on me. Bet it, bet it, bet it, bet it, bet it, bet it, bet it all on me. Bet it, bet it, bet it, bet it, bet it, bet it, bet it all on me. Yeah, bet on me. I got that high hand. Tell them stop playing. Wait, whoa, whoa. God sent in the top 10. Got me locked in. Wait, whoa, whoa. Shot clock with it non-stop, been timeless. Tell them pay attention, need a vibe Vans. Going Kanye on a wild rant, wait. Pop. You know what it is, just throwing a dime, you doubling up. Whoa. You know the odds might get a little bad, but they gotta fumble it up. Yeah. Put in a prop, it's looking exotic. You know what side it is, you know what side it is. Ay. Bet it all on me, bet it, bet it, bet it, bet it, bet it, bet it, bet it all on me, bet it, bet it, bet it, bet it, bet it, bet it, bet it all on me. Might as well go all in on me. Big does when I walk in, just bet it all on me. Bet it, bet it, bet it, bet it, bet it, bet it, bet it all on me. Me, bet it on me. Two player, two play, 2K, somebody other than me. Yeah, you not a brother to me. Whoa, I'm only playing for keeps. Yeah, all of my dogs is outside with it, can't keep on a leash. Yeah, my word, Mona Lisa. Can't pay with a Visa. Walked in with a briefcase and pulled off in a Brinks truck. Bet it on me, your boy. They wanna sleep on a boy. I wanna seek and destroy it. Yeah, go put a parlay on a short thing on your boy. Bet it all on me. Bet it, bet it, bet it. Bet it all on me. Bet it, bet it, bet it, bet it, bet it, bet it, bet it all on me. Might as well go all in on me. Big does when I walk in, just bet it all on me. Bet it, bet it, bet it, bet it, bet it, bet it, bet it all on me. Bet it all on me. Bet it all on me.
Mi debilidad, solo tú, yeah, yeah, yeah. Me paraliza como te mueves. Tú muy cerca de mí, yo de ti, yeah, yeah, yeah. Y tu mirada que me enloquece. Just to hear your voice, me late el corazón, son. Quiero que bailes conmigo, quiero ser más que antes. Just to hear your voice, me late el corazón, son. Quiero que bailes conmigo, quiero ser más que amigos. I'll be right boy, 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 I'll be right boy.
Got the keys, now we locked in. Working overtime, now we clocked in. Working overtime, working overtime. Put in work, too easy. Work, too easy, yeah, this work. Too easy. Work, too easy, yeah, this work. Too easy. Work, too easy, yeah, this work. Too easy, this work. Too easy, let's go. There ain't nothing getting in my way. Eating good, I got way too up on my plate, yeah. I could live this life like every single day, hey. Get no sleep, I'm playing shows, I came to rage, hey. Let's go. Jumping in that mosh pit. Got the keys, now we locked in. Working overtime, now we clocked in. Working overtime, working overtime. Put in work, too easy. Work, too easy, yeah, this work. Too easy. Work, too easy, yeah, this work. Too easy. Work, too easy, yeah, this work. Too easy, this work. Too easy, let's go. I just copped a new coat, cause this ice is freezing. I just copped a new boat, damn, I'm getting seasick. I just bought the whole stove, yeah, this work too easy. I've been going too hard, I know that they see me. Jumping in that mosh pit. Got the keys, now we locked in. Working overtime, now we clocked in. Working overtime, working overtime. Put in work, too easy. Work, too easy, yeah, this work. Too easy. Work, too easy, yeah, this work. Too easy. Work, too easy, yeah, this work. Too easy, this work. Too easy, let's go.
Hey, get your binoculars. I see you looking. You too far away from us. And really you shouldn't. Man, stop all that hating. Cause it is not healthy. Hey, what did it do for you? I don't think it's helping. Hey, your career D, you know competition. Got all the ingredients, but something's still missing. Oh, I think I got it now. That something is us. I'm the greatest of all time. Man, that top is just us, that's me and God. Too hot to handle, I'm really high. All of that hating should get a job. I broke the system and beat the odds. Still gonna pray for my enemies, but I'm not forgetting what y'all did. You and your people are full of cap, and no, I'm not talking about ugly. Yeah. Hey, watch your mouth, you talking to the best. I let my ex do the talking. Grind hard, I ain't got no time for rest. Hey. Look, I'm who they wanna be. You can see it in their eyes. When you turn it to the king, then hate comes with a prize. We did it again, we did it again, we did it again and again and again. We won it again, we did it again, we did it again and again and again. Look, I'm who they wanna be. You can see it in their eyes. When you turn it to the king, then hate comes with a prize. We did it again, we did it again, we did it again and again and again. We won it again, we did it again, we did it again and again and again. Aye. Look, head up to the sky, I won't let you hold me down. All you do is talk, but you still don't make a sound. I get to the money, that's just what we do. And when I'm dead and gone, I'm gonna still be better than you. That's crazy. Look, I'm who they wanna be. You can see it in their eyes. When you turn it to the king, then hate comes with a prize. We did it again, we did it again, we did it again and again and again. We won it again, we did it again, we did it again and again and again. Look, I'm who they wanna be. You can see it in their eyes. When you turn it to the king, then hate comes with a prize. We did it again, we did it again, we did it again and again and again. We won it again, we did it again, we did it again and again and again. Let's go, let's go. We did it again, we did it again, we did it again and again and again. That's crazy.
Take the risk, big time, big play, gotta hit the rewind. Who you got? Pick a side. Rockstar lifestyle certified. Wins, all I know. We gon' head to head, go toe to toe, let's see who wins.
Checkered flags at the finish line, pushing me over the edge. Now you're driving me crazy. Graphic design, wicked with the style. You're driving me crazy. 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 Cool your seatbelts, full speed ahead, onwards and upwards. Timing is everything. Power steering, just say the word when I cross over the yellow lines. It's a long learning curve. Graphic design, wicked with the style. You're driving me crazy. You're driving me crazy. Spend my days wandering down the road, yeah. Left my woman standing in the doorway. Winter's coming, my breath is blowing cold, yeah. So many times my story has been told. Can't seem to fly, no matter how hard I try. Someone always bring me down to the killing floor. Gonna lose my mind, I have to say bye-bye. In the rain falling down, coming on my back door, yeah. Many days I've seen since I've been home, yeah. Hard living's left me
Bianca, the Lexus Pipe Pro presented by Yeti, is on like popcorn.
Oh my, talk about the score.
And now lining up a big hollow pig, Bella Nichols, how you feeling?
It was an incredible day. I think when we rocked up this morning, everyone was sort of surprised at how much swell there was. It overperformed and just kept getting more and more groomed throughout the day. The performances were next level. Some of the matchups were insane. 2 10s, I mean, what more could you ask for?
Felipe Toledo, backdoor drainer, down the line speed. He's deep, he's covered. Felipe is coming out. Only Toledo. Oh, red, white, Allen Cleland Jr. Hola, senor. And backdoor. Still going. Coming out again. Allen Cleland Jr. Are you kidding me?
Firing back, Jack Robinson.
Oh my. Drops in. Bravo. Auto Magic in the barrel. And Jack Robinson is coming out. Mr. Auto Magic, take that.
Check out this number, our first perfect 10 of the season.
What about this heat right now? John and Barron.
Wow, look at this wave right here. Erin Mamiya.
Dropping in, pulling up. The ultimate thing you want to do is get a perfect ride, and Baron Mamiya just did that. Check that out. 10s all the way across the board.
As we see John out the back.
Big backdoor barrel, John in a cave.
He's driving through. John Flores finds the exit. Wow!
What an incredible heat. Like, absolutely incredible.
What a day. What a day, what a day, what a day.
What a morning here on the North Shore of Oahu. What more could you be thankful for coming into a Saturday morning like this?
Stroking into this one, finds the bottom, comes off the bottom, and then stalls. Gets the hand drag, gets the barrel still in there. Nicely done. Tyler Wright at backdoor on a right.
Cruise in, tuck in the barrel, looking so casual. Caity Simmers yanks on the rail of that horse design.
Here goes Italo. A lot of speed down the line. Boost! Oh, wow.
Wow, that was like a 720.
That was not a helicopter. That was Italo Ferreira.
Here we go, Ian Govea. He's going backdoor. He's grabbing rail. He's slotted. He's pitted. He's barreled, and he is coming out.
Wow. Ian Govea on a dream run here at the Lexus Pipe Pro.
Tyler Wright locking in. Nice clean rail work on the takeoff. So much speed, really deep. Look at that.
I mean, what a battle between these two rivals.
Oh, in the barrel, that is Caity Simmers, and she's coming out. Barron going left, grabbing a rail, Barron in the barrel. Barrel and Barron, my man Mamiya coming out.
Theo on the hunt for wave number 2, pulls straight in a back door. He's driving, still in there. And he comes flying out.
And we're closing out this final. It is the veteran, a 2-time world champ, Tyler Wright, taking out the Lexus Pipe Pro presented by Yeti. Australians are screaming on the beach. Leo Now taking this wave up and under. Still traveling. He's holding his line well. The Italian needs to make this thing, and he does it. Erin now rolling in. Wave number 3. Super hollow. He's got the pace. Mumia makes it again. Officially getting it done for Hawaii. Lexus Pipe Pro champion presented by Yeti. Baron Mumia, now your world number 1. This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.
Sometimes you gotta slow it down for you feel me? My gang, my clique, my talk to me. Gang, clique, squad, crew, came, big, mob, boo. Put us in the game and we low key wildin'. Running up the skull, we climb. Gang, clique, squad, crew, came, big, mob, boo. They be hating from the nosebleeds wildin'. Running up the skull, we climb.
Hey, yeah, what it do? It ain't nothing to a boss coming through. It ain't nothing to a boss coming through. Mess around and get tossed with your group, and we really on 10. On 1. Whole gang in this thing going down. Say we we on 10. On hey, you already know where I'm from. Hey,
Click, squad, crew, came, big, mob, boo. Put us in the game and we low-key wildin'. Running up the skull, we climb. Gang, click, squad, crew, came, big, mob, boo. They be hating from the nosebleeds wildin'. Running up the skull, we climb. Now we up and we outie. Whole gang in this thing get a rowdy. For the music in my body. We done woke up the hood, but I'm sorry. Ain't nothing that you thought that it was. All in your hood and this thing going up. Sliding up porch out the sunroof for subs. End of that day, they gon' know where we from. Click, squad, crew, came, big, mob, boo. Put us in the game and we low-key wildin'. Running up the skull, we climb. Gang, click, squad, crew, came, big, mob, boo. They be hating from the nosebleeds wildin'. Running up the skull, we climb.
We wildin', OT wildin', say we wildin', we wildin', we wildin', OT wildin', we wildin'.
Look at this sunset on this beautiful Abu Dhabi skyline. It's a little bit past 6:35 in the evening local time in the UAE. Enjoying the first ever championship tour event here in the Middle East. Joe Turpel with CT standout Jesse Mendez. What a day it's been. We got on the bus from our hotel at 5 a.m. It's been a giant day for pro surfing. We've seen everybody tested here in the pool, but now it's coming down to probably one of the heaviest sudden death rounds we're going to see all season.
Well, we did have a little break and we went for dinner, right? We're right by the athletes area, and what Leandro Dora Grillo, one of the coaches, said, I can't wait to watch this. This is going to be carnage. Like, he can't wait to see it all go down because it's do or die.
Yeah, it's going to be crazy as we check out the basin, taking a little bit of a break. It gets really glassy. They end up burning a couple of waves just to settle things down and make things fair for competition, but it's all about one right, one left. You count your best score to try to get into the round of 16. See how gigantic this playing field is. It ends up being the longest ride that you're going to experience on the championship tour. And we've seen all the different changes throughout a big day of competition, especially waking up to a pretty wild, windy scenario, which took all the best by surprise. Before we get into the night session format, let's get y'all up to speed with some of the best surfing that we had today. Checking out the pulse, focusing on the major highlights, ripping Rio. Waida was just unstoppable, and I love that he just kept building. Run one was a right and a left. He had pocket 6.67s, but he didn't. Slowed down, built to a 7.47 on his second right. Still, his final left was a solid show of big backside surfing. Incredible to see him so connected in this format. Said he's an athlete. This is where he wants to perform. And holy Toledo, we knew this was coming. The wild part about this for Felipe, he was just cruising in low gear, believe it or not. I mean, his transitions are second to none. He's the king of variety, and he's destined to reign in any type of pool scenario. He knows he fits his surfing, and he's just cruising. High fives everywhere for the guy who dominated. And how about this one? Kanoa Igarashi, Leo Fioravanti, childhood friends and rivals. They bring out the best in each other. Kanoa flips the heat, 7.57. Leo ripped the left, not enough, but Kanoa getting a high five from Snake will skip to the round of 16, and he'll have a front row seat for this night session that's about to unfold. Now remember, we had the points for the surfers throughout that opening round, and if they didn't get first, it still mattered because it set up the order for the scenario tonight. So if you had the lowest combined total, you have to go first. So the advantage of having a great performance is you get to wait and see what's scoring, who's going to stumble before you get to surf. So Leo will be the last surfer to go in this night session. 12 surfers won their heat, so we have 24 surfers remaining tonight. Only 4 will move on to the round of 16, and it's simplified now. You get a left and a right. You count your best wave. Doesn't matter what direction it's on. And that order determined by your heat scores from that qualifying round. So Leo being the top seed in the night session. Mateus Hurdy, the wild card from Florianopolis. We spent some time with him in the booth today. He's also the number 2 seed in this night session format. So quickly, we're going to see Edgard Grosjean, Al Cleland Jr., Ian Gentile, and David Silva testing the waters here in the evening for the first time ever in Abu Dhabi.
I'm excited for the night that's in front of us, and let's see what's going to turn out. As much as we're going to be mentioning this a lot, but there's a lot of pressure with those surfers.
Jesse, quickly breaking down what the surfers are going to be challenged by here at night. They've been surfing today and in the practice session, but what is it going to feel different when you turn on the lights?
Well, the problem is, as soon as you're going on the wave, there's going to be those lights aiming towards the lip, so it's going to be a little bit more feeling than actually aiming. So you're going to have everything kind of sharp and all your senses sharp, because it gets a little bit trickier. I spoke to Ian, I think it was yesterday or the day before, and he was mentioning to me how much trouble he had at nighttime, and he was almost trying to get some more waves at night so he can get familiar with the situation. Some of them said they didn't have too much trouble, but overall it is trickier because that light's going to be aiming right towards the lip, and that's where you're usually aiming when you're bottom turning in order to get a good turnout like just on the lip line.
Yeah, so taking advantage of a stadium format with lights that can turn on so you can really max out the day. A lot of surfers like to surf at night in the ocean, and we're coming off a full moon. That was yesterday, so it'd be really fun to see these guys perform in this element. You can see the flags there right above Edgard Grosjean, and that's where you know where to take off. The typical spot to start is on the red flag. It's up to these surfers if they want to take off beyond it. Maybe get some white water on their back, even a flatter transition, which is actually pretty hard to get up to your feet, but for the world's best, it's all about strategy and where they want to begin their ride.
For sure, and it's funny because each and other individual, they kind of have their set on the pillars on towards the track of the wave and where they're going to take off.
Rookie on tour, Grosjean from Santos in Brazil gets started on his opening right. Remember, just one right, one left. He's got to make it count. Cool connection there to start off his wave. Now pulling in just for a moment, stays pretty far out front. Back to maneuvers for Ed. Driving hard into that oncoming section. Little crumble that you can attack and create your targets on this wave. Greases the float. Stalled for a moment, then started getting up to get down the line ahead of the barrel. Throws down a quick alley-oop on the roof. Punches out the fins the other way. And a nice embrace from the support crew for Edgard Grosjean. I love that attempt there to immediately go from an alley-oop rotation to a fin throw reverse the other way. Just got stuck on the final effort, but great thought process there for Ed.
I mean, it's definitely appealing to the eyes when you have a rotation going unclockwise and then all of a sudden you just combo it up the other way. It looks very good. And this is so much better surfing from him, that he's approached the wave so much more aggressively. You're going to see him pushing that back foot, redirecting the board. He's going to have a little trouble right there. It seems like he got a little bit too relaxed, but he regained, possessed and regained the speed, and nice alley-oop. Not the biggest one, but I mean, much better than what he's done so far in this event. And that's just showed how good those people are under pressure. The athletes love feeling that their back's against the wall and this is the last shot they got. And just beautiful start, and that just shows how much we're going to be able to see it on the upcoming hours with all the other opponents of Edgard right now.
Gosh, what a run for Edgard. A big improvement from what he threw down in the qualifying round this morning. His best right after 2 attempts was a 1.93. So we'll see some improvement there. And now we'll have a left. He's all trying to make sure that he's in the top 4. And he's the guy that's got to get started, the guinea pig, if you will, just to see what's going to be coming from behind him today.
Second time today for him. He was in the first heat. He was the guinea pig, obviously, for that super windy part of the day. And once again, just the first one to ride this night session.
So judges setting the scale for the night session. They'll just put down a honest 5.0 start. So right now, his goal is to improve on a 5 on his backhand, because you only keep 1 score in this night session. But his best score so far today, that's a positive sign for Ed. From having to sit all day and think about what might happen at night. The 28-year-old's been around for a while. He's seen a lot. Picked the jersey number 28 for the year, the age he was when he qualified. Had a 17th at Pipeline. And if you get to the round of 16, you're improving on that. That would be at least an equal 9th result on the championship tour. Santos in Sao Paulo, Brazil. And getting a ton of support from Silver Surfboards. They're also from Santos. They said they couldn't imagine not supporting him, especially since he's from their hometown. So they went all in to make sure Ed was well prepared for this journey. Now going left. His best score in the qualifying round was on his backhand in the 3 range. He's going to need more than that, though, if he wants to stay in this event. Ed, coming from behind the curtain, had to really make sure he had to hustle to get out in front of this one. Not quite in the pit, now back to maneuvers. A little bit of downtime in between turns, and now he's just really loading up for something big at the end. Just chasing this end section ramp and throws it away. You could see him trying to switch gears once he got out of that backhand snap rhythm. So he ended up chasing something that ended up letting him down.
Yeah, that was smart of him. Like, he started off the wave